Oh shoot. Oh shoot. All right, we back. We back and we back. Uh, I'll let this be the last topic of the night. Do this for a few hours. I gotta watch this fight tonight. Yeah, we gotta talk about this one. This one that digs into people's insecurities. Whole time I've been using love language this way. I've been manipulating people. Yeah, that's what this topic is tonight. This usually hurt people's insecurities. This actually brings out a lot of unhealed people. I notice.
So, can I ask a question?
What's up?
Alright, so say I just like being attentive or affectionate, like, but that's like a red flag from other people's perspective. Like, so when you say love language, like, uh, can you define that? Like, as far as like,
Yeah, you never heard of it before?
no, I've heard the term love language, but I
You
don't
probably
know
gotta look
how.
it up then.
Alright, so if I tell you you're pretty every day before I go to work, like, am I being manipulative or am I just telling you, like,
You can be.
my gratitude for you being in my life?
You can be, depending on your intentions behind it. Yes.
Right. Okay. So that's what I wanted to ask is how do people differentiate between being manipulated and like a person that's genuinely just being honest about their feelings?
Yeah. You just like I said, it's the intention. So the reason behind it, you gotta pay attention to the actions after that. Do they even show the love, or they just saying this just to shut somebody up?
All right, so because I'm not familiar, because I don't do things unintentionally or unauthentically, so I'm not familiar with the aftermath of being fake. So if somebody was being kind to you,
All right.
like what would be the red flags that they were using it in manipulative fashion?
Yeah, I don't think nobody got a superpower like that just to figure that out. That take time. Some of the stuff is out of kindness, so just timing. I believe in timing and observing. And you better know. Anything manipulative.
So is there another topic that you can expound on?
What you mean? So the whole point of me, I don't know why it's backwards. Y'all supposed to be answering the questions. I'm just entertaining it for now. But so, what is your perspective on this? Because I'm hearing you asking questions of like, what is manipulative? I mean, told you different forms of it. So, what is your point of view on love languages? Do you believe it could be used manipulative, or are you not aware of it?
No, yeah, I definitely believe in, I, well, I don't know, like, that's what I'm saying about love language is the term. I definitely believe that people communicate in ways that they, um, want reciprocation. But I also do recognize that, I'm 47 now, so I do recognize that, like, not every way of communication is meant to be reciprocated, from, I don't know, like, from the same standpoint. Like, manipulation is sometimes the intent.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I kind of want to check what I was saying at that point. Um, which is kind of like what I'm currently feeling. Like, so you posted a post and you put some intriguing questions up, and then like I come on and I genuinely want to have a conversation because I'm legitimately authentic in my intentions. But then when I come up and ask questions, I'm kind of shoved off. I'm kind of ignored. I'm kind of made to feel like I'm an intrusion. So, like, are your intentions authentic? Like,
What made you come? What made you feel like you okay? Why do you feel that way when I actually answered all your questions you said? Then you asked me
well,
right after you said, "What else do I have to expound?" And I said that the whole purpose of you is to tell me your point of view, not get my point.
right, and that
I,
seems like this kind of seems like gaslighting. It's kind of
you know
like
what
so
gaslighting
it's
means?
your it's well, no, not exactly. Honestly, this day and age, but you're the host. You're the live. You're the one that's like gone on here and put something out for anybody around the world that has TikTok to respond to, and then a guest comes on and asks a couple questions, and your responses are delayed, they're short, they're sparse, they're very vacant, and then I feel like I need to do better as a stranger asking a stranger what they meant when they said,
Yeah.
versus you having to, define the reason why I was intrigued.
Yeah. So I don't know if you ever heard this thing called read the room, because like usually when people come up, they already might have an answer ready because those are questions up there. I never heard a person just come up asking questions about questions unless they, listen first. So if you, I would think that over time, if somebody really want to understand what it's about, they would try to listen to see before they
Right,
get fucked up.
but you're not actually speaking. You're having me speak and then
Yeah,
telling
that's the
me I
point.
don't listen.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, because I answered the best way I could. I answered all three of your questions, and like I said again, you said you the one that I guess you couldn't understand it or something. I don't know what was going on. You just kept asking, "Do you have any
No,
other
I
questions?"
just
And I'm
came
like, "I
up.
got three questions up here. I got literally have three questions up there." And I'm like, "What? I gotta just break down what each word mean or something now?" Because I'm like, "They three questions
Oh,
up. You
okay.
can pick any of them."
So what are my three questions?
I don't know. You wear glasses or something?
Right. You can't even. You're telling me.
I'm
That's
asking
what
you
I'm
what.
saying. That's why I call it gaslighting. Is because you're telling me what I said, but you can't actually say what I said. Does that make sense? How you're the host, but I'm the one that has to carry the show.
All right, man. What you, lovely? What you got for me, man?
Yeah, I want to say this. Hey, Kev.
What's up?
Because we're sitting here talking about love languages, and a lot of times people will come up here and not read the room first and understand what conversations are going on. But going back into the topics, rather than arguing about how the host is holding his show, you want to talk about whether he's gaslighting and now start attacking and all doing that. But you haven't answered any of those questions. You've just, what is your love language, Pinball? I would love to know.
Uh,
I would really love
okay.
to know what your love language is.
Um, I okay. I will answer that, but I feel important to notice that you said that I will come onto a show and then not, and then address the fact that he's gaslighting without asking questions. I don't know. All right,
Well,
I'll let that go.
you actually
But
not
no, 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 no.
one thing that you need to understand, Pinball, Kev actually sits silent for a long time and he lets the panel talk to each other. So
Right, but
just because he's quiet,
there wasn't a panel is what I'm saying. I'm literally coming on. I'm the first person. I'm the guy at the desk asking this guy in the booth like why
so
he's
he was
here.
listening. He was listening to you. Is that right? He was listening to
No,
you.
I get that. Okay. So if we can skip that, let's just. I was not, sir. I promise, I was not attacking. I felt defensive and I was defending myself. So I was triggered. It's not your fault. It was the way I felt in the situation. So, ma'am, could you please just re-ask the question about like what is my love language, and I'll do
Yeah,
my best to respond.
I will do that, Pinball. And I normally don't come feisty. Kev knows I hug lions, so I normally don't. But I'm very protective of Kev because we've been doing this for a long time.
No, yeah, I
But
wish I had people like that too.
yeah, yeah. And getting back to like his questions and his prompts, stop manipulating people with love languages. But what do you believe is the correct way to use love languages? First of all, what is your love language? Do you know what your love language is?
All
Or how
right,
you like to be loved, or how you love?
okay. How I like to be loved is reciprocal. So the way that I love a person is the way that I want them to love me back. So the next question would be, well, how do you like to love people so that people know how to love you back? And I would say that I like to listen to people's subtleties and then surprise them with my listening, um, and then also have that built on a foundation of a certain premise where I will always do these things, um, and they'll probably get ignored eventually. Like, say, taking out the garbage, I'm just quote unquote or whatever, just as an example. But if I always take out the garbage every Thursday night before, the garbage man comes on Friday, then like to me, never failing at that is like kind of a love language. I'm literally never leaving you responsible for something that I know has to be done. Now, as far as reading subtleties, it would be um, hearing complaints about life in general, and then uh, Googling a solution, and then bringing home that solution. Um, so that's how I would treat my partner, is that I would set a certain set of ground rules where you will always be able to depend on me doing these things. And then throughout life, I will do my best to surprise you with things that I've heard that you are unsatisfied with. That's my love language. Does that make sense as far as I understand love language?
Yeah, no, it does. It does make sense. So, because you know how you want to love reciprocally, do you know how to receive love? Like if it comes from maybe somebody else has a different love language, do you know how to receive that? Like even though it's maybe foreign, I think that will be the word. Because some people aren't loved the way that they should have been loved. So when they do receive love, do you know how to receive it, even though it is love, but it's foreign to you?
No, yeah. All right. So I grew up through a situation where I was not taught love. I was not shown love. I was not taught love. Love was not a thing. Um, Responsibility was the thing, and that's probably why I like have my philosophy that I will always do these things for you, and then through learning, I have added that I will pay attention to your quandaries and queries and do my best to like surprise you with solutions to those. Um, so no, I cannot say that I know how to receive love. Um, I don't know if that's a complete answer.
I get you, Kev. You got anything on that? And when someone says they don't know how to receive love, because I have a different thought on the love languages when it
Said
comes to.
some. You said somebody didn't know how to receive love.
He said he doesn't know how to receive love.
Oh,
Can I give you a quick example? So I dated a girl once, and it was a moment that stuck out in my time in my head, and I don't remember what she said. She paid me some sort of compliment, and then I responded in whatever way because I generally try to defer compliments.
yeah.
And she looked at me and she was like, "You don't know how to take a compliment, do you?" And I was stood aback and I was like, "No, like what do you do when somebody compliments you?" And she was just like, "Say thank you." And it was just a moment in time. It was like 30 seconds of my memory that is just always been captured in my head. And it was, I don't know, 15, 16 years ago. But like to explain, uh, what you're saying about do I know how to receive love, that would be the moment that I would go to. Like, no, I don't know if I know how to receive things.
Well, let me ask you this, Pinball. How do you love yourself? Like, if you were married to yourself, how would you treat you? Like, what do you do for you that shows your self love?
I, uh, I maintain a comfortable existence.
You navigate.
Hey.
You maintain a what?
A comfortable existence. Like I make sure that I take care of myself on like the basic levels, and then I try to incorporate things that I appreciate. Um,
That's a good
I
point. That's a good point.
I treat people in a way that makes me not regret my behavior. Um, and like I don't know, that's basically it. You know.
Yeah, because sometimes, like, if you don't love you, how do you know what love is or what you're trying to seek? You know what love like. You gotta kind of pour love into yourself so you know what it feels like. Because there are some people that are out here that will love you in the wrong way. I think that's where a lot of the hurt and the pain comes from. People are like, that wasn't what love was supposed to be, so we get hurt along the process.
And
I love you is overused like the A word, our cuss word as accountability, or I love you, or I'm sorry, I apologize. Love is used like that too. It can be universal. It can be good and it can be bad.
and I think that's when I was talking to the host, I think that's what I was kind of saying about the confusion of the love language is when it comes to manipulation is that like I can't differentiate like um because I do things out of genuine like this is just my philosophy on life. um and then when people do those same things for me, I can't tell whether or not they're doing it because that's their genuine perspective on life, or it's because they expect something from me in the future and they're just buttering me up for that
Right? 'Cause
experience.
maybe you got to do it for yourself so you know what it feels like.
But I mean, as a human being, isn't like, don't we take care of ourselves? Like, I'm taking care of myself to the extent that I like feel is reasonable. I'm not trying to over. I'm not trying to underachieve. Um, and I don't know how to relate to other people and like view the way they treat me. You know.
Yeah, it is about balance, or like I think we had this conversation a couple weeks ago. It was on this live or another live. We were talking about the difference between like being balanced or being in harmony. You know, like it's just it's all got to come together. You know, that reciprocation that you were talking about earlier. So I get where you're coming from, my brother. Navigate. What you got, my brother?
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What up,
How you
Navigate?
doing?
What's up? What's up? So the love language is that it's a book by some dude, Gary Chapman, I think is Dr. Gary
Yeah,
Chapman. Yeah,
yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
yeah. And it's a quick test you could take. Like it's online, the number 5lovelanguages.com, and it might
Yep.
take you, I don't know,
Five.
maybe 10 minutes. Maybe 10 minutes to take it,
Yeah.
right? And it's it's like a Cliff Notes. Remember back in the day they had Cliff Notes. Y'all may not be old enough. They had this thing called Cliff Notes. So when you had to read the whole Romeo and Juliet, like well, that would take you days. Well, you could get the Cliff Notes and knock it out in like 30 minutes. But it was just a basic overview. That's kind of like what the 5 love language test is. It just kind of gives you a base. Like for example, my wife is acts of service. So you take the test, she likes acts of service. All right, I still got to go make the dinner. That's what she likes. She likes me. If she comes home and the house is all clean, I vacuumed up everything. She's like, "Oh my God, you really do love me." And I was like, "I do. I just clean the house. Like I just put the dishes in the
Right.
dishwasher." But that's how
Right.
she absorbs. You know what I mean? That's what she likes. And so, but I still got to do the dishes. Um, so it's just a little. It's like a little guide to help people out. It's not the end all be all. You know, it's not
Right.
going to save your marriage. It's not going to give you some kind of unfounded wisdom and you're going to be a preacher or a therapist. It's just a little quick little thing you could take. That's all.
Yeah, I like that you said that navigate because I always look at the love languages like the way that they're put. Yeah, we got quality time, words of affirmation, physical touch. All the 5 love languages. I always look at it too from like a reverse side of things. Sometimes I have to give to somebody my own love language because they may not know it yet. They
Oh,
may not, that like I gotta kind of teach them my love language.
you that no, that's true. Yeah. So we took the test and we exchanged. So me and my wife took it, and
Right.
then yeah, you don't just take it and then be like, oh, my love language is acts of service. But if you don't tell me what that means, I didn't know. So like I said, it's literally a cliff notes, a conversation starter, whatever you want to call it. Just a very basic. You still got to do the hard work. Yep.
Oh, love is an action for sure. For sure.
All
So
right.
can I ask a question then?
Yes, sir.
All right. So now that I understand that there's different love languages, uh, you're saying that the book claims 5. Uh, can I ask real quick, is hyper masculinity or hyper femininity one of those love
No.
languages?
Nope.
Okay, so
It's
but
universal. It's not gender based.
it's- but
If that,
so hyper
am I right
gender
on
is
that
what make
navigate?
it universal.
Correct. Yeah. Like so. There could be a man or a woman could be either of the 5 love languages. It has nothing to do with gender.
Yeah, and let me give
But
you an example, Pinball. My husband is not a physical touch type of like he's not like the holding hands type of guy or like like all lovey dovey. I'm the love bug. I'm the one who likes that like physical touch, but it doesn't I still will go hug him. I will still go love on him. I will still give him that affection because that's my love language. But I give it to him. He doesn't deter me from doing that. It's just not something he what's the word intuitively does on his own, but teaching we've been together 10 years, so giving him that, it shows him that physical touch is capable. It's a love language that he may not be used to or wasn't used to, but just because I give it to him doesn't mean he's gonna deny it. Just like words of affirmation, quality time. You know, all like quality. Sometimes, like, look, you can be playing a video game while I'm sitting on my phone or whatever. You know, like, but there's still quality time that's being done because we're both home together. We both just ate. Somebody cooked a meal. Somebody took the trash out. You know, it's a lot of people want to look at equality. It's not about equality. It's about the quality, not equality, the quality of that relationship. You know, who's putting in what?
And I agree that there's that. My question is there a grouping or range where it's more psychologically dominance over the
Are,
other?
are you speaking
Like,
on genders?
no, because
Oh,
like
okay.
that could sway either way. But as far as like,
But-
um,
I think we're getting confused because love languages isn't just with just marriages. You can show your love language. I can show my love language to a stranger. I can give a stranger a quality of time.
no, yeah, I completely agree.
You know, so
Um,
it's very universal.
I think the question that I'm trying to ask is, what if a person doesn't fit in the box of the love languages, and um, so say a spouse like just like
Like,
doesn't.
are you saying like maybe they're not meant for you and maybe this is not what I want or what I
No,
desire?
not what I want would be like a conflict over interpretations of love languages, as far as
Okay.
I understand. I'm saying in a situation where like one person is not participating in love like at all.
Well, that kind of goes back to the accountability word, which is a curse word on Kev's platform. Accountability is like, I have to take accountability for what I choose to have in my life, whether it's that person. If I don't feel like that love is being given to me, like you mentioned, reciprocal, then do I let that person go? Or do I force them to leave? Or do I wait until they just don't want me anymore? You know, or vice versa. So it really does come back down to self, that self love, that self choice.
Okay, but what if you got children? And
Well,
you're you're just figuring this out, you know?
that's a whole other conversation because you look, you can divorce your spouse, you don't divorce your children. That's a
Right.
different type of love.
But if you're in a situation where you have children with somebody that's just out of the five love languages, uh, and you have your own love language, um, which means that you can't treat them differently during a divorce because of the way that you share love. Um, like, how do you approach that without
I,
damaging
I
the
want to
mental
let,
health of the
I
children?
think Navigate can help you answer that question with, especially with him being a man. And then we'll go to Space because I know Space just came up. I see you, sister. Go ahead, Navigate. Can you help answer that question?
Yeah, I was trying to follow you, bro. Bro, what are you married and you having problems with your marriage? Is that what's going on?
Like, honestly, I'm divorced and I'm having trouble with the, like, visitation agreements.
Oh, so okay, so that's not a love language thing. That's more of a, I mean, if you've reached out to her and you're trying to um, get enforcement of what, and she's not responding, that's more of a legal thing. You got to reach out to an attorney,
Right,
because she
no, yeah,
can't.
yeah, yeah. No, but I was just curious as, because in real life, I have to deal with the psychological aspects of the situation. So, and I'm not putting any pressure on anybody. I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not trying to bring up drama or nothing like that. but like y'all seem really nice and real kind, so and real informed.
Well,
So if this conversation, like could lead to
Pinball, you're
anything like
actually good.
that.
Because one thing that you're sharing is a lot of this goes back to love languages, is your vulnerability. Your ability to be able to open yourself up to receive love and to give love. But
Right, and
when
yeah,
it goes into like divorce and all that stuff, it's like, okay, how do I ground myself and love myself enough to get through this situation? Love, even the Bible says, is it Psalms 117? I think says love endures. Love is an action. Is an action. Love is patient. Love is kind. Love does not envy. There are works that has to be done within that love. You don't just sit back and wait for it to happen. You got to make it happen. You know,
and
like love is powerful. It's very very powerful.
all yeah, thank you. No, like I didn't mean to take it as a compliment. Um, but like when you're going through a situation like this, and you are the type of person that is kind and not trying to create more drama through an already stressful situation, um, like, uh, and you feel like you're dealing with someone that is just not seeing things the way that you see things, like,
Right. Mm-hmm.
um, so like it just.
Hey, no weapon formed against you shall prosper does not mean that there's no weapons. Like I said, love endures too. Love has to put up a fight. It's just it's like angels didn't just have wings; they have bows and arrows too. You know what I mean? Like we have to go through it all. That's why they say through sickness and health till death do us part. You know, there's a like all the
Yeah.
vows. You know that they give. You know, it's like sometimes they're so simple and people just don't recognize it. You know, so you're gonna have to endure some stuff, you know, through love. But you also made love to this person who also gave you children, and it
And
sounds like there's children
great
involved, and that's
that's that's
mhm.
the crazy thing that I don't. It shocks me when people are like say I'm mad at my ex. I'm like, but you literally love them enough to have children, and it bewilders me that like, cause I like you know, any ex that I've had children with, like just to keep it generic. Like I don't hate them as if they were a stranger that assaulted my family. I literally have like empathy for them, uh, because the way that I express love, like I loved them before all this happened. So,
Yeah, I feel
um,
you. I feel you on that, pinball. Stay space. Are you still there? Do you want to speak on this before we go back to navigate? Thank you,
Um,
pinball, because I know
no, I
you're
don't really have any words for pinball or any questions.
okay.
Navigate can go.
Navigate. You what you got on that, my brother?
Yeah, so what I did, I can just say what I did. We got marriage counseling, because we really didn't. I mean, we knew we were in love, whatever that means, right? Because we were young, we got married, we college sweethearts. We had no idea what the hell we were doing, right? And then you get in there, and then life punched us in the face, and we had the foundation. We knew we weren't getting a divorce, but we really didn't know what to do. So we kind of sat in this mess for a while. I don't know, maybe 6, 8 months or something like that, 9 months or something. And then we got marriage counseling from a licensed therapist, not a TikTok therapist, not somebody else. Not to say you couldn't find someone on TikTok, but she is licensed. You know what
Everybody
I
here
mean?
has their psych degree.
Right.
Navigate.
Right. Everybody on TikTok knows everything. Everybody's a millionaire. Everybody makes six figures. You know what I mean? So you got to be really careful. I would go through your health insurance because most health insurance plans cover it. And then you could sit down because there's a whole lot of layers that you would have to unpeel. And it's going to take a minute. I mean, it took us a while. You know what I mean? I'd say it probably took us like, oh man, probably a year of going every other week for a year. She would give us homework assignments and stuff to do, and even now, still, we're 25 years in, we still go and we get checked up every once in a while. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I always recommend people go and talk to a professional that could help you because it's hard. I mean, if you ask anybody that's been married more than about 17 seconds, they're going to tell you that it's
Hmm.
not like TV where we just, oh, we're in love and maybe kids be spitting up on you and stanking
And
aunties trying to
right,
mess your marriage
right,
up.
navigate. And the cool thing about therapists is they don't gossip because they got confidentiality agreements. This is why I love being one because I'm in that field. And I was like, and they're like, you have to. It's a safe space.
Hmm.
Be vulnerable. Let it all out. Let all
Yeah.
your stuff out. Let it be known. Whatever you're struggling with, because that person, they don't go gossip and tell all your people that like go back to your husband, go back to your wife, go back to your aunts and uncles and grandmas and grandpas and cousins and kids. No, it's just you and that therapist. That's it. That's
Oh,
it.
all right. I think it's about time to step in now. Now it's time because I know with this topic I tend to dig deep on some situations for real. So a lot of people are not gonna like my answer, but it's observation, right? There's a reason why I say people use love languages to manipulate. So that's why I asked. I don't know if y'all went through that. I guess y'all gave y'all version in a way that I said what's the correct way to use it. Um, or we believe the correct way. So I would say me myself, right? Because I see people tend to use it to say like they let you know at the beginning of the date, or they say you got to talk about these things. Love is something I feel like that should not be negotiated and it should not be a job. But I think a lot of people, because love's so conditional, and people have not learned what unconditional love is. A lot of people's situation is based off what they do for people, and I try to teach people that you should love people for. Hold up, I gotta mute you real quick. You're trying loud. You teach people that you should love people for who they are, and not what they do for you. That's what this unconditional love is. Because you should, just like you do with your kids and all that stuff. Your kids don't have to do anything for you, but you love them. That unloved stuff, all that stuff comes second, whatever it is. I know that's that new stuff where they, oh, I like you and all this other stuff, and or I'm lusting for you and all this. That's what I realize in love is just that extra feeling, because of how this person is or make you feel or something like that, whatever. And then love itself, right? It's supposed to be more of a selfless type thing, right? You're supposed to be giving love. It's not about, I don't even believe it's like a receptive thing because I think, and that's why we're going to get to that part where I said what's the difference between happiness and love because I see people tend to mix those two together, because they're happy, they feel love. That's what it be nowadays. That ain't how love work. But overall, how I believe love languages, and this the part that's gonna get people right. When people favor one, I believe you should have all five of them. You should know all five of them, and if you don't have all five of them, you got to question yourself: why can't I feel or understand or be even grateful for all five of them? Right? Why? I'm a firm believer of nobody would love, right? And I don't. And this is another thing, right? I don't believe people deserve love, right? Because when you put this deserve thing behind it, it brings an entitled mentality, right? Because humans can do whatever they want to do, and I try to teach gratitude more than anything. So you should be grateful that somebody go out their way to show any type of piece of love, even if they want to give a gift or if they wanted to, because like at the end of the day, another human being don't have to do for you. Wife, husband, whatever, daughters, mother, all that stuff, they don't have to give you these things. They get to make that choice. So I try to teach more appreciation because people is actually going out their way to show you something. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that a lot of people today is so conditioned to saying that I want my love this way, and if I don't get it this way, that means you don't love me. No, you don't love yourself first. That's the issue. And that's where this the part that get people, right? because they don't want to go back taking it to themselves. They feel like that is another person's job to give me these things because you put the ring on it, or we're tied, we're one, and all this other stuff. No, you literally have to give yourself these things. Then it's an addition for whatever another person give you. That's an addition to your life. So, and I believe in genuine things. You don't go tit for tat. I ain't doing this because you told me. And the manipulation part on both ends, right? The give of letting people know, right? I believe you set yourself up for the most part for people to use you. You tell them, hey, I mean, this the way I love, and I want you to match this. And some people will use that so you can do it for them because they know that whatever you want them, so they're gonna use that as a manipulation thing. Well, if you don't love me that way, that means you don't really love me for real. So I'm gonna let you know this is how I want my love because I feel so entitled to it. This is how I want it, and it's the only way I can notice it. Instead of rather than saying that, well, it's some issues that I had in my life, or I had some traumas, and it's hard for me to love right now, and must give me a gift, for you must give me words of affirmation, you must give me all these things. No, they don't work like that. So the other part is that that I believe the correct way to use it, right, and I tell people this all the time, how I view it, right? I believe it should be used as a vetting thing, or for the opposite. I'm saying the opposite way, right? If you use love languages, right, it should be your starter kit, as in, okay, my love language is this. I noticed that I'm more receptive to it. Then you use that to become better. Okay, how can I be more receptive to the other four? Even though I believe it's more than just 5 love languages, but you got to say, how can I be more receptive or grateful for the other 4? Then you have to work that within yourselves. One shouldn't trump the other. It should actually be a cycle. You should be like, okay, today I'm feeling gifts of whatever, or acts of services today, or I'm feeling words of affirmation, whatever. That should be a rotation thing because love is supposed to be love regardless. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm getting to, how another way you should use love is use it as a vetting thing. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, I noticed that I pay attention to people, right? I vet people, right? Friends and all. I realized that I got a friend, right? I got a friend that it seemed like he not good at saying I love you, or he's not good at doing hugs or whatever. So what I noticed is that he like quality time, right? Like playing the game, whatever. And he also like gift giving, right? Or you're giving stuff, like so you pay for stuff or whatever. And that's even his game for women nowadays, So that's his form of love. So I know his love language because I'm observant. And the reason why people want to ask people their love language or give them out, because people is not patient anymore to vet. So the whole thing is you want people to figure it out themselves so they can, to know if they're paying attention to you and they really love you for you, not loving you because you told them how to love you. You know what I'm saying? But people is not patient enough nowadays. They always want to rush things. That's why you get rush results. But that's the way I believe that love languages should be used. And that's why I hurt so many people when I talk about this. Because they want people to not navigate the way they wanted to. That's funny. My bad. I ain't want to use his name. He got to mess. Well, basically, I'm getting to it's like they want people to work the way they want. He's right.
And that's what I was saying, Kev. Is that's why a lot of people don't even know how to receive love, because they don't even realize that I may be giving you a love language that you may not understand, but it may feel good. You're like, it may be foreign, but it feels good. So it goes back and forth. Sometimes you teach people the love language that you want, you can give to the other person so that they know what it feels like.
They need to teach themselves. That's the whole point. But ain't no other.
Yeah, no, I know it always goes back down to self.
Yeah, ain't no other person's job to love you but yourself. And it's your job. So like I said, when you lack in something, that's when you have to figure that out. Why can't I see the other ways that people loving me? And they might be trying their hardest. Why can't I see it?
Host, did you?
That's what I was telling Pinball earlier. Is like, how do you love you? If you don't love,
I don't even know what love is, and then ask you for it. How you gonna ask for something you don't even know what is? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's an I issue. From that point, it's not nobody else's issue because they can't give you what you want. That's the whole point. But Anthony, you said what's up?
Yeah, how you doing, host? Did you talk about the acts of service trap?
Yeah, you could talk about it because I even feel like words of affirmation be a trap where that's a form of insecurities because they can't pay attention to actions. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
that's another good point. But the biggest just like in your face scam when it comes to this love language bull crap. I don't believe in it at all. I do believe that there are certain type of styles that may tickle people fancies, but overall, this love language is crap. Is just what it is. Um, I. I have not met a young lady yet who love language is an acts of service. So I mean, and most men and most of our love language is physical touch.
Right.
But it's like it's
Oh,
they
freaky
it's
too.
saturated. It's saturated. It's played out. It may have some truth to it, but it's definitely manipulation 100%. Because here's the thing: how are you gonna continue to want me to do things for you that you don't do for yourself on a regular? How are you gonna want me to buy you things and take you places that you wouldn't take yourself if you weren't with me? You know what I'm saying? So it's a load of baloney. I don't mess with it. If a woman, I ain't gonna say if a woman ever brought it up to me, but I would have some pushback with her and let her know, like, I don't really believe in this. I think maybe all of it together,
Yes.
we need to master and practice all of these together,
Amen.
because that's what
Amen.
makes, you can't just pick and choose. Like, no, no, no. Because that whole acts of service thing, first of all, ma'am, listen, stop acting like the ladies don't carry you. Ladies are on thin ice when it comes to a man doing something for them. They are on thin ice. You get what I'm saying? Because it's been scamming out here, and a lot of flakery going on, and a lot of I'm gonna just say a lot of scamming. Ladies,
Yeah.
if you don't know, you guys carry the reputation of, I'm trying to, how can I say this? You guys don't really have the best reputation when it comes to relationships. I'm not saying it's all women, right? I'm just saying women overall don't carry that good reputation. You know what I'm saying? And then on top of that, it's the whole date thing. Like, men, we're not slow. You know what I'm saying? Like, men are they're starting to kind of wisen up. I'm not saying we're perfect or whatever, but the whole love language thing is more so something that ladies talk about and ladies bring up. Like, you'll rarely catch a guy on his
I ain't
spare
never thought
time.
about that. It is funny.
Yeah,
You know what,
you'll rarely.
Anthony, you're right. Because if you look at love languages and it being those are the basics. It's like going back to simple, just
Yeah,
being simple. But there are love languages that can be bad. Maybe some people like to be a hardcore drug addict, or be a hardcore criminal, and they love that.
yeah,
So that can be love too. So there's bad sides of love too. That's why I was bringing up Psalms 117 earlier, the endurance that you have to go through.
uh,
Hey,
I wanted to talk about the last topic real quick.
Oh, we're not on
People.
that yet. Not yet. Not
Okay,
yet.
okay.
let me
Woo.
jump in, kid. Let me jump
We
in.
baby stepping on this boy. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey, I was thinking because you found a way to get me on this problem with this love language shit again, man. We'd already had this conversation.
I know, boy.
I think he does it like once a
Hey,
year,
guess what? I
Sean.
love you, Sean.
Hey,
Just
Sean,
know that I love you, even if you don't see it. I love you.
he
I
know.
swear, I
Hey,
swear it must be like an anniversary, Sean. Like every year around this time, it's like Kev's like, let me bring up the love
nah,
Yep,
languages.
I'm going to keep bringing it up.
he know. I think he know what to put up there to get my ass on this damn panel. Okay, now I've been thinking because I just heard somebody bring up a scripture, right? So I've done some more research, right? Because when you got me doing research, that means you got me thinking. Okay, so I would say that God has a love language. Okay, let me tell you why. Because in John 2 and 6, it says, "This is love, that we walk in all his commandments." So he's telling you right off the bat a biblical what word is, what love is. Love is an action. And the only way you can show that action to God is being obedient, doing what he say to do, right? So I know somebody gonna say God love is different than our love. I'm gonna have to disagree. So when someone tell you that this is love to them, and they give you how they look at the word love and how it comes across to them, if you don't follow that, I just believe that you don't love that person. Because if you're going to go off the biblical definition of love, you can't say you love God if you don't do what he tell you to do to show that you love him.
Exactly, Sean. And remember, I always say that it's like those women out there. And I'm not all women. I'm just putting that disclaimer out there. I want a man of God. But are you reading the Bible? Are you listening to God? Are you talking to God? Are you praying with God? How are you going to ask for a man that comes from something that you're asking the Most High for, but you ain't even following the Most High?
I realize people just say that. People say that because it sounds good. It's like a dating criteria. It's like a dating mark that you have to have. Like, I want a God fearing man,
I
but
know. I always wondered that, Sean.
you,
I was
but
like,
but you okay with him having sex with you outside of marriage?
right,
You are okay
right.
with him? Yeah. So I think we just use that as a talking point for dating.
I
I don't
agree,
think people
Sean.
really
I
mean
always
that,
wondered
because
that.
if a man is willing to, let's say that, because I
You
don't
know
know
about to
about
put that in a post though.
I won't put. Hey, listen, I stay other. Hey, when I make my videos, Kev, you gotta be very strategic when you make your videos. You know, TikTok is a game, and you just gotta know how to play it, man. But for the most part, I think like when people say they want a God fearing woman or a God fearing man, I know deep down, if I were to say, you know what, I think people love that talking point. But when you get someone who try to follow the Bible as much as they can, you'll realize that a lot of people don't really like the Bible, and they say that they
That's so
do,
true, Sean.
because you'll say you want a God fearing person, but let me say I don't want to have sex before marriage. Man, my dating pool gonna shrink like hell, and that just comes with
Amen.
the territory.
It,
So
it even gets simpler than that. It's like, are we going to pray before our meal? Like, are we at least even going to pray over our
Well, I'm
food?
hungry.
You know what I mean? It gets
I want Kev
even
to answer that
simpler
though.
than
I'm
that.
curious what Kev got to say about that John 2:6. I want to hear what Kev got to say
What?
about that John, when it
It's
start
about
out
that.
saying this is love, and then it
Yeah.
explains what love is, and it's doing what he tell you to do.
Yeah.
What you got to say about that, Kev?
You
Let me hear.
said you did say that it was doing his commandments, right?
Like doing what he tell you to do.
Oh yeah, obey, right? Obeying his commandments, right?
Yeah.
And you know how many commandments he have?
According to the Bible, it's 613.
Yeah, so we gonna get somewhere with that one. That means he gave you 600 and some ways to love him, not just 5 ways or 1 or 2 ways. So he gave you 600 and some ways to do it. So if you at least try to do one, that means you got some form of love in you then.
Nope. That's not what the scripture says. So I don't know how you know. It said, "Ye that break one of these least commandments, break them all." So we
Okay,
have.
that mean we all done for then. That's to mean nobody loves God. So I mean, if you want to go that way, that means technically we none of us can live without God. Then, so it's already it's all,
No,
either we
my
got
point.
God in us. Then
No. It's other things that are back up, like you we're not under that anymore. It's under grace. Well, I'm a point. My point. What I'm saying to that is, even God has a certain way that you have to love Him, and it's not based upon what you could do for Him. It's based upon. It's not what you have offered. It's not based upon what we could offer Him. It's based upon the standards that He set for us, and if we could meet those expectations. So that's the same way with me. When I meet a woman, if I say this is how I want to be loved, it's the expectations of what I deem to be love to me. And if you are willing to love me, you should be able to follow those things. So I don't think that asking someone to do something outside of what the biblical text says as far as love, I think that'd be hard.
so let's
Well,
do this then,
and
right?
that's what John,
Well, hold on,
what John,
let us get our back and forth real quick, man. He might have to just slide like that. So all right. So I like that you said the one side of it, right? But look how lovely God is, right? That's funny. I use lovely now. I didn't say navigator.
No,
I
that's
said lovely now.
good. That's a good one.
So now the opposite way, right? God didn't. We didn't. The funny part is God still continues to love us. We didn't say, hey, I don't see that you love me, God. Regardless of what it is, he didn't give us a special way. So regardless, he's loving us no matter what we do, because so here's not his love. That's the reason why we know his different, right? Because his love is not conditional. It's agape, which a lot of people don't have. You feel me? So that he's the true definition of what they call that junk? What they call it? You say your banana. He's the true definition of unconditional love. So that means, regardless of what you do to him or what you say, or if you don't love him, he's still gonna love you. It don't show nothing where he don't. I know it ain't no verse that show that he just stopped loving people.
Yeah,
So why we can't be that
Ecclesiasticus 12
God
and
part? You
6.
know what I'm saying? Why we can't love people regardless of what they do?
Hold on, I'm gonna give you this. You say it's no scripture. Ecclesiasticus 12 and 6. It said God hates sinners.
Okay.
Sinners.
You didn't
That's a
say you didn't
person.
love him.
That's a person. Hate. Okay, what is that? Okay, well, hold up.
It is
Let's ask you. So if you saying you hate something, that's not love. My
right.
main
That's
purpose
just another
is
feeling. Right. That's another feeling. I can still not like somebody and love them. I can hate
I
somebody and
agree.
still love them too. Because hate
Huh?
just mean we looked at definition together. It just mean a strong dislike.
Yeah, but that's the
Hate,
thing
hate
because
and love is not the opposite. We looked that up already too. That's not the
But
opposite.
if we but okay, but hold on,
what
Leslie.
the Bible says though is abide in thy love. Like with John 15, well 9 and 10, as the Father hath loved me, so have I loved you. Continue ye in my love. If ye keep my commandments, ye shall abide in my love, even as if I have kept my Father's commandments and abide in his love.
And
So
and
it's
and it
abiding.
also says that those who say they love me and don't keep my commandments is a liar. That's what he said. That
Yes,
those that say
yes.
they love
That
me
is the
and do
other
not keep
side,
my
Sean. We know that. There's
so
always
so so if it's saying that if God's saying that if you saying you love God
Who
and
gonna
God
stop
say
me?
what?
Who gonna stop me?
That's like loving yourself.
I
Like
mean,
love
I was talking. I don't know
love
what the hell happened. You got it.
abide.
No,
Is
for real,
that
who
what
gonna
you
stop me though?
Crystal?
Stop
Abide?
manipulating people with love
Right.
languages.
I thought love was like an
That's not even how you
emotion.
spell manipulate.
We know that it was
Love
from the other day. He know it.
love is like the emotion or it's like a manipulation to turn like hate into I could say to turn hate into love. It's like a force or something like that. It can be tough at some point, but I see like love is not like a manipulation. Only way love is a manipulation is when you're searching for it outside of yourself and enforcing it on somebody else when you have no accountability of loving yourself.
Hey man, I like that. I agree.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Thank you, Crystal.
Hold on.
Oh,
Now,
she was
okay,
speaking on what
are
we
we
were
going to use
saying,
different?
Sean.
But love is an emotion also because it's the emotion, it's the type of vulnerability and capability and stability to withstand and withhold somebody's love without judging them. Love is not, it's like an unjudgmental thing. Like we
That's
don't
not the
judge. Like we
definition of
forgive.
that, ma'am. That's not the definition of
Can I
love. That is.
finish? If we forgive somebody, if we can forgive somebody and understand, I don't want to say certain words and certain labels of things, but at the end of the day, I say it's still love is an emotion. It's not like something you can a light switch like you can turn on and off. You get what I'm saying? Because
Hold on,
once
but
you
so
okay, go ahead.
hold on. This is where it get hard to have these conversations because if we're gonna have conversations, it got to be based upon what the definition of word a word mean, not what we think it mean
It
and
means
what it means to us.
evolving.
Hold on, let me hold on. No. It ain't. You can't tell. So if someone made a do rag, and then 10 years down the road somebody said a do rag means something else, you can't determine if how something evolved besides the person who made the word. So the person who made the word and the definition of what love is, you can't say it evolved. That word and definition means the same. So once again, love, you can love your. When people talk about self love, okay, that's something that someone made up after the word love because it was love first and then it was self-love. If you're a biblical person, because I'm talking the only person, most time I'll be talking about biblical things, I'm talking about Lovely and Kev. I don't know if nobody else on this panel believe in none of that stuff, right? So it's no such thing as self-love in the Bible. Love is love in the Bible. Don't no self-love, is no none of that shit, right? So
I
love
love
is
you like I love myself, but if you don't love me, then I can't embrace that. You know,
okay, okay, no, okay. Now I'm going to use your logic, right? Let's go with your logic. So
okay.
if you love yourself and you know what it requires to love yourself, why would you accept anything less from someone outside of you that you give yourself? Do that make any sense?
They don't make no sense because I can't do that.
So okay, so that means it's only fair that if you know what it requires to love yourself and how to keep yourself full, which the scripture say, "My cup runneth over," that means that your cup needs to stay full at all times. So if you know what it takes to keep yourself full at all times, that means when you meet someone, you're going to give them the instructions to keep your cup full, and they're going to give you instructions to keep themselves full, right? If you can't meet those standards of those people, then you should leave those people alone and don't try to say it's some type of form of manipulation. It ain't
So
manipulation because they telling you up front.
it's like that love, like you said, that's fulfilled. It's like it's a balance, like we pour into each other's cup. Like it's not emptying another's cup. Like if they need, it's like something that they didn't got that you give. Or if they ain't loving themselves right now at the minute, it's something that you got and you give. It's like to uplift or to pour in their cup, sort of to say. But not loving yourself, not what I'm meaning as a bad thing, because sometimes we can be it can come to a point that we have to have some type of understanding. That's when I say we can't imply anything or force anything on anyone or whatever. Like love is patient and love is kind, but it's not a forceful act. It's not a tough thing. It's like a balance of sort or some sort of.
Patience, kindness, forgiveness, so it holds no yes, that's the full verse on it. But yeah.
Mhm.
Um
So how
also
do
he did say
so
love
what is
your enemy
standards?
too. He said love your enemy too. So
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean
yeah. Okay, yeah. It say love your enemy. It say he hate sinners. He hate workers of iniquity. I get all of that. My point, damn. My point is, oh, okay. Let's say a woman. Let's just go with this one. This is why I feel like the logic doesn't line up for me. Let's just say a woman were to get with a man and he mistreat her, right? We would say that she don't love herself. Why is she accepting that from that man, right? So how do we determine the difference from someone just accepting the lowness of someone, low vibration of someone, compared to someone who loves themselves, right? So I think if you love yourself, you would know like certain things you just wouldn't tolerate, right? So if I know what it takes to keep, once again, in your past relationship, this with anybody, why did you leave those relationships? Because if love, you should just be acceptance, whatever love someone give you, right? You should not leave no relationship that you've ever been in. That means that everybody should only have one person in their life and never move from relationship to relationship. Based upon how y'all are looking at love, you should just accept whatever someone give to you because that's their best way of showing love.
Well, some people weren't actually brought up and taught, how to love when it comes to, like you said, in a relationship. Some people wouldn't taught how to love. Say they learn by experience of, like I say, a man teaches them what they had without, but they go through experiences. It's a thing called tough love too, where you have to learn how to love, but you also taught how to love also in some such a form. And then you can't. It's called emotional accountability, emotional stability, emotional security, a such thing as that, to where you have to be, in order to uphold and withhold that type of love. Like it's like a balance. It's like we're not going back and forth and distracting. We're trying to attract, and that attracting comes from us understanding, you know what I'm saying, each other, and us coming to a common type of a common sense with each other. Because when you don't understand each other in this chaos, then you set your boundaries. And it's such thing as boundaries being respected, because sometimes you need your space. Like, hold up, I need to back up off of this and check and get myself together, because it just comes to those certain things at that point. It's like you said,
Would you
you pull
accept? Would you be with a man that say he love you but cheat? Would you be with him?
No, that's not accepting. That's like it's the emotional boundaries. Like I said, some people they accept that, because I said some people are taught into that you have to submit, and when you don't get love, you depend on it so much to where it can become your weakness. Your kindness become your weakness, because it's all you such an independent dependent upon. That's why I say something in sort of way you don't love yourself, like you searching for love, and then you search for it in somebody else. So we come into agreement. Of course, you can love yourself. Like when they say soulmates and twin flames, if that ain't the one, that ain't the one. Then just move on. But you ain't gotta. It's a certain way you move on. You don't move right on into somebody else. You move on into like with yourself. Like have time, take time, and be with yourself for a while, and figure yourself out, get yourself together, because if it didn't work, that means you didn't have yourself together, and it's okay, but y'all can work together also. But to each his own. You ain't got to accept nothing that you don't want to. That's your boundaries. And some people have to respect that. It got to be a respect. That's why I say emotional stability and emotional maturity.
And that's the reason I love that you brought that up, Crystal. It's a matter of like love was presented all throughout the Bible. So was hate. You know, it's your discernment that really has to come in. I did a whole like thing on this love thing. This love thing, because love can be so misinterpreted or misunderstood, miscommunicated. Maybe I'm giving you the wrong love language and you're giving me the right love language, or vice versa. You know, and look at how powerful love is. But a lot of people don't look at the hindsight of it from the Most High. What is the Most High's love first? And how do I love like the Most High? I want this agape love. I want this amazing grace. I want this mercy. Nobody wakes up in the morning and hopes to have a unloving day. I don't wake up saying, I hope I'm unloved today. Most people are seeking love. They're seeking kindness. They're seeking grace. They're seeking forgiveness, you know, because we've all messed up, you know, or sometimes they need to be hitting the you know what, and be told you need to take some accountability. That's love. Holding somebody accountable can be love too. That's that endurance that comes in. That's that fight that we put in for the love. That's why I brought up all these verses. I've like literally broke this down on love. It's so powerful.
You know, I like love. We like love. I believe if we look at love for what it is, love is a biochemical reaction to a family unit to be able to produce offspring. Sorry for saying it, but why? Why do we feel that way when we interact with different human beings? We feel that way because our species has to have some kind of a glue to connect us to one another, to go the 14 years, the 11 years, which it takes to bring that offspring to a certain point to where it can survive and reproduce more of us. Literally, love is a thing that we feel, but it is a result of human mating, human beings being able to reproduce one another.
Where can we find this information that you're saying? Where can we find this at outside of your brain? Where can we find this on paper anywhere to back up what you're saying?
Well, we can find it. We can
I
find.
would say it's experience.
We
Because
can
I'm
find
saying at this point, this shit is getting weird. I feel like
hold
I'm
up,
on planet Earth and y'all, somebody on Mars, one of us on Pluto. Like we talking different languages over here, right? So
hold up.
uh, we got to use the definition of what love is and just use that definition. By everybody giving what they think it is, this conversation is just going to stay stagnant.
No, it's actually very stimulating. I find it very interesting. Love is where you put it.
Where is
Love,
that at? Show me where I can find that on paper where we could be like, okay, love is where you put it. Like show us. We need somewhere a source. Like
hold,
outside of your brain, it has to be a source that you get this information from.
there is none because it's an emotional feeling.
You can't say that because you didn't make up the word love. You can't take somebody else's word and then make your own shit. No, I ain't working. You
Well, I
can't
can
take
say
you can't take someone word and then put your own twist on it. So if you want to use a different word, use your own word that you come up with, but you can't use someone else's word and then put your own definition on it.
Okay, I will. Reproductive glue.
Okay,
Reproductive
well
relationship
that's
glue.
not on the
let's
prompt.
put somebody's
So
word
hold on,
on
hold on.
Reproductive.
Reproductive glue on love on reproductive languages not on the prompt. It's we
bonding.
talking about
There
love
needs to be
language.
something to bind the family
He's
unit.
talking about
But
bonding.
What will
but
bind the
sharing
family
sharing
unit?
Yeah,
What
this
Well,
will
getting weird.
sharing,
family
sharing, but
unit? Because
sharing
the
to
human
agree
being,
with what
the
what
human
Sean
being
is
has the
saying.
ability to
You know,
understand who
there
they
are
should
people
interact with,
sharing,
and who they shouldn't, who
sharing.
they
There
should.
are people out here that we love in life that we don't sleep
Right.
with. We love our
Sean, can I hear
children.
your perspective? Can I hear Sean's
Yeah,
perspective on that? Because it
yeah.
seems like he's
Please,
trying to
Sean.
give us
Please, Sean.
his also
It's the
understanding.
glue,
I
man.
listen. I
It's the
listen to it.
glue that sticks us together. That makes
Sean, do
us
you
stay
love
as a family
Sean?
unit.
Are you like Sean? I just want to know that. Like, what is your what are your perspective on love? It's an action. It's a mind over heart decision. At the same time, the mind governs the heart. The love, the heart is it's an emotional creature. That's what we talk about. The woman and the man should be the head, and the leader and all that such when it comes to the heart or whatever like that. To guard the heart, the feminine, divine feminine, like the heart. And I don't mean to be talking all in ways that everybody has their own love language, like I said. But what's your language of love, Sean?
I go by the biblical definition of love. And if you go off the definition of love outside of the Bible, it's still an action. So the definition outside the Bible matches with the definition of the Bible. So when they say that if you love me, you would keep my commandments, and those who say they love me and don't keep my commandments is a liar, is basically saying how we show God we love him by doing what he require us to do. So if
Who
my
is
woman loved me, she
who is
would do the things that I require her to do. And if I love her, I would do the things she require of me to do to make her happy.
True.
Not
Plain
at
and
who is
all.
simple.
God?
Not.
That's
Who is
true.
God?
That's balance. That's balance. Balance is key.
I. I
That's
think.
the definition. Now, if you're going to give me a definition outside of the Bible, I take that. But if you give me the definition outside the Bible, it still is an action. So
So.
who gets to determine what that action is?
So Sean, can I say something to that? I would like to say you can't really compare that because God looks at himself as a father. That's something that you do to a father. You in order to be
That's
characterized as
that's
a,
not what the scripture says,
no,
though.
no, no.
You add
So
something.
so Sean, what I'm saying
Yes.
that is what
It's
the
super.
scripture says. He's God the Father. He said, if you love me, you'll obey my commandments. Why call me Lord, Lord, and not do what I say? That's something fathers do. You wouldn't necessarily be a father. You would be rebellious to not obey that. So equating that with your wife is I see what you're saying, but it's a misunderstanding because you can't say that and use that text to try to relate to your response to prove your point because you're not a father to your wife. You're the husband to your wife. You sacrifice. That's why the scripture I would have used is the one where Christ
The Holy
love.
Spirit.
It says love your wife as Christ loved the church and as he gave up himself for the church, meaning that you should be able to sacrifice to the highest extent for your wife because God Jesus Christ did that. He gave up his life for the church technically. So that should have been what you said. But when you say that, you kind of prove what the women do say that don't want to listen. You prove them right by saying that, like, oh, I have to obey my man. I don't want to obey my man. You kind of prove them right because you know what I'm saying. Like you're looking for a child. Your wife is not your child.
Good point.
So I
She's a
tell you what you okay. I tell you what you just did, right? Now
Uh huh.
this is okay. This I tell you what you just did. Now the scripture give us the definition of what love is. Now you giving context don't take away nothing from it. So what you just did was hold on when he's telling us as humans how to love other humans, right? What you're doing is you trying to take the context of saying, oh, it's a father, and that's something that a father. No, that's not what the scripture says. It's telling us how we love. And the scripture I gave is several scriptures that back up that scripture that says, like, if you love. So you can say God the Father. So if that's the case, then when you say God so loved the world, or when God say love thy neighbor, we could use your excuse and say, well, you're only supposed to
Y'all
love the
can't
Father.
hear this story.
Wait, man,
It's
hold
that's
on. I'm
a book fight.
talking. Damn.
It's a book fight.
If I use your
It's not a good fight,
He
man.
finna crash out, y'all.
It's a book
who,
fight.
who for the crash out?
It's a
You.
You
Let
about
him
to crash?
talk. Let
I'm
him
about to
talk.
crash you in this comment.
Everybody just be
Yeah, yeah,
see.
yeah,
respectful.
yeah.
How you
I just
how you
crashed
gonna
you.
argue
Wait,
one
wait,
view
hold
against
on,
another
Sir
view?
Sharon.
Just
Now
let him talk.
I just crashed you right in the comments. How you
nah,
like that?
Sean. What are you saying though? What are you saying? Because I don't think you know what my response is. I didn't give my response. I'm saying I was trying to say based off what you said previously. what you were saying, you use that scripture to back up what you're saying. You can't. I'm saying it would contradict what you're saying,
No,
because
it
saying
doesn't. No,
the
it
reason.
doesn't.
Hold on, catch this though. Let me give you the understanding why I
I
say
didn't get a
that.
chance to finish my point. Somebody came up here and said I was about to crash out.
But
So I
I was
never
about
got a
to.
chance to finish.
I was about
So
to say
elaborate.
the reason why
Talk.
I said that. The reason
Just
why I would
talk.
say the
Talk.
reason why I would say it would contradict that is because when you said God would say obey him, but I'm saying he said that because he's looked at as a father. He characterized, and even in the Bible, Jesus Christ said, God the Father, I do nothing that my father doesn't tell me to do, right? Because he's a father. That's something that you do towards your father. But your wife, you brought up the instance with your wife. Your wife is not your child. She's another adult, another human being. She shouldn't have to, she should submit, but it's not under the same obedience as a child. It's
Is
not the
Jesus our
same
Father? Hold on. Is
expectation.
Jesus our Father?
No, he's not.
So thank you. That scripture is not talking about God talking. That is Jesus.
No. I didn't give a scripture. You gave the scripture.
No, but I know, but you told me what my scripture is talking about, a father figure.
You
Jesus
got
is not our, the scripture I gave
We
is not
didn't
talking
mention.
about,
We
y'all
didn't
can,
mention Jesus. You didn't mention
you
Jesus.
listen, can I finish? Y'all keep, the scripture that I brought up, and then you tell me that I used the wrong one. You talk about from a father standpoint, right? But in that scripture, what you said, what you were trying to tell me, I used the wrong one. That's not God talking. That is Jesus talking. So Jesus is not our father. So when you start using a father aspect, you can't use the scripture that I gave because that's not God talking. That's Jesus talking to us. So Jesus
Okay,
is
so I
not our
have
father.
But if y'all
the
want to use the
understanding.
scripture when it comes to a woman, y'all make sure you use Proverbs 31. That means a woman with a vision. That means, like I said, a man he can be the head. He's supposed to be the leader. He is the head because he's the governor. That's why I said the mind versus the heart, and it's head over heart. You see, the
So
woman
no,
is an
so
Hey,
emotional.
nobody.
Crystal,
A
show me.
woman
Hey,
is an
hold on.
emotional
Hey,
creature
Crystal,
at the end of the day.
show me where the head means the leader. Show me that. Show me where it says the head is the leader.
I said the head governs, the mind governs the heart. You know, a woman, like a man, he is to be crowned. He is a king. Now, don't spook me about my labels. Just hear me out. A man is a king, okay, and a woman, he rules. He rules over his nation, his king, which is his heart, and that is a woman. That is his intuition. At the end of the day, he also she. That don't mean she's the leader. A man should lead, but a woman also leads by listening, and then she guides off of her intuition by guiding him. Now it's a thing when he say submitting to a woman, like you're right, like you said, Sean, you're right. I heard everything you said
So
about that. I said, where is your heart at? You know what I'm saying about boundaries. If that didn't suit you, then you go ahead and you learn from that. You learn from that. It's an experience.
so
Love is an experience.
if we go back to
Love
love,
is an
Crystal,
experience. Can
if
I
we
finish, please? I think I'll let you speak. I'm gonna wrap it up now and land my plane. Love is an experience, it's like a roller coaster. We go up and we go down and we go round, you know what I'm saying? And some people like they say, soul flames, soulmate, twin flames, or however that talk goes, if you find somebody that you feel like was the one and you can't get over them, it's a lesson. That means, you know what I'm saying? Either you go back and you try to pursue that after what you learned, or you go on and carry on with somebody else, depending on that lesson that you learned from them. Was it love, or did you feel like they made you hate? So you got to search yourself within that.
right, that part. Yeah, that love and hate part, because
It's okay,
and just
Shannon.
to
It's
get
okay.
back on the topic, if we go back to love, so are we loving the most high, the most that we need to love the most high, or are we loving the flesh more? Are we loving people more? Are we giving more of our energy to the flesh? But it should be our spirit. Without, we have to feed
Yeah.
ourselves. Remember, it goes back to self. We were talking about self-love earlier,
So get
self-awareness.
your love back. Excuse me. I did the same thing.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So I did the same thing I
What
told
else,
you.
sweetie?
We get your love, baby. When we give somebody that love that we feel like we're missing and we give it away to them, go get your power, go get your love back, and you take that back what you gave them, because that's like a mirror reflection of you, and you just learn from it, baby. You like, if somebody can drain you when you give your love away, baby, you gave it for a reason, and it's a lesson. You didn't give it away. It ain't no loss. It's a lesson.
And have
It's a
you ever
lesson.
left a man? Have you ever left a man, Crystal? Have you ever left a man?
Yes, I have.
Uh, okay,
Thanks.
not to get too personal, but
Yeah.
if well, I don't know if you agree with everybody else saying about if you're supposed to just accept the type of love people give you, you can't control that. why do you think people leave relationships? If according to the logic that you should just accept people, whatever love they have to offer you, you should be appreciative of that love. Why do people leave relationships if they're
Because
not happy? Like, what is the
they're
reason?
not getting reciprocated. That love is not reciprocated back. Like if you give, you expect it back. What you give is not an equal, is not an even balance of things, and that's why they leave because it's a one sided thing. I gave you this, so I'm expecting it back, and I don't get it. They leave feeling like they might as well be alone, so they're still without. So they go searching for what they gave, and they can't get back from who they gave it to. So they go searching for that, and it's like they feel like that's the only it's them. You go searching for yourself at the end of the day. You know, I see it. I have left, and I have left myself. I have left myself, lost myself in places. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't get myself back out of. You know, it's a reciprocation thing, and so I go searching for it. And I guarantee you, you know, it'll be found. You find yourself in other people, but where you left it ain't where you supposed to. It's supposed to probably be meant for somebody else. And trust me, it'll be out there, you know, somewhere because that's you, that's yours.
So do you think people could teach people how to love them, or they people should just know how to love you?
It goes to both are the same. You know, we learn to love, so we teach it also by, you know, teaching it is not about teaching somebody that don't know how to love. Teaching is we teaching each other how to love each other like our own way. Like we both two different people. At the end of the day, we're not equal, but we become equal though because we have to learn each other. That's like dating, getting to talking, get to knowing somebody, you know, with it not being no rush or anything like that, because lust and love can be two different things. And one of us is flesh and one is a spirit. One is pure and one is not. And you know the difference.
Crystal spoke on something very, very powerful because sometimes it's not like, yeah, we learn love, but sometimes we have to create it. We have to create it. We're especially if we're giving it to ourselves, we have to build the love that we want to receive so that we know what it's going to be like when it's presented to us.
What,
You know,
what
sometimes
how
we have
you
to,
love? Hold on. How you love the last man?
it's
I
not going
don't
to be the
believe in that
same
stuff.
way.
I believe that. I
You're
believe
right,
that you have to.
Sean.
You can't love me the way you love your previous relationship.
No,
That
Right,
ain't gonna work on me.
right.
Hold on, hold
no,
on.
you
You
know
gonna have
better.
to.
Hold
You
on,
gonna
hold
have
on,
to
hold on.
love me
Because I
the
want to
way.
jump in.
You're gonna have to love me the way I say I want to be loved. If you can't do that, your ass gonna have to just kick rocks.
You're
You
not
ain't
the
gonna. I'm
same
not gonna
person
accept
as that
anything.
last person, baby. That's not possible. That don't make sense. Can't nobody
Say,
love you like they love the other because that's not the same. No,
well,
baby.
according to the prompt, that is called manipulation when you having these love languages, right? So you should just accept. Not, I'm not saying it. This is what the host is saying. I heard him say it several times. So Kev, get up, get off mute. Whatever you go, it's time for you to jump in, host.
Can y'all
Okay.
hear me? He's
The
on the phone.
manipulation is like when you try to want expecting somebody to
Hey, hold
love
on,
you like the
hold
last
on,
person
wait.
loved
Hey, go
you.
ahead, honest. I didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I ain't gonna lie, I've been listening for hella long. Um, man, so I believe you gotta teach somebody how to love you because whatever the fuck you may think love is, that person may not look at that shit as love. Like some people be looking at um certain things like if you was used to talking to somebody a certain way and you be like, oh, that's just me giving you what people be saying when they say oh, I just talk like that. No, you better fix your how you talk because it's disrespectful. Or you could sit up here and some people might want to play fight as as a love language. Hey, nah, hey, don't put your hands on me. I don't see that shit as love. You keep your fucking hands to yourself. And the thing is, you gotta teach somebody what's your love like. This is why they say you gotta learn your partner. You literally gotta learn your partner because your partner gonna show you how they just naturally gonna have a reaction to how you love. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, let's say you sitting up here massaging your partner. They could see that shit as like, damn, they love me. She sit up here and go out her way every day after work to sit up here and give me a massage. You get what I'm saying? So they can appreciate that. Versus somebody who's sitting up here talking about I love you, but you disrespectful. You don't love me if you disrespectful. So I get what Sean's saying. You cannot come at me with that shit from your past. Cause some people be sitting up here feeling like the shit that you was doing in your last relationship and how you was treating the last person, that you could come over here and do the same thing. No, that's not cool. That's what that motherfucker tolerated. That's not what I tolerate.
There you go, baby. There you go. Because you can't take the same into the next. You can't take what you had in the past. You can't bring it to into the present or the future. What you try to carry on with, that shit don't work like that.
And that's why we see relationships not working, is because everybody's trying to compare what they did in their past. Well, you went through this and I went through this. No, it's not about that.
That be the problem right there.
Hey, what Music Soul Child? Hold on. What Music Soul Child said? Teach me how to love. See that? You gotta listen to that Music Soul Child. He
But
told
that's
you.
for people who don't know how to love.
But that song was originally a song for the
Like,
Lord.
if
Like
both
they made
people
him change his
teaching you
lyrics.
about you.
But if both people come into the relationship knowing how to love, like you don't have to teach this like, oh, this is disrespectful. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It's learning about each other. Like if you meet somebody that you don't know, you know what I'm saying? Y'all have to learn each other and learn. Do you like this? What you like? Do you know what's your favorite color? What you want to do?
yeah,
But you're not just learning each other. You're teaching another.
but you guys are talking
too.
about the details of it, right? So like there's the basic foundation of love, right? The love languages, you should be able to love in all those languages,
Right.
correct? But the detail is, okay, let's say gift giving, right? You're giving gifts. Now, if you're not giving the gift specific to the person, that's where you're going wrong. But you're gift giving. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, it's like giving somebody something that you don't know if they like that or not, but know what they like in order to, it's the gift is not all
right, but
material. It's like, yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
But hold on, but this is where the manipulation play, right? Whoever invented love did not invent love languages, right? So those are two different time periods from love and love language, right? So I would say the manipulation is taking these 5 so-called love languages and trying to blanket that over the masses of people, right? That to me is manipulation, because you can't take the root of what love means and then someone else hundreds of years later come up with love languages and then try to erase what the real definition of love means. I would say manipulation is trying to have people under this category of these 5 love languages, and if they can't perform outside of that, like it got to be some type of manipulation. I just believe that love is love. I don't care about the love language. Love is love. So if I say this is what I require, like everybody grow up in totally different, right? Everybody's circumstances is different. Some people think certain love. Some people think like calling each other name is a form of love. So you have to teach people how to love you, because everyone don't look at that word the same. That's not a universal way where you be like, okay, I love this, I love that. No, everybody look at love totally different. You may be thinking,
you know what? I totally
Sean,
agree.
remember when you brought up the commandments earlier, and even Kev responded, there's 613 throughout the whole Bible, but most people focus on the 10 commandments. The 10 commandments.
Well,
There's
I was
a
going to
lot
say
more
this.
commandments. It's like the 5 love languages. There's way more. Like Kev said earlier, there's more than 5.
Well,
So the 5 is to be able to sense. It's like the 5 senses: smelling, hearing, seeing. You know what I'm saying? Those are 5 senses of love, and that 6th one, that's like it's an emotion. It's a feeling. You know what I'm saying? It's a feeling, but it's more than that. What I'm saying, it's a connection when it comes between both you two. When those 5 senses connect, like you said about those 10 commandments in this law, you cannot break them. It's like breaking the heart, and y'all come together to agree on that. We ain't gonna do this, we ain't gonna do that, we ain't gonna do that. It's like it's more than 5 senses. Those 5 senses, that one becomes that one. Like you said.
These
I
conversations.
would like to add on to this particular subject is to say just what Sean was saying. Everybody loves different, because I was raised with 1 John 4:8 when it says, "Whoever does not love does not know God, because God is love."
Right.
I said that earlier, man.
Yeah, because that's the kind of love I was raised on: unconditional self-sacrifice, mutual respect, forgiveness, reflecting God, commitment, and those things come from the biblical aspect of love. Because when a man and woman comes together, it's like when two people are in the name of God come. That's when God is present. So that was the unification between man and woman, was that God is always present with them because He is the love between them. That is the bond, because that's really where the creation, where everything begins, is that seed being planted. So the love that we're talking about is more like eros. It's a selfish love versus agape, which is unconditional love. And eros is the love that we live by now, which is really selfish and it's manipulative because it only deals with self gratification. It has nothing to do with building a relationship with God, with your partner, so that everything that you guys go through, you go through with God, because you know that you're going to be in for a lot of storms to come besides sunny days. You know what I mean?
True. Yes. Cause we gonna have to go through that. It's like when I'm weak, if I'm weak, you know what I'm saying. I'm depending on your strength. Then I expect you to be strong for me, and it's vice versa. We have to balance each other out at the end of the day. It's like when we say through sickness and health, and through the worst and this and that. It's like a form of commitment, not like marriage, but it's still a form of commitment when we go by that law, not to break them commandments. So we gonna commit with each other, be true, and stay loyal to each other. No matter, we can weather the storms or whatever, because we both have passes and we both have those pasts be those demons that we have to fight in order, what I'm saying, to come across and to overcome that hurt so we can heal, and it ain't about, healing healing the other person. It's like we healing together because we both been through. Ain't nobody perfect. We have flaws and all. But
Well, that's
we
not
have
what,
to
Ephesians.
Can I,
Ephesians says differently than that. But go ahead.
Commitment be
so
different.
can I interject on that real quick before we leave this? Because I think this is a good conversation. What's up, y'all? First of all, what's
What
happening?
up, y'all?
What up?
Let
Peace and
me
love,
just do
brother.
this real quick. I think we on open paddle, but touch the screen, people. I just got in. I ain't touched it but a couple of times, but that's okay because I'm gonna make up for it, just like everybody else should. Go on, touch the screen, people. Make sure to keep this live cracking. Hearts. If you want to subscribe to my boy, do that, please. If you want to give gifts to anybody that you hear that's making a good point, that's all right too. You can do that. Ain't nobody mad at you. You know what I mean? We don't know. I mean, I don't know if there's a such thing as unconditional love. I personally don't believe that a human is capable of doing that, but
I'll
it
teach you.
is capable of touching the screen love. I know y'all can do that.
He didn't
And
actually tell.
that's what we can do. Even if you don't like it, touch it and touch the screen as you being mad at the screen. See, that's okay. We can do that too. As long as you do is make some hearts, make the live stays living. That's all I can say about that. But if you don't mind, I heard Sean say something about the love being before the actual love languages, which I understand the point, but I think that we are kind of making this too much. Like we're going too deep on something that is not meant to be deep. Love languages is nothing but making it easy to categorize, to talk about. That's it. We like love. It's just like saying language itself, right? Is communication. But how many different languages are in the planet? Depending on where you come from, you speak a different language, right? That doesn't mean that language itself is now being manipulated. No, it's just that's what happens when you talk about it. Now, the love languages have been studied, and everything that we do pretty much in general can be summed up into one of those love languages. So, and it's only about how you display and how you recognize love. That's all it is. So I think a lot of times when people hear this and we start talking about it, we start talking about way too much, getting too cerebral into what this is. And it's basically a labeling system. It's how you look at it, how you receive it. So if it's, gifts of service or acts of service, right? That means though that basically is saying any person who their default thing is they want to do something for you. They want to cook.
Right.
They want to go out. They want to clean the
Exactly.
car. That's all of that shit goes into that one love language, right?
I
But
like that you
everybody,
said that.
and so how it is it's just a simplified version. And if you look at it, those love languages, quote unquote, pretty much cover all of our human activities. And that's how we display our love, whatever love means to us. And however you recognize it,
Be a future champion. You know,
it doesn't mean that it's only one that you have to have, right?
Right.
It's just saying what is your predominant go-to. So your default is, hey, we can have a great relationship, but if they don't tell me, right? If they don't have these words of confirmation, then I don't feel loved, because that's one thing that I need myself. And usually the things that we want are the things that we naturally do to other people, right? So I think that's a good way to look at it. It's not necessarily a tell-all and it's gonna, is a pinpoint, but it's just a general. And if you really look at it, everything we do kind of falls into those love languages. So I just wanted to say that before we got too far, because I see the conversation is moving.
Hey, cousin, answer this one too, cousin, because I heard you say it. I want to get your perspective on this. Why do you believe that no person can love unconditionally? Why you say that? I'm curious.
Because being a human is a condition by itself. Like period. Like there's nothing that we go through that has no condition. So,
But don't we love our family members unconditionally?
No. There is no condition. Even breathing has a condition, right? Time, everything that we know about has one condition or another. Now,
Can I just say to this? Can I speak to that?
Yeah, but I'm
Love
saying
has
is,
boundaries.
so if
Hold on, let him finish. Hold on, let him finish.
every emotion has a condition because it has to have something to spark it, right? So even if you said unconditional love, well, the fact that you were born made it a condition. Hey, how you doing, Mama? All right.
Just let me. Can I speak to it now?
So I'm just talking about on the technical level. There is no unconditional, if you can understand. But okay. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, because the word conditioning means just you're putting a person into a practice of something. When you're talking about conditioning, right? And then there are conditions, which means there are stipulations on something. That's the if you meet these certain particular parameters or whatever, then you get it. Then that's another condition, right? But what we're talking about is unconditional love. Is like the love you have for your mom, your dad, your family, your children. You display unconditional love because no matter you don't have to like them, you don't have to want to even be around them. But love in itself is unconditional because it's a bond that is beyond like or dislike. Right?
So
A lot of times you may not like what your children do. They may do something that was totally reprehensible, but you still love the child, and you still going to stick up for your child under you know what I'm saying? I mean, be honest.
It's kind of like the unconditional love that you can show to the stranger sitting outside of the gas station and you give them $2. Is that unconditional?
Right, that's unconditional. You didn't give it to him for a reason.
You ain't judging them.
Y'all gotta mute father. Somebody mute father. Fathers.
I'm saying we don't even
How the heck you ain't mute him, man? That's crazy.
We don't even love ourselves unconditionally.
Unconditional love is non-judgmental.
Crystal. Hold on. Our host trying to talk.
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't know how y'all even hear each other. Y'all 3 people talking at one time. That's crazy.
I don't have access to mute people because this isn't the page. So.
You switch it again?
What happened?
No, you got to realize I don't have full access to this page till I go live and shit.
So you over here flexing my stuff for no reason, man? Boy,
It's all love.
bring my belt around here, get in trouble.
It's all love.
All right.
Listen, y'all, unconditional love is like it's no judgment. Like when he said we have family.
I thought Kel was you was talking on Kel.
Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say. I think
You gotta
y'all
speak up, man.
I think it's my thumb that's on this thing, man. That's what it is. But that's one. But yeah, y'all had y'all fun though. Now it's time for me to ruin it now. Because let's go ahead and get to that unconditional love thing, man. Because I know that it's hard for everybody to do it because everybody in this world so conditioned. So if you just look up the definition, that's what made me change my mind about. Because I used to be like that. I'd be like, hey, you know, such thing as unconditional love. I ain't never heard of unconditional hate. I ain't never heard. So what I realized is just unconditional love is I love somebody with no attachments. Basically, you don't have to. They don't have to do nothing for you. You can still express your love or have a love for someone. And all to sum it up, to make it quicker, right? And that's what I try to teach people. And this is how it can help you in relationships, right? Is that you love somebody for who they are and not what they do for you. And that's just that. It's really just that simple. Like you can love your dad if he's toxic or something like that. You realize he's a toxic type person. You still can love him. You might not love what he do for you. And that's how God love. That's how I wonder how we keep throwing God's love in there. And love, God don't. He might not love what we do, but he love as a person or whatever.
Exactly.
So he pay attention to. So he's not going to love the behaviors of or whatever like that. Just like us, we might not love that our kids may, you know, do this or cuss or something like that. We still love them because they're our kids.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I know what it is, right? I understand the definition. I know what.
Right.
And what I'm saying is, I do not believe any human is capable of doing it. We say we do it. We say that we have unconditional love, but when it really comes down to the ringer, no, we don't. Because it's been proven throughout history time and time again. The only thing that I know that has unconditional love is God. Now, if we're saying that we can do the same thing as God does, then okay, so be it.
What do it take to do that then?
Well, I don't know nobody.
That's right.
I think
Right, that's what I said, James. So everybody used to
because
keep doing it because they used to do that to me too. Because I was like that too, and somebody told me to speak right because I was like, hold
Can I
up.
speak, y'all? Can
did
I
you love?
speak?
Okay, hold on. So
Can I speak, cuz?
did you love? Would you say that you have the same love for Charles Manson or
Listen,
Slipper?
see that ain't no loving you to death now. That's
Oh,
loving
what
you.
is going on? What is going on? It's her
Talking about
name.
your
I don't know if her
child,
name.
though.
Laugh
If
or
it's
learn or not. I'm
unconditional,
confused
listen.
now.
If it's
So
unconditional,
so
if it's
Hold
unconditional,
hold
all
on.
of
Y'all gotta
that
let
is
Kev
applied,
finish. Y'all gotta let him
right?
land.
That's what I'm saying. If it's unconditional, that
okay.
means that none of that should
No, you
apply
didn't
because
ask
it's
me
all the
that.
same.
You didn't ask me that.
Now I'm
Somebody
saying
jumping
you.
in. Somebody jumping
Now,
in. So myself. What's going on? What happened? What happened? And not a mod mute another mod, but me myself, like I didn't get the chance to answer. So you can ask me that question again without somebody jumping in again. That's crazy.
right. Listen, all I'm saying is this. Okay, we like to say that we have unconditional love,
I
right?
do.
Okay, but you have never been tested for one because probably when we say unconditional, that means that it does not change, right? Your love is going to be the same regardless what they do, regardless what they say, regardless what acts, regardless anything. The love is the same. It's unconditional. It has no change. If you're telling me that you have the same love and it doesn't change for anything, then I would say, okay, cool.
That,
If you have that, then show. I mean, okay, I have never seen it.
that
That's what
doesn't
I'm
make
saying.
sense. That's how you love or something. Love got to be the same. It's so many ways to express love.
That's
I don't get it.
unconditional. When we look
Right.
at the meaning of that,
Right.
that
But
was
is it
that's
okay?
what that would mean.
Let's say
You
this
know
though,
what
real
I'm saying?
quick, because like I said, you're gonna probably get it later though. I had to
A
condition
change
myself
is
to
a
do that.
condition, though, is what I'm saying, Kev.
So
Listen, I,
yes, I get you though. It's no I get if you just talk about the because you actually alternate different feelings or whatever. That don't
yes,
make it not unconditional or something like you
yes, it
can't just stick
does.
with one feeling. You can't not stick with one feeling all your life. It's
That's what
just
the
the simple
condition
fact
is,
of
though. That's what I'm
expressing.
saying.
It's the
I'm
simple
not.
fact because love is love. Look, regardless, love is love, hate is hate. Happiness is happiness. It's different levels of love, it's different levels of happiness and all that stuff. I get that. So it's going to change per person, but it still don't change the fact that love is love and happiness is happiness. Envy is envy, jealousy is jealousy, lust is lust. So the fact of the pointer they're saying, it's not saying love itself is going to be, it's just saying the fact that you can still love someone no matter what they do to you, you can still express your love for them or have love for them. You can. It's
And,
possible. You
and
might
love
no
to
real
have
quick, Crystal,
a
because I need him to get it through without
okay.
extra help. I just need him to understand it because I know this is hard thing. Me and Lala went back and forth on this stuff, and I understood it later after I humbled myself a little bit, and after I realized I'm like, hold up, yeah, I did. I wasn't looking at it from that way. When I looked up the definition, It's real simple. It's just saying to simply love someone with no attachments. So it's basically like they don't have to do anything. Just like somebody used the homeless guy from earlier, right? That's still a form of love. They don't have anything they can do for you, but you have love for them because love is a selfless thing. It's not about you, what you receive and all that stuff. It's about what you're willing to give, what you're willing to sacrifice. Just like people that love this country, or you actually fought for the country. So there's a love you got to for the country. So you can do it. You don't. It wasn't no condition behind it, unless you. Oh, well, I guess you said I did it for the country. But I'm just saying, like the simple fact you did it for people that you didn't know, that show that you have some form of unconditional love.
Well said. Well said.
Listen, if that's, again, it's just like the love languages, right? This is a way that we describe it. And I'm not mad at that. And I can agree with that. Okay? But again, if every time I come on here, I'm going to give you the correct baseline answer, and then we can dissect it. But if we are talking about the meaning of unconditional, like you always do on this live, right? This is where we break it down. So if we're breaking it down, there is not possible to have something with no conditions. And that's all I'm saying as a human, because we don't have our intellect, our emotions are conditional. Is love not an emotion to us? Yes, it is. What I'm saying is, now mind you, if we are saying that, we are trying to get to unconditional love, and if that's the meaning that you want to go by, meaning that it's just simply we can love without attachment, I will agree wholeheartedly.
What
Okay?
he's saying is
But that's
like,
not what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you. I understand
Hey,
what you
Crystal, I'm
mean,
gonna switch you out.
but y'all refuse to look at what I'm saying because it goes against the narrative. And I'm just saying, I get what you're saying.
Request back up,
With
Crystal.
that,
Request back up too. I'm gonna let you back up. I just have to let them.
yeah, that's all I'm saying. I mean, I hear
But
you, and I would say if that's the case,
so
if we're going
I'm
by
about
that
to
message,
settle this right now though. So I'm gonna make it very simple now. So I'm gonna get anybody that's in the box right now. Look up the definition of unconditional, because that's what made me had a change of heart when I seen what it. So we gonna look up the definition of no. We ain't about to make our own thing up. Just go ahead and look it up on Google, because that's a simple thing. We look up every other thing. Anybody that's in the box, look it up. I'm gonna put you on the big screen, and we gonna read this definition out loud. We're not gonna make up stuff from our own self. We're gonna read it out loud and see what it says, and see if people can possibly love unconditionally. We're gonna make it very easy then. I can't look it up.
unconditional. Look it up.
No, look up unconditional
Look up
love.
unconditional. See now what? So this is a phrase?
It's
Again,
literally
that's what I'm
yes. It's actually a thing. Just like they mix two
It's in a
words up
dictionary
together.
as unconditional love.
It's a dictionary that says in the
unconditional love.
dictionary it says unconditional
It says
love
unconditional.
is the meaning. Yes.
What?
Unconditional, by definition, unconditional love is loving someone without any expectations. It's the first thing that pops up on Google. So, loving somebody without any expectations, you can love someone unconditionally. I think I have a problem with what Cousin B is saying because you're not using clarity in the conversation to me with this piece. If I can love you unconditionally, which means that I am loving you without any expectations.
Right.
That this is not about you, it's about me.
Right.
I can love you without any expectations. That doesn't mean I don't want the best for you. That doesn't mean I don't see the flaws in you. But my love stays the same. So let me put it in another way. Because this is what I have to teach the boys in the program. I can love you internally, unconditionally. But I can't take you in any condition externally. Does that make sense? In other words, internally, I can love you all day long, but I can't put myself in harm's way. I can't make you do what's right, because externally we all have different conditions that we deal with. But internally, I can love you plain. Like I love all my kids the same. And they get frustrated, but I know I can't love you. I can't raise you all the same. So my love stays at the same level for each one, but how I deal with you has to be different. The problem that I have with this conversation is we're putting not expectations, we're putting carnal mental stability of the individual on it. What I mean by that is, as a man, if I'm not stable in my own fortitude and who I am as a man, then there's no way I can love someone unconditionally. I can get that part. But if I'm healthy and I understand the clear definition of an expectation, and I know how to treat people, and I have logic, and I know how to govern myself, then why are we having this conversation? We all know that we had somebody that we loved that probably didn't even treat us right externally, and we were still there.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't I do that when somebody is healthy, or they may be broken, or they may be going through that? I don't get it.
Okay, so let me just say this, and I'm gonna let it go because I don't understand what is the big deal of this. I don't. I understand exactly what that man just said. I concur. I agree. When we are looking at it from that context, I said yes. The man asked me why I said that I did not believe that a human was capable of unconditional love, and I said because I looked at it from the meaning of unconditional, right? If you look at the meaning of unconditional, that means that there is no condition. And I said that as a human, we all have conditions on everything. That's all I said. And this went all out of pocket because nobody wants to realize what I'm saying because they want to continue to go with this as if I don't understand what you mean.
Well,
No,
because
I
they gave the
understand.
example. They
I
gave
think
the
you
example.
Hold on, I agree with y'all, and y'all still trying to come at me, and I'm like, goddamn.
No. We
You know
showing
why?
Very
love.
simple.
We love
I'm
you,
saying,
brother.
cousin, because
We
you
love
said,
you right now. This is love.
It's all
This is
good. That's
love
my
right
point.
here.
cousin, you said
Jesus.
something very important that changed
Right.
that's why I got up here. Because you said out of your own mouth, I need the definition.
Right.
Once you get the definition of what a word is, you said you got to deal with the facts. Then why are you changing what the true definition of it
You
is?
did
It
not
says,
read the definition.
I did read the definition.
Look up unconditional. By
Hey, this
just
the battle of the
unconditional.
hats
One
right
word.
now. Y'all better watch out.
Let's
First of
go.
all,
The
The word
word. What's
that's not what you
unconditional,
unconditional
but
mean?
said,
look,
though.
he said
Cousin
What does
B,
unconditional.
hold
unconditional
on,
mean?
Cousin B. Hold on, Cousin B. Before you go further, what I don't like is you doing what other people do. You trying to move the goalposts. We said unconditional love. That means we're
Oh
taking
my
those
God.
two phrases together. We're not doing what you're trying to do. You
Right.
trying to break it down in different little tidbits to fit your agenda. Nah.
Right.
Unconditional love, by definition, is freely giving someone love without any expectation.
Or
And if you don't like
conditions.
that definition, without any condition. So if you don't
Right.
like that
It's
definition,
it's
then you
without
just
any
have a problem
condition.
with the definition. Yeah, he just has a D'Angelo. He just is that D'Angelo? Apollo.
Right.
He has a
I love
problem with it. He has a
right. I
problem
love
with the
my
definition.
people. I love my people unconditionally. I don't got no
Listen.
conditions because I
Let's
can't,
go back to the
Oh
you
my
know.
God.
main question though.
Listen.
This is
When he asked, I don't know if you heard this. Maybe that's what the problem is. He asked me why I said it in the beginning.
We heard that.
That's it. Okay, so I said because I just used the definition from unconditional, period. So that's the
Right.
reason why I said what I said. Then it became, no, that's wrong because this is the reading of unconditional love. Okay, fine. And I said after that, I said, dude, if that's the case, if that's what we're going by, unconditional love in that context, then I agree with you. Now, that shit should have stopped. But now we've been on for 25 minutes. Y'all trying to tell me why unconditional love is this. I get it. Please move the fuck on. I understand y'all, brothers. I feel y'all. I understand. I agree.
yeah.
But what I was talking about is he asked me a specific question why I said it in the first place. That's the only reason that I brought up the.
All right, you know what, my brother?
That's it.
I'm
That's all
so
I'm saying.
I'm
But
so
it's cool.
sorry. Let me
That's all.
just help everybody for clarity. Just for clarity, are you now
Yeah, we good.
saying? Just for clarity, I'm just asking this question. Are you now saying that unconditional love means loving someone without conditions? Because that's what it means.
Affirmative.
Thank you.
No.
Okay.
This the
Okay.
real
There we
question.
go.
All right. No, this is
Let's
what
get
we
back
trying
to
to
the
see.
main question though. They
Hold on
said
real quick.
stop
Hold up.
manipulating people with love language.
Yeah, I don't know. People about to learn today that when they gonna make, I'm gonna make sure they hear their ears. The ears can hear. But I was gonna say that this the real question right here, cousins, is that is I want to see because this what we're trying to do. I know you saying you made it and you know and all this. We're trying to see can humans love unconditionally. We're just seeing if you're gonna change that. That's what we're gonna see.
I don't believe so.
There
But
you go,
that's on me.
and that's where the argument is at. That's the point.
Right,
So it's
you
not
get
about the
right.
But this
wording.
is
It's
an
not about the
argument. Hold
definition.
on.
It's about
This is
that.
not an argument
And
that's arguable, though. It's not even point of arguing. I've never seen it done. People say they
we
do it.
showing you.
People say, no, you're not. You can tell me this shit all night.
Give
I love
hold
everybody.
on,
No, you
cousin.
don't. How do I
Give an
know?
example. Hey, hold on. Give an example of okay. I agree with cousin, right? Give me an example of, because I do believe that when you say unconditional love, that's when cousin was saying, like, you know, like with the unconditional, we talking about a compound word, right? You taking two words and combining them to one to have one meaning. So am I on mute, man? What the fuck?
No, we can hear you, dog. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. So so if you go with, I agree with cousin on this. If you go off, because those are two different words. Love and unconditional is two different words. So unconditional have its own definition and love have its own definition. I think cousin was dealing with it based upon the word unconditional itself. So when you add two of those together, he was never disputing that part.
Yeah, he did. So nobody ain't talking about that. I could have sure. I know that everybody is on. Everybody knows that we done told him that we're not talking about that separately. Right. We said it 13 times, so we can't go back to that and use that as a thing why he don't want to hear that we're talking about actual. I said it's two-word thing. I said that.
Listen, I think. Listen, let me just put it out. Let me put it out there very clearly so everybody understands my position, and then we can continue. Okay, I do not believe, because I have never seen it done in history, that someone has unconditional love in any way that we have explained it. I think people say they do, but when they get tested or when shit changes, shit changes. That is, to me. Now, this is my opinion. If I see it and you can tell me differently, okay, cool, I will accept that. But what I'm saying is, I don't think as a human, I think the only person that has or only entity that has unconditional love is God. And I don't think that we can do the same things as God do. That's all I'm saying. Now,
is your mother?
Yeah, y'all can say something in a minute though. I'm just like I said, I'm just trying to get him to understand this. So you gotta get. You said
I think you wasting your time.
You can tell me that you have unconditional love. You can say that it's possible. I can say, all right, fine, but I haven't seen it. I don't believe it. I think it's cap. I think just like that's somebody saying that they don't judge. I'm gonna say that's bullshit. We all judge at some point or some another, right? There's just certain things that I think as human, I've studied the human brain, I've studied psychology, there's certain things that we do as human, especially in I just don't see it. Now, that doesn't mean I don't know the definition or whatever. I just don't believe you. How about that?
So look, I gave you an example, cuz.
Now I can respect that. If you don't believe me, I can respect that. Sean even wrote in the comments, they lying. Who cares what Sean thinks? He don't speak for me. I don't care what you think. You don't speak for me. You
shut your whole ass up.
Ooh. What up?
What happened?
Who was it? I don't know, dog.
Hey, James is good people, man. Don't do that. He actually cool people.
Don't come at me. Don't like that shit. Don't. I wasn't talking to him. I said they lying, nigga. You think you lying? Shut the hell up. Now, on the other part, you can let his ass back up here. I don't like all that disrespectful shit.
I don't think he's being.
He did.
We just a heated moment, man. We just gotta chill out.
Nah, don't. If I didn't at you, don't address me. I didn't at you, so you take it personally.
No, I wasn't taking it personal. I was sticking to the facts of what they said.
You said don't nobody care what Sean say. Don't say nothing about me if I didn't at you.
You said no matter care what I say, Sean not gonna care what I say. You not gonna care what I say. Right. I'm saying from the perspective of you have your own vantage point, bro. You can't be team sensitive. I wasn't coming at you like that in a disrespectful way, bro. It's not
team sensitive like that though. I was about to say he ain't like that. But
that's what I'm saying, bro. You taking it too far. I apologize.
Hold on. So you don't believe? Hold on, let me ask this question. So you don't believe that people love themselves under conditions, right? It be sometimes people not happy with their life if they can't obtain certain things in life, if they not at a certain goal or making money. So I do believe that people love themselves under conditions. You don't love yourself unconditionally. You could say you do, but people are happy one minute they sad. You love yourself under conditions based upon what you could obtain.
Wait a minute though. If I'm sad, that doesn't mean I don't love myself.
No, I used a different example outside of that. No, I kept going.
I got an example for you. No,
please, can y'all just let me do this 1 second, right? I'm just trying to give them an example that they do it, but they don't not aware of it, obviously, right? It's a reason why I went by Lovely's example. The simple fact of giving a homeless person money because you care about them, that is a form of unconditional love because there's no expectation behind it. Y'all do it, y'all just don't want to Y'all don't want to believe the right. So and I go back to what Jane's saying. Just because you don't understand it, right? Or you just choose to say this is not unconditional love, that don't mean it's not unconditional love. That's what I'm saying. We can't go based off of what y'all feel about it. We only can go by what the definition is. So it's not based off of how y'all feel about it. So I mean, if y'all want to go by facts or not, it's literally that's what unconditional love is. You don't. It's just an expression. You express your love to whoever freely. It's a clear word was freely in there to whoever. It don't have to be. It don't have to be an expectation behind it. So I'm pretty sure y'all gave money to homeless people. Y'all don't want to admit it. Y'all being so ego and prideful right now that y'all don't even want to accept the real definition.
But Kev, you're not understanding. Do you do that all the time?
I do it when I do it to everybody. I tell people I love them. I tell people I love them. I show them. I go on this app because I love people that I don't know.
What was you about to say it first, Kev? Was you about to say it what I do when I feel like it, or when
I do it? Yes, I do. I can show. I can express love with
but that is a condition, though.
No, I can express. Listen to it because you're getting stuck. I can express love. Yes. I can express love with no expectations freely. The key, you got to look at the definition and study.
Yes, you can.
It didn't say that it's not going to change. It's not going to say that you're not going to be happy sometimes or you're only loving all the time. It's not going to say that. It's just going to say express love freely with no expectations. That's all it say.
No expectations, no judgments. None of that shit goes into it, right?
What I guess whatever it is, you can do it. We can do it. I don't know why it's so hard.
Okay. All right. You say that, but okay.
Let's look at the definition. That's what changed my heart about it. I said, dang, I can do it after I looked at the definition.
Okay. Well, I've never seen it done. So there we go.
I ain't raising my hand. The lady's trying to raise her hand.
I'm waiting.
We do it sometimes, yeah, but I've never seen that on a consistent. Just that's how I live, and that's how I did.
Well, I think the only issue. I think the issue here.
I'll show you, buddy. I'll show you the world.
I think the issue is not. I think the issue is your claim was that humans are incapable of doing it all together. That's what your claim was.
Right.
And so when they're telling you that humans are capable of loving people unconditionally, and you're saying it's impossible for them to do, those contradict each other.
No, it don't. I said I have never seen it, so I think this is what it is. And if you think that, and if you can give me something evidence that says otherwise, I would accept that. That's what I said.
I mean, I will say this. I will say
I have an example. I have an example.
I will say this.
Hey, it's a lot of examples that's been given, and I still haven't talked.
Right, I was about to say, I know you about to
Wilson, you the one said double dutch. I double dutch.
You let man thing go real quick. You let her go.
Go ahead, Honest. Go ahead, friend. I love you.
A lot of examples.
I'm like, I want a piece of this.
Come on, man.
I totally agree, and I definitely, don't get me wrong, I see both sides. So what I get from what Kev is saying, unconditional love is definitely somebody who literally don't expect, like, meaning I could sit up here and I could meet somebody and I could just love the way that they think. I could love the way that, that they naturally care for me. You get what I'm saying? They ain't got to do nothing. Like, and when I think about conditional love, you got to meet a certain condition for somebody to just be with you. If you don't meet that condition or that expectation, they're not fucking with you, period. Because that's why you got fathers out here telling their daughters, oh, you got to bring a man home to meet me before you even date him, because I want to approve of him. You get what I'm saying? That's a condition. You can't date this man because you want to and because you naturally like him, because your father told you to, hey, bring him by the house. You get what I'm saying?
I do. And I like to add to that. You know, like I was trying to say earlier, there's two different types of love historically known, which is agape. If you look it up, it's AGAPE, and eros, EROS. Eros is a selfish love. It does mean it's what they call reciprocity, where you're doing it in order to get something back, right? That's the love that what he's talking about in that condition. But agape is loving someone unconditionally. It's no different than saying I would take a pew pew for my wife, right? I'm going to jump in front of this. I would rather be the one take my life than for her to lose her life or my family, right? I'm showing unconditional love because I'm about to lose my life. I don't get nothing out of it. I'm gone, right? Now, do I see people doing this all the time? Absolutely. How many people put their life in front in order to, of course, demonstrate their love? Now, how we look at those things can either be very, fulfilling to what love means, or some people may say, oh, those people are fools. In either way, it's still demonstrating unconditional love because they're doing it for no other reason than the greater good. I land my plane there.
And I was about to say, to me, also, conditional love is like a P Diddy and a Young Miami type of love. Like
Yeah.
he couldn't. You gotta understand. She literally had told him, "Hey, you gotta bring a bag, nigga. You ain't got no bag. You ain't date me." Like that's literally her telling him, "Hey," like a Lori Harvey. She even had people sign what's that shit? DNA disclosure. What's that shit? I know.
That's
She
transactional
Hey,
love in
before
itself. I
y'all
mean,
go, I see my baby hand up. You already know what time it is.
Oh,
My
go
baby hand.
ahead, Miss Rachel.
Thank you.
Yeah, my hand was up too. Damn.
how y'all
You
this
already
is
spoke a lot.
what do
Hey,
you
Shine,
mean?
I don't. You said I don't love unconditionally, so I can't. I don't know. I gotta go for the ones that love it.
Yeah, we.
Oh,
I told y'all,
It's like,
that's Kev's conditional love right there. That's what I'm talking about.
I just seen that, cousin. I just seen that, cousin.
Dang. I just wanted to say, okay, when cousin was talking about he's never seen it, I think you may be talking about the longevity. Like people have done it, but maybe you're thinking of they're not capable of doing it for a long time. Does that
I
make
agree
sense?
with that. Yeah, I agree with that. See my baby. Y'all see why we about man? Why we make?
Y'all see why y'all just always up here playing. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it in my house. Like, look.
She's saying it
Right,
right.
right, right,
She's
right now,
saying
cousins.
where
Right now, my
where is
love ain't
the
my love got conditions because I'm jealous, cousin. I'm gonna keep it a buck right now.
but
I'm gonna
what
keep it a
Rachel
buck.
is saying though
Hey,
too, Rachel is right. She's saying that where's the consistency?
well, right,
A
and
parental
I
love
want
is consistent. A sibling love is consistent. There's so many different examples of consistent love, but once again, we're talking about romance and passion and infatuation. Are those things sustainable? Well, no, those things do go out sometimes. That's why you need to be with someone.
Not all of our relationships are romantic based. We have
I was
relationships
actually gonna
That's
point
with
that
that's
our
why I
out. So
said.
when you look
employer.
That's
at
why I gave the
We
different,
other
have
examples
relationships
first.
with our siblings. We have relationships with
I'm about to pull
people
my.
that are like on the street.
You
We
better
have
not, Lala.
relationships with other
I said
people.
that. I said that.
Okay.
I said that.
All
Besides
right.
the romantic, there's other ways of demonstrating unconditional love that is consistent.
What do you mean? You know what, y'all? I don't. Okay, nope. Because I'm not about to do this. I already had a headache when I was trying to explain it to Kev. I'm not about to
Yeah,
have a
that
headache
she done
explaining it
had
to
a
other people.
headache on that boy.
I
I
was
tell you.
fighting this man
But
tooth and
guess
nail.
what I did? I put my pride
I
people to the side,
know.
and I came back like, you know what, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, triplet. You know, I was really just like some of these guys. You know what I'm saying? But I was like, you know what? When I looked at the definition of myself, I'm like, I've been doing this whole time. I realized because I love myself,
Right.
I'm
You
able to
kept saying
love
it, and
other
I was like,
people.
you already do it. What are you
Yeah,
talking
I'm doing it
about?
whole time. I was doing it. I'm
I
like, I
want to go
never knew
after
the
Lala.
word.
I want to go after Lala.
No, I'm just playing. Look. All right. So
Damn.
I was just gonna say, I think what happens is when you
She said,
when you conflate the different kinds of love and relationships together, it's very easy to go, okay, well, this you can't, because like romantic relationships, for instance, the love that is involved with the romantic connection, yes, that is very conditional.
That
But
is, yeah, true.
that is very conditional. But when you talk about the love that we share for humanity, just other humans, this idea that no, I don't want to see anybody hurt, no, I don't want to see any harm come to them, no, I want to help when I see that someone needs help, those
Mm.
things are unconditional. And you see people do that. And to be honest, it's harder for people who do not have a relationship with God. When you don't have a relationship with God, I can almost guarantee that you have not seen or cannot give unconditional love, because you have not understand what it feels like to be unconditionally loved. So in order to, you have to feel it first in order to share it with somebody else. And so that's just, I land my plane there. When you don't got Jesus, that's why it's so difficult for some people to understand.
That's why
My turn.
blood.
My turn. Don't come off mute. My turn. My
Go ahead,
turn.
Sean.
It's time for the YNs to talk, man. Okay.
Come on with it. Come on with it.
Now I'm a YON. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I just noticed. Let me say this. I just noticed something. I haven't had a headache in about a month. In the last 2 days, I had a headache and I put it together. It's because I've been on this damn panel. It's something about your damn panel that just get my blood boiling, man. I don't know what it is, man. But anyway, would you say that?
You don't love yourself, Sean. You don't love yourself.
Hey, I don't love myself if I don't love myself if I'm subjecting myself to this damn live every damn day Kev having. You're supposed to be on fan base where it's more cool and laid back. But anyway, do you think that black people love each other unconditionally?
Hey, before y'all answer that, right? I like that you mentioned that. And now it's time to promote my baby real quick. Yeah, because this is what we doing, right? So I'm trying to push that out because we do go to
Promote
fan
us
base.
too, Kev. If not, that's conditional love.
Yeah, I got you too.
But
You over there too. I was gonna mention that you over there too,
okay,
boo.
cool,
It's just
cool.
my baby.
Because the last 2 days you didn't. The last 2 days you didn't. So were you been unconditional? Were there conditions yesterday?
Quit it.
Hold it.
I tell y'all I love y'all every day. Y'all ain't even be doing nothing. Even if y'all make me mad, I love y'all every day. So
Already.
I do want to say because I over here she do her lives over there on Fanbase, black owned app. If y'all love black people, you know what I'm saying, y'all will go to that black owned app and go ahead and download Fanbase and please follow Rachel. I gotta get her to do it, man. She better than me when it comes to this. Go ahead, do your thug this.
All right, y'all. So I put the link in the chat. Thank you, baby, for sharing that. Oh yeah, so I have 2 camps over there. The first camp is called Bridging the Gap. The vision of the camp is to bridge the communication deficiencies between men and women by teaching communication skills. And we have like a panel for women one day, and then we have a panel for men. And that gives each gender the opportunity to just sit there and listen and not interrupt. And also we have another camp that's called Everything Black. That's where we discuss all things that affect the Black community and how we can better ourselves as a people, and we can solve some of these issues. So yes, I think that's it.
Hey, I didn't hear it. Maybe I'm
Look, let me do it. I'm getting to it, man. Let me get to it. I'm about to say
it's too late. It's too late.
No, I'm
Kev.
doing it right now. I'm gonna do it
It's
right
too late.
now.
You did not promote my page, man.
My boy I love so much, Shine, he over there.
You know what I'm saying?
Cousin B is over there. I think even Lovely man think I don't know what happened to her. She came for 2 seconds and left. But she halfway over there, you know. Lala, she never made a page.
Listen, my page got hacked.
Sean,
I'm not trying to hear all y'all stuff. Everybody got y'all stuff.
Hey, Rachel,
why y'all stuff gotta happen on the black app?
Hold on, he just did it again, Rachel. Because when it came to you, Rachel, I say Rachel, what the hell? He got me thinking about unconditional and Rachel name together. Hold on. Now, when he said Rachel, he gave your name, how to find you. All he said about my ass was, yeah, Sean over there, yeah, cousin over there. Like I ain't getting no.
Sean,
my
it sounds
name
like
or
your
nothing.
love is conditional because
that's cool.
You want him to do.
Yes, hey, I'm telling you right now.
You love him no more.
Hey, all of my shit is conditional as hell. All my love is conditional.
It's because I host.
I'm gonna need cousin B to come off a couple of them fedoras unconditionally.
Well, thank y'all for all the support, you guys. You guys are awesome.
I was just gonna say that too. I just typed it in the comments too. I said, man, he the only. I see the fedora. I gotta take all my shit that I was talking back.
And I just got done talking about y'all too. I said battle of the hats, but I couldn't.
Man, listen.
I ain't know the name of the
James,
hat.
do you own?
James,
Do you have your own business of hats? Because you look familiar. You got your own business of hats, or you just wearing it?
I just wear a bunch of them.
James, he viral in the mud right now. I be seeing him on all type of stuff. Yeah, you probably have seen him on some Instagram.
Yeah, I customize it. I customize hats.
That boy looking like damn Eddie Murphy and Light with that hat on, man.
Oh, damn.
Give me life.
That's a compliment, first of all.
Nah, that was an unconditional joke.
Sean,
You gonna eat your cornbread?
That's why we left you out. Because you could have brought Harlem Nights. He was cleaner in Harlem Nights, man. God damn.
I never watched Harlem
That's
Nights.
called
You gonna eat your cornbread?
You didn't watch Harlem Nights?
I don't.
Now I know.
what
I thought he
what
looked like
Sean
this
just
dude. He
did
looked like
was
this dude who had his own
unconditional
business.
love.
He looked like this dude that got his own business with them hats. That's why I thought he was at first.
Nah,
No,
actually, the
I
dude
saw.
that I bought the hat from is called Hatrimony out here in Atlanta. He sells to like all the top end clients. His hats is fire.
Wait, you
Yeah.
in Atlanta too?
Oh, for sure.
Oh wait, hey man, you know what? I'm gonna hit you offline, bro. Because
Yeah, that's
I'm
why
out here.
that's why I'm still single. Cause I'm in. No, I'm just playing, y'all. Don't nobody get mad.
Oh,
Nobody get mad.
Damn, he didn't say it. He didn't say
Don't
it.
No,
nobody get mad.
I'm out here, so yeah, we can hook up. You want to?
hey Kev, are you going to tell him how they can find me, brother? I mean, I'm still waiting. It's been about 5
We
minutes.
trying to get that commercial
Wait,
going,
what you
baby.
want?
I'm
Go ahead and do your
eager.
thug
For
thizzle,
real,
man.
I
I
was like,
look,
come on with
see,
that
just like I
Sean,
let
commercial.
my
this
hey
is
look,
like
just like I
a
let my baby
marketing
do it
tool.
herself, cause she can do it better. You always will. Go ahead and do your thug thizzle. Go ahead and
Nah.
let me.
Yesterday you was like, hey y'all, let's take a my break. Let me tell you, you can find my baby over there at such and Rachel. It's the same name that she have over here. You can find her. She got this group where you can hit the camp. You gave descriptions,
I was
man.
butchering it though a little bit,
But
so that's why I let
but
her
that's his
do it.
wife though, God. You can't ask for the same.
Nah,
You
that's
know what I'm
conditions,
saying?
brother.
That's
That's
It's
conditions.
unconditional.
He said that's conditions.
That's
So
unconditional right there.
is marketing conditioning or conditional or
When it comes
unconditional?
to the wife, it's unconditional. What are you saying?
Hey, look, I got that unconditional hate happening to me right now with my little post now. That's why I said that to everybody because I'm about to end up going viral off this
I
shit.
I
know
read,
one
I read
thing.
them
Hey,
Ain't
I'm gonna
no
comments,
just have to
Kev.
report some.
Hey, I
Like,
read them comments, Kev. They own your ass on them. I ain't gonna
Yeah,
lie.
boy.
they came on my page. I just had to
I'm
report
Oh,
somebody.
shocked. I'm
Damn.
shocked.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm
ain't
gonna
Yeah.
no
have to switch that one.
unconditional love in Atlanta though. I tell you that much. Not in Atlanta.
Hey, that's because Drewski done took over the town.
Boy,
Yeah.
that fool got people out here thinking. I went out the other night. The lady said, "Listen, a real man gonna buy me drinks." I said, "I ain't real today. I just fake."
Fake, fake. This is an
I'm
avatar
fake
that you're looking
today.
at, man.
Look at Drewski got everybody thinking about love right now in the mansion. He got them all just, ATL off the hook right now.
Man, we went out the other night. All they talk about is this dude, and everybody think they gonna find love listening to Drewski. That did make
Straight
make
up,
it make
dog.
sense, man.
It don't make no sense. Have you seen the women on the show?
Yeah, it makes me sad, man. I
Oh man,
love them unconditionally though, but
that's
I
that
can't take them
buffoonery
anywhere.
right there, man. And then he brought brother Omar. Omar came on the show. I was like, come on, man.
Hey,
Yeah. I
yo.
thought Omar would not, come on, man. You can't be like a Pan-Africanist and all of this coming on Drewski, dog. I mean,
Hey,
Hey, what he
seriously.
listen, he
said?
still
Hey,
said his
what he
favorite
said?
line
Black
though.
queens forever, snow
Snow
bunnies
Yep,
bunnies
snow
never.
bunnies
never.
never.
What's up with that crash out dude, the turtle dude? I keep seeing him on my feed like crazy.
Oh
Catch this
man.
fade. Catch this fade.
Yeah.
Right, that's his new thing. That dude don't care about it. He fight any and everybody.
Hey, he took that L though.
He
Yeah.
did. I see
Yeah,
the,
he did.
but I heard that dude passed away. The one that gave him the L.
Yeah, he
What?
did. Yeah. I think he got touched up somewhere.
Oh,
Wow, that's crazy.
Hey, you don't know who you messing with sometimes. I mean, that's like, hey, just because some things on TV don't make it mean that don't make it. That's how it is in 3D because people come find you. And you don't know.
Exactly, Apollo.
Yeah, they
unconditionally.
did, but they
That's
put
that unconditional
that.
right there. Right.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
they
talking
put
about my
that
little
man in.
homie, yo. I'm gonna have to
Yeah,
handle you real quick, B.
Cousin, you married, cousin?
damn near.
Oh, it must be nice. I guess everybody finding love. Well, me and Jesus. Me and Jesus.
Come on, James, boy, quit it. You know you gonna find
Oh,
something in
I'm
the
done, bro.
mindset.
I'm
The
done.
way you be preaching
You
on
know
this
what?
thing, man. And I remember the last time I talked to you some years ago. I don't know what happened, and I be feeling sad when I be hearing people that I know that been with somebody. I know they cool, and then all of a sudden something happened. I don't know.
Man,
'Cause I remember you had a girl when I
it
talked
used
to you
to
last
be
time.
that when a woman found a man who was really deep into God, it was greater than finding a man that was into any other business, but because it was like she found something that was cherishable. Nowadays, I don't think women really care about men that's into that because a lot of the things that they running from as far as that identity of women in the Bible. Now, what do y'all think? Am I wrong on that assessment?
Nope.
Because I feel like a
Nope.
lot of women are pushing away from the Bible's narrative of what women should be and how they should be carry themselves and all the rest of that. Am I
I
wrong?
heard somebody tell me, and I seen it on a bunch of panels. Like Kev say, when he used the word divestors, right? I heard that a man that believe in the Bible is now a red flag. I hear that a lot.
Yup.
Right.
Bro, I just got told that the other day.
Oh my gosh, and it's confirmed. That's crazy.
I'm walking down the street. We
Like,
at the thing.
It's like the Hotep brothers. You know how everybody treat me like they go one of them Hotep brothers.
There it is. I opened the door. That girl said, "I don't need no man." And she said, "What you want, them church dudes?"
Yep.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow. Right.
Think about it like what
Black
Sean is
tie.
saying. And I know
Black tie.
Kev has heard me say that before, and I said it earlier on this live before many of you popped up. How can you ask for a man of God if you aren't a woman of God first? We're all children of God.
Well,
We're
until
all
they
children of God.
learn to love unconditionally, then you can find some for sure.
Hey,
You know.
Kev, let it go, man. Hey, let that go to me and
Oh,
cousin leave, man. Damn.
Hey, listen, bro. You get in Atlanta, you gonna find all type of conditions out here.
My head is
All
off.
type of
So
conditions.
are they
My head is full. It's too late.
but think about it. Are they conditions or are they exceptions? Because some people make exceptions to that.
You know what, lovely? I think the bar is too high right now. Your bar a little too high.
Yeah.
You know.
I asked this question earlier. Who made the story of or Disneyland of men with these 6 figures, 6-pack, 6 feet talls that women are claiming that there is a long list of them that's out there? I'm like, who started that rumor? Because it sounds like a Disney story to me, and a lot of them have believed it like the happy ever after story, like that. Man, that happy ever after story has destroyed more relationships than anything, because nobody's ready to take on any struggles or tribulations or trials or none. It's just like, oh, you make that one mistake, it's over. I'm out. And I'm like, whoa.
That's
really?
what I'm saying. They hold their romantic lovers to a higher standard than they do with other relationships. Right? If you think about it, we have way more expectations of like we want our lover to be our everything.
Right.
What I don't like out here.
Being God.
What I don't like out here is having a bunch of women who want a 6-figure man with a $20,000 salary. Where they do that? Where they do that?
You know what?
Hey, stop, man.
What
You
city
gonna
are these
get
dudes
called
in?
a red pill to kill.
So James, like that's real talk, right? But y'all know, like I'm gonna say it's 2020. And on these podcasts is where that started. If we're gonna be honest, women never said this shit before. They said they wanted somebody that was taller. They wanted somebody they never had a dollar amount. They never had a height, a requirement. It was always just, well, I mean, I want somebody that's doing better than me or match me. That's what we always heard women say. Then in 2020, Fresh and Fit and all these other, they were pressuring. I remember watching like 4 or 5 lives in a row where they'd be asking the women, well, what do y'all want? They'd be like, I don't know. No, what you must need this, you must need that, because this is that's going to cost them. This is what you can't do that, and they basically battered them into giving them a number, and now that $100,000 6-pack, this, that, and the third, like all of that stuck, and now here we are 5 years later, and everybody is saying it, and I tell it all the time. I'm like, do you realize we started this? These bust ass podcast cats, these old suckers on the podcast started this shit, and now. You know what I mean? So if we're gonna be mad at anybody, we need to be mad at them suckers.
So it was some guys that went out there and pushed the narrative that they want a man with 6 figures with a 6-pack.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie, what's the dude?
They told the women, this y'all don't know what y'all want. We gonna tell you what you want. I swear to God, they said that. That was the
You
exact
talking about
words.
what, like Fresh and Fit in them?
Yeah, that's
So
what
how
made
they?
it popular.
I get what you saying though, but I don't. It wasn't that way, because I used to watch them like crazy though before I started getting healing, and I realized that they hurt. But what they was basically saying, and I seen they did steer some of them women to say it though, but they put it in a way to get them to basically stop capping, to act like they didn't want certain things. So they like, nah, because your actions show otherwise. And that's why they asked them what's your minimum and all that other stuff, because they wasn't about to say nothing under. And then some of them just flat out was like, they going over like 500. I want 6 figures and or something like. They just flat out just saying it though. But yeah, I get you.
Why can't we just tell the truth? And listen, I need the men to protect me when I say this, 'cause I don't want no problems.
We got you, dog. Go ahead.
But I don't want it. I don't like it when you got three different baby daddies
Oh,
and you don't want me to have no children. You want six figures, but you got an EBT card. Listen, I'm not saying
Mm.
that you don't deserve love. What I'm saying is, why your standards so high, but you never reach them for yourself?
Yo, you need to leave Atlanta. 'Cause
I'm dead.
Yo,
you
Atlanta, when I tell
sound
you
like
Atlanta
Atlanta is
is,
tearing you up.
let me tell you something. Atlanta made me, cousins know what I'm talking about. Atlanta is probably, I went to a function with people who all, Apollo, everybody made over six figures. You couldn't even be in a room without it. I think I stayed 15 minutes and I was like, I can't be here no more. This is dirty. Because it was an environment where people say they love God, but they had expectations for you to provide for them. Like the lady walked up to me, she's like, "Oh, you a good man. I be watching your little videos and stuff like that." I should have known if she said little videos, I wasn't gonna win.
Damn,
And
dog.
then
I
she
would tell
turned around,
too.
then she hit me with the, gave a little compliments and all that. Because I know reality. See, I tell the truth on myself. I know I got six figures, 6 feet, and a hidden six pack. I ain't got to reveal one, but it's there. God has got it in there. It
You
just
know,
take a little salad. You know what I'm saying?
I totally understand. And what obsesses me is that you'll find like little Latino communities not making that kind of money, but happy. You know what I'm saying? Even though they working at McDonald's or whatever, but got a full family up and they're working with him in McDonald's. You see what I'm saying? He didn't hire everybody in his family to work
Right.
Listen,
with him. You see what I'm saying? And they work together. And it's so funny because if I ask my queen to do something like that, say, "Yo, let's go open up this McDonald's," or I'm gonna start off there as a manager and I'm work myself up so we can just have this whole thing. Yeah, you know how many women will be like, "I ain't working at no damn McDonald's." Hey, who you think I am? And it's like,
Well,
wait,
and
you realize how much this damn restaurant is going to generate us? We get one, then we get two, we get two, we get four, we get four, we get eight. We
yeah,
multiply.
we
You see what
talk
I'm
a lot about unconditional love, but what about what value you're adding to that love?
that's true. See,
What
here's my
about
problem,
value?
lovely. Lovely, here's where I'm struggling at. So in Atlanta, the younger ladies are taught to the older guys, maybe 10 years, 7 years, whatever. But I'm about to be an empty nester, Apollo. So I
Mm,
might find somebody that may be an amazing woman, but she might have two younger kids. You know what I'm saying?
it's all right.
My soul, I got a condition now. I know y'all judging me. I know y'all judging me. But
Hey, look,
I
as
can't
long
watch
as
it.
you
I
find
can't.
love, if
Oh my
love come with
Lord.
a woman with two kids, and like 1 Corinthians 13 says,
Oh
you
no,
can
no, don't
move.
do that, Apollo. I'm gonna drop
Come on, man.
myself. I'm gonna
I
drop
got to,
myself.
man. You know that First
Come
Corinthians
on, man.
13 tell you the
Come
truth,
on,
baby. You
man.
know it.
Hey, listen.
You
Hold
know what
on,
you
man.
did? You set a
Love it.
boundary. You
You
set a
know,
boundary.
it lets you know without love you don't have nothing. So go in that life with your eyes open and with your arms open so that you can show love and you can get love back. Who knows?
I think
Oh man,
I
I gotta
honestly think
babysit
the
though,
problem
baby. I gotta go to
between
games and stuff like that.
Hold on, honest,
Ah,
honest.
I
Go
just I'm
ahead,
almost
sweetheart.
finished.
Hold
I
on,
got one more
honest was
week.
talking real quick.
the
Go ahead.
problem with a lot of people is they think they try to build this perfect situation.
Mm-hmm.
And in reality, your situation will never be perfect
Right.
because God ain't make nobody perfect. You gotta love those imperfections just how you love the perfections of person. You get what I'm saying? Them flaws, you know, you're gonna see a lot of flaws in your partner. You get what I'm saying? And that's what people not prepared for.
Mm-hmm.
Not prepared for what you ready to see when it comes to that other side. When your
Hold
Right.
on.
partner
Wait, well,
when your partner
hold
going
on.
through.
So let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. I'm just asking a question, and I'm not judging. Okay, I'm just saying. If a woman has two kids and I'm about to be an empty nester, am I being labeled critical if I don't want to be in a relationship with that person?
No, you're not critical because you want children, and you have to look at you don't want to go into a relationship with expectations of what you really want from a relationship and not have a person who can at least meet that expectation. So it's better for you to leave that woman alone who has two kids who's not willing to give you a child instead of wasting her time, because she could run into a dude that is maybe he's sterile or whatever. He can't have no kids, and she the perfect wife for him. They already got kids. It's a ready-made family, or whatever kind of life. Some people already want a ready-made family. They don't want to have to raise kids or go into that whole thing of having children. So it really fits the narrative of what you need in your life. Some people want to have a ready-made family that's ready to tell them they love them, they miss them, and you got somebody who want to see you when you come home and can't wait to see you and feel your love and feel your heart and want to do things with you and all of that. Those things are precious, and those things you can't buy. You know what I mean?
You know what it is for me.
I was
I
about to
think
just say that you don't want to sit up here and try to force somebody to have something in them that's not in them.
Right.
And that's
yeah.
really what it is. A lot of people be trying to sit up here and turn people into what they like, what they want, what
Right.
they see, what's a vision to them. And truth be told is the person just going to be as perfect as you see them.
Yeah, they would rather turn somebody else out than
That's why
turn
you have a
themselves
lot of
inside
women when they
out.
say, you ever met a woman and you barely know her, and she be like, well, you should have known I liked it this.
Right.
Like, how the fuck I'm gonna know that? I don't even know you.
Yeah.
But
I
I mean,
think
that's just a precious. I mean, it's a preference. I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting what you want, and
I think now,
that's it.
cousin, let me ask you a question. This is where I struggle. I think because I raised 4 children, I think I might be being selfish to some degree. I think I might be being selfish in that position. And I also think I might could miss my blessing if somebody has children. I'm open minded to it. I'm just saying it's a little tougher for me because, first of all, I've been married 20 years. I'm a widower, right? So for me, I only know how to be a husband. So if you bring children into the picture, I know I'm gonna be all in, and then I'm gonna want to father them. I'm gonna want to be there for them. I'm gonna want to help them to grow. And I just find that there's so much limitations with raising someone else's children
It is.
that can be very difficult for us to build a healthy relationship because one argument can destroy your relationship. And I'm gonna say this, and I would love to hear a lady respond, and any of the guys is when you meet a good woman who has a child, but she's very territorial about that child, and she makes that child a priority. I don't think it can work. I fear that tremendously.
You
Well,
see
you
again?
Can
made
I?
two good
Go ahead, women.
you made two good
Hold on,
points.
lovely, because I need to hear it again. What you say?
I said my struggle is that you can love a woman and she can have a child and you will want to love that child really well, but that woman will put that child before you. And I just think I'm not judging it. I'm just saying it's a very touchy situation because I could fully love you and I believe that you leave and cleave and the spouse become one. But having a child and the parent is already used to taking care of that child, the moment there's conflict, the moment there's a decision to be made on who should be priority, I've seen a lot of women go with the child, and I just seen that the relationship for the man falls apart. I would love to know a woman's thought on that. I hope I explained that.
Feelings gonna always win.
Okay.
Feelings gonna always outwin everything, and I always say this because feelings break up households, marriages, relationships with siblings, moms, dads. Feelings always outwins everything. You get what I'm saying? Because a lot of people they'll tell you, like you ever been talking to somebody and they ain't hear a word that you said because their feelings too involved.
Got you. Yeah. So
So it's like
do you think a man can have a healthy relationship with a woman who puts her children first?
I'm gonna be real. I don't think so because I think women who put their children first, it's hard for them to sit up here and
Absolutely.
because I never one thing I understand is when a woman have a child with the man that she had the child with, that trust me, that man, that creation, the creator never comes before the creation. The creator always come before the creation. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's like us saying that that's like God. He always gonna come first in my life. He's never gonna come last, second to nobody.
Well, because if you think about it too, if the man and the woman are not working together or communicating together, guess what those kids see? that they don't work together. You're their first model. You're their first model of understanding what a relationship is.
I mean, because how I see it is, regardless whether you're the biological father or not, you still showing a real example of what a 2-parent household should be like. You get what I'm saying? So it's like you almost deserve that respect. She should give you that because you're taking in a leadership of showing her child basically an example of what how to get along, not only with from a man and woman standpoint, but also giving a child an understanding of
It's social skills that are developed.
how a family dynamic is really supposed to be built, like a real foundation.
Right. And honestly speaking, Honest has heard my story before. Look, I'm a stepmom of 3 kids that like I raised for almost 18 years. They weren't mine. And then I have 2 kids that they're all in their 20s now, thank God.
Everybody get the tapping. I don't see nobody with tapping but Rachel. That's crazy. Okay, just see General and Rachel now. That's everybody tap, everybody share, do all that good stuff.
When you welcome yourself into somebody else's life because you love them, I thought you were done. Sorry. Do you want to finish the commercial break?
I wanted to do it. Ain't nobody else doing it for me, so I'm all to do it. So I'll let you go, buddy.
Please like and share, follow, subscribe, and please hit that gift bar to sit up here and support Kev's team. You know, you could send some jewels, some bracelets, you know, just to get his live up there. Please also, what was I about to say? If y'all want to hit that Cash App, you can. It's not mandatory, but you know, he still appreciates everything.
We got to get to 20K because we got 30 people in here and we got 12.8K likes, so we can get to 20K in like 5 minutes.
Go ahead.
So what I was going to say was earlier,
right?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think Lovely got to finish. She was because I had
No, you're good. Go ahead, Apollo. Go ahead, my brother.
It's that the example what you guys were saying was spot on. Is because children need to see husband and wife in operation. They learn leadership skills. They learn social skills. They learn ethics. They learn morals. They learn integrity. They learn culture. They understand the rhythm of how things communicate. They learn how to communicate effectively and how to deal with things because of the example that the parents are demonstrating. And so whether it's the real father or the stepfather, it's the song and dance of the relationship that's important for that child to see because we mimic what we see. Therefore, the environment has to be dedicated to making sure that they understand how things work and how people work together and what are the expectations that's going to be driven to them in their future and how they get there. And so we used to take a lot of time to develop that when we used to have like debutantes. And we used to have, of course, men that was raised in big brother clubs that came around and demonstrated to young men how to act and women how to carry themselves. And basically, they had a certain prestige about themselves at once a time. But we stopped doing that. I think in the late 90s is when the last time I saw debutantes. I know it's still around for certain Black communities, but it used to be one of the high marks of the communities because those young ladies and men were actually raised with a certain mindset. And we've driven ourselves away from it because we don't want to look refined anymore. We don't want to participate in an aristocratic type of mindset. And a lot of that does come from your religion and it does come from your culture, which a lot of times we have both turned away from. And now we're just operating on guess what every day in a home when it should have been taught to us before we even left our home. I land my plane.
And can I say this too, because that's a good point. But going back to your original question, James, I think it's a double-edged sword, right? Because when we look at a mother that's single, a single mom raising her kids, handling her business, doing everything that she got to do to make sure that those children are taken care of in a proper way, that shit is, that's commendable, right? That is something that we will look at and be like, yeah, okay, do your thing, mama. That is a beautiful thing. Now, when you go into a relationship she's going to be putting her kids first, which we find as an admirable trait, right? Because that's what a woman should be doing. But then it's hard to now switch that attention to the man, right? So now we run into that. So we run into that trouble where it's like, okay, now there's that thing. Is it possible? I think it is, but I think it's rare. It's a rare case where a woman would now switch that onto the man. You know what I mean? Where it's like, okay, now I got you in the house. And if that does happen, it takes a long time before that could happen, right? And then in the meantime, like James was saying, you be sitting there like, how can I deal with this if I'm not being put first? Because it's not like it's a subtle thing. I don't think women understand how like y'all don't make it subtle. You know what I mean? When you put that shit out there, it's blatant. You don't come first up in here, motherfucker. Like even if you don't say it in those words, it comes out. Right. And so I do believe that it's possible, and you know what I mean. We can find, and if we hang in there long enough, I think because I grew up with wonderful stepfathers who they got that mantle. You know what I mean? Because they did that. But I hear from my grandmother. I hear from my aunties that did it, and they all say the same thing, which was in the beginning it was hard. If it wasn't that type of dude that could actually go through all of that hardship and you know stay there and be consistent and do all this other stuff, if he wasn't that dude, he wouldn't have made it. And so that's a hard thing, and I think that's a good point to raise, because if we don't get these ideas from when we grow up in our families, and then all of a sudden we're an adult, and now we got to make these changes, like that's a difficult thing. Like that old dog new tricks, old saying. I think that's a little truth to that, because it's hard to change adults.
Yeah, and see, I definitely I think it's alter ego. I definitely want to hear your thoughts on that. I want to hear from a woman on this too, because as a single man now who is about to be an empty nester, I'm older. You know what I'm saying? I'm not under 40. You know what I mean? I pay my dues. I'm financially straight. I'm Gucci. I don't. So my struggle though is the good women that I've noticed. They normally have children, but that kid sometimes comes first. And, you know, I'm just curious. I would love to hear what Alter Ego has to say about this, if she's still there, though. Oh, she's gone.
Sorry. I was trying to get your question again. So you were saying, okay, like your issue is dating someone who will put their children first. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah. And is it dating someone? First of all, I don't think I will date somebody who puts their kids first. I just won't. And I don't mean in the sense that they shouldn't take care of their kids, because that's their kid. What I'm saying is that when I'm trying to love you or care for you, the kid comes first. Then on top of that, can you have a healthy relationship with somebody who has children when they're younger? It's a lot to it, but I'll let you go.
So yeah, I think when it comes to like women, like now granted that you have to understand the dynamics of the situation. So I can't talk as loud, but I hope y'all can hear me. But like you can have some women who have a dynamic of that's all they've had or known. It's just them and their children. So it may come off more so like what's the word, like overbearing, like, it's me and my kids. Now granted, I've said before, on Kev's panel on certain things like that, like if you're not open to embracing a man coming in your space with your child, and if you're a good vetter, like most women think they are, then you'll know that this man, as you check them out, that he's right for you. But I always say, if you never let a man close to you, if you don't feel like you're able to break that barrier, it's not fair to him, because I shouldn't have to come, like as a man, not me, but a man shouldn't have to come into the scenario and feel like he has to be put last because of your child. I think there should be a balance in that, especially depending on the age of the children. He may be coming in to, either age is coming in as a father figure. But depending on the scenario where that father is, it's so many different points and dynamics that come with that. That's why it's kind of hard to say. But I think
So alter ego, watch this. And Apollo, I see your hand. I'm gonna let you go. My kids, I have four beautiful children with my late wife. Our kids are doing well. They're in college. Three of them in college. One is in high school. Hopefully he go pro. And me and my wife will never work again. We gonna believe that in Jesus' name, because he's 6'7". He put the work in. My question is, if I am as a man gonna make my wife a priority and I have children, don't you believe my spouse should do the same thing?
Mm.
Because men are always required to put their wife first and take care of the children second.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? Our kids grow up and leave and tell us to mind our business. But it always seems like when a woman has children, all of a sudden those kids are more important than our relationship. But you still want me to provide for them. You still want me to protect them. You still want me to nurture them.
Right.
You might not let me discipline them, but you'll take my money when it comes to raising them. I just, that's my struggle. So I'm asking you as a woman, and I'm gonna let Apollo go, but I want you to answer that for me.
Can I go before Apollo?
For sure. No, I'm talking
That's
about.
a woman
I
answer right there.
said alter ego or Rachel. Whatever woman wants to go, I want to hear that from a woman's perspective.
I want to hear that too, man.
I'll go after Rachel.
Yes. So I was gonna say that there's a lot of women that make their children the source of their happiness, where they already go wrong, right? The same way you would enter any other relationship, you have to love yourself first and put yourself first and care for yourself first to be able to care for anybody else, right? That codependency, I think it is definitely a red flag when a parent is like dependent on that child to give them everything. Actually, sometimes you'll see a woman that child may be like, really, especially if they have a boy, that boy replaces the romantic love that they might not have. And as sad as it sounds, a lot of people are not aware of that. And yeah, for me, I mean, I'm all about teaching my child to be independent with or without me. I've been in the military, so like my child has to know how to do stuff by himself, like since he was young. You get what I'm saying? But I think when people are codependent, I think that's an issue in itself.
Now you see. Now I'm gonna push back just a little bit. Watch this, and alter ego and Lovely could explain this. When our children get older, you know what the first thing they tell us to do when we start messing with their relationship? We get told to mind our business. But we as parents will spend our whole time breaking our neck for our kids, while our kids will keep boundaries on us. But then my spouse that I could be fully loving health and being there for, and we could be traveling and building stuff, you're running around taking care of kids. And I'm not saying kids that are babies. I'm talking about ones that are older. And I think for me, there has to be clear boundaries, because if I'm arguing with one of your children over something that's frivolous, and I say something like, "Hey, I'm not going to talk about this right now," and I've seen this happen where the wife would say, "Well, he wants to talk about it, and if you don't want to talk about it with my son, then you don't care about me." That right there for me means I shouldn't have married. Let me tell you something. And listen, I'm a different breed, so I know I don't want to get killed. Apollo, save me. Kev, save your boy. I'm just challenging this
That's
process.
deep though.
Right?
Well, look, that's already you got it. It's time to go because
Wait, real quick though, because I think are we what's the age group that we talking about? Maybe that's where we need to clarify.
We know that don't mean nothing.
Because a grown ass kid, 100%.
Oh, you talking about like that? I get
you. Talking about like if the woman has a child that's still in school, taking elementary, middle school, like that kid is going to have some type of priority. We know that, right? But we kind of can figure that part. But you're talking about like grown ass capable kids, Is that what we talking about? Like,
I would
what
say
are we?
grown kids. I think grown kids is an easy decision. I
Yeah.
think
Right.
where it gets challenging
It's the
is
child.
when you
Yeah.
have teenagers, when you
Yeah.
There
have
you go. Okay.
11 and
Okay.
9-year-old, right? So if
Okay.
I'm talking to a young lady and I'm building a healthy relationship with her, but she has, I know I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but I need to say it.
Mm.
Stick your chest out.
Stick your chest.
Women have a tendency to allow their children to get away with certain things that a man won't.
Mm.
So if he doing certain things and we want to be married, and I say to you, hey, if we get married, he's not going to be able to do that in our home.
Well, think about it. Just
I
think
think
about it.
that's already poor communication on both of y'all heads.
Well, think about it too. We're talking about a stepdad coming in and wanting to have some sort of discipline and structure, but if if a stepmom steps
Niggas live on
in,
that.
they don't have that same ability. They don't have that same luxury, that because they're actually looking for the man to lead. You know, the man to lead. Well,
I think
look at the different
also
dynamics of that.
Well, I think also
also
you have to
a
look at the
person's
dynamic that
problem
he
is
said.
that I think a lot of people's problem is that they don't understand. Like, you be trying to build a world for a lot of people who, like, you ever seen people trying to build a world for somebody, and it's like this person ain't even got you inside of that world. So it's like people gotta understand you can't be building a world for and trying to give people the world when you're not even probably inside of that world that you building.
Well,
And y'all,
that's the thing,
and y'all
honest.
did make me.
How can a woman tell a man you're not allowed to treat my children like this because they're not your kids, but yet she'll get mad when that dad who wants his child when he's got a baby mama in the home, and she'll try to control that too. So, like, you know what I mean? Like, we see it from both sides.
Yeah, I was
Once
gonna say
again,
this. I was gonna say this. Dang, y'all don't play no games this time. So y'all all ready for it. But I can't even barely squeeze in sometimes. But I was gonna say that and I know you want to go Apollo next. I was gonna say I that thing it do hit though. I ain't never thought about that though. Like that. I mean, I think I talked about it before in some couple lives about being step parent and all that stuff or whatever. But that is kind of deep though. Like, and I see why you say like a man were willing to put their wife first before the, and then like I know it's a little harder for like some women to put they usually put their child first or whatever. Majority of them do. I highly believe that though. But just think about it this way. This is the reason why I used to tell them, this is kind of messed up. Like you put your child first and all that stuff, and then put her husband, whatever. Sometimes they be third because she gonna put herself for second. You know what I'm saying? And then put him third. And then just to think about it, watch the child go live their own life and stuff. Now she want to put him first. Like that'd be so bold. Like now it's like basically like a person that's trying to get back with a toxic relationship. Like, oh, now I want you back. I want to show you my real true love now and all that stuff. I feel like that's some messed up stuff. Like now you want to put me first after your
That's all
child
I'm saying.
pushed you to the side. Nah, that's some messed up.
That's what I'm saying. I want to hear what Apollo has to say, but let me say this before you go, Apollo. I want you to say this in the context of this. I am financially established. I'm in a different tax bracket. I got a lot of fears because now I might be with somebody that if I go to court, and I'm not saying, listen, I'm not in that scenario. We're just generalizing people, so please don't nobody come for me. I'm not in a relationship. I'm single, so you know what I mean? But if I was in a relationship with somebody, then I marry them, they pop off on me, now I have to pay for these kids.
yeah.
That's a lot. But go ahead, Apollo. I'm just letting y'all know the struggle on my end.
Now, it's a struggle on so many multiple levels because the children sometimes can even avoid a rock between you and the mother because they may still love their dad a lot, and here you are trying to bridge a relationship, and it's important that you do to make sure that they feel safe around you, of course. But then it comes to the fact of it being a boy or it being a girl. It's very dangerous when you're dealing with a woman that has a little girl, because most little girls like to come in and sleep in the bed with their mom. And as the father, it's perfectly fine for kids to just come and jump in the bed from they're scared or whatever. You can't do that as a stepdad. So they just come jump in the bed with you. I mean, you could, but you know what I'm saying? It's just certain parameters because if the father heard, what, you had that dude in the bed with my daughter, all this yada yada yada. Some things just isn't acceptable. Or you trying to spank her because she's trying to be, disciplined, or you trying to discipline her. And it's a lot of attitude coming, because she's always, if she has her father in her life, and that's the key thing, if she's going to see the father all the time and they have a great relationship, she's going to be telling him everything about you, which of course that means he's going to be calling her about every little thing. So it's so many cracks that could happen into that situation. And that's why if the mother does not have a great relationship with you that's separate from that child, and help that child understand that, listen, this man that's going to be in our life is important to me as he is to you. I've checked him. I've made sure he's safe. I need for you to trust me. And if you can't trust me as your mother for him, then this can't operate, because it's going to tear a lot of things apart. And it's important for the family dynamic to work. And even the real father sometimes has to take a position in that, to help the daughter to say, listen, I've talked with dude, you know what I'm saying? He seems pretty tight. I don't see any issues with him. Give him an opportunity to work with your moms, if that's even something that can even be on the table. You know what I mean? But those are so many factors, as well as a boy, that you have to take into consideration. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, let me get in here for all to go.
Yeah, before you go, I seen both of y'all, so I do want to think. Now, she got you. That's funny. So I think I did see Sean hand first. I don't know if I seen Alter. So I think I think it might have been. So we're gonna let Sean, then Alter, and then y'all gotta put hands up so I can know the order.
I just want to let y'all know I would have said ladies first. I don't want to be labeled with
You sit up in the comments and thank you, James.
You see, that's
we ain't saying that's sex.
Ain't that cute? I told you he could be back married in 2 seconds. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah, that's sexist right there.
So I was gonna say this though. I was looking at. I was looking at my boo's comment, right? So I agree to a certain extent, right? I said it's not about who's first or not. It's about said value. Let me see, like agreements of value, right? So what I learned though, it's not an out loud thing though. It's an observation. So we could say you could say we could say like we discussed this and all that, but it will show who get put first in a relationship. You don't have to say it out loud or do it, because a lot of people, like, even if right now ain't no woman gonna say on there like I'm gonna put my child first or something. No, the ways and the actions will show. When you choose certain things or you take your child's word over the. I mean, it's so many things that will show. It might not, you might not say it or feel that, but sometimes you be unaware of it. You know what I'm saying? And it's going to show. You know what I'm saying? So we will know who's getting put first in our household overall, even if y'all discussed it or not. So and that's just how this is off observation for real though. But I do feel it though. It shouldn't be like a thing that's like that, but that's just what happened. Just like when they talk about polyamorous relationships and all that stuff, it's gonna be a favorite. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be somebody that you show more your attention to it. Somebody, it's just gonna be like that, because that's just how humans kind of work.
My turn. You done, Kev? Yeah. I got to jump in.
I love you, son.
Hey, sure, keep on mute me, Kev. I'm gonna put it down.
I'm ready. You ready for me? Let's go.
Hey, check this out. Let me say this. Number one, Jaheim put that woman first, and y'all seen what happened to that brother. You know what I'm saying? Okay, we're gonna start off. Okay, we're gonna start off right there. You know what I'm saying? Okay, on the other end, I'll say this. I believe that the spouse should come first if y'all have kids together. If we don't have kids together, my kids coming before your ass. I'm gonna be honest with you. And I wouldn't even like a woman. I wouldn't even be attracted to a woman who put me over her kids. I would think she dumb as hell if she put me over her kids, her biological kids, and I'm just some man that could come and go. If we got kids together, I understand that dynamic. That, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey, we both have the best interest of these kids because they're both ours. But if I'm coming in a relationship with my own child, you come with your own kids, I'm going to have to believe that I'm going to have the best interest of my child. And you just going to have to be okay with becoming second. Now, my child ain't going to run our relationship. You still could discipline my child as if it's your own. But when it come down to it, my child is going to be number one. Because that's my blood. You'll never be my blood.
That's
so
crazy.
You ain't gonna be like baby boy the way Tyrese and old boy.
That's crazy work.
Hold on.
I would be like baby boy put up on the legs and we been hunting in front of the TV. Yeah, that's not
Wow.
Yeah, so I want to say this since Sean said that, then we're gonna let Alter go.
Go ahead.
So that right there, that's why people don't want to get with people that's like that though, because they think that way. You say, because that's the reason why you shouldn't have babies out of wedlock or whatever the situation is. That's the main reason though, because it is supposed to be like a team thing, and everybody should be kind of treated like equally. Like who would want to be with a person that can't really, love them is, as like you say. So that's why it goes back to that thing I was talking about earlier, right? That you say you invest all your time in your child. That's like an individual mindset. Like when people be like, I gotta do what's best for my health. And all. It's not even not for the team no more. It's about what's best for me now. Instead of saying me, now it's what's best for my child. And then why get with another person if you're gonna just do what's best for your child still? You know what I'm saying? So it should be like, no.
Let me
Hold on,
respond,
Kev.
Kev, if I can. Can I respond, Kev?
Hold on, Kev. Are you telling me, because Sean,
Damn.
you and
Hey,
Sean got me tripping. Sean tripping right now. I gotta be with somebody that's gonna put their kids first in all situations. But Sean leaving out details. I'm a man, right? I get married to you. Most men, the woman is gonna get upset and say, "Oh," and we heard it before. We've seen it before, where a woman could have kids, and when she marries a man and that man has kids, she wants to know she's still gonna be a priority. But when it's a man, he's not priority. I gotta feed these jokers. I gotta protect these jokers.
I'm with you, James.
I gotta help them with
Right.
college, but then I gotta still come second to them when there's disagreements. Listen to me. Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you something.
It's time to go, bro.
I ain't trying to be that guy because I love the Lord now.
You know what I'm saying?
But I'm out, B. You heard? I'm gonna sound like a straight New Yorker right now. I'm out, son. On my mama, you heard? I'm not doing none of that, B. Like, I'm not gonna be there. Because when the kid get married, Sean, the kid gonna tell you to mind your
Exactly.
business.
Now everybody keep forgetting that part, and then that's when they can be like, I want to show you all the real love now. Man,
Sean,
Hey, let me say this. Let me say this.
Let me put you second to my
it's just
mama.
like you get with it's just like you get with someone, right? Let's say, okay, I don't now. This is kind of like what cousin talked about earlier, where he don't believe something is possible. I'm gonna stick on this too, right? When people say when they get with someone else, they're gonna love that person kid like they own, right? I truly believe that's impossible. Let me tell you why. Because the love that I have for my kids, me seeing them, knowing that they are a part of me seeing them come out of the womb, you know what I'm saying, knowing that that's my DNA. You could say you could love them the same, but I think just genetically how you are wired, that's impossible for you to love somebody else's kids the way you love your own. Because you have your kids been in your life for a long period of time, way before you met these other kids. And once again, I just don't believe that's possible. I don't believe that's possible. How the love I have for my kids, now do I treat them differently? No. I treat them the same. They would never notice anything different. But deep down in my heart, I know as a parent, there is a difference.
I believe you can, though.
So you saying people that adopt children?
Before y'all say this, I'm adopted.
Hold on. Because it was supposed to be altered.
So just so we clear, I'm adopted, so I've seen that unconditional love. So since I've seen it, I can't be with somebody who can't give it. You feel me? And my adopted parents, like prime example, I watched my brother marry somebody who had kids already, and he loved that child like it was on. They walk alike. Him and his son walk alike, talk alike. Sometimes the real dad be like, he more closer to him than he and me. And I feel
Right.
So I don't know what you're talking. But I really want to hear from a woman. You know why I want to hear from a woman? Because I'm gonna say this so alter ego, she just Rachel, lovely. Let me tell you something. Y'all want me to risk it all after everything I paid and worked hard for to have a kid tell me he don't like something and you want to leave me after that? I'm not doing it. I'm not. The devil is a lie.
I done heard situations, man, that's crazy. You just unlocking some stuff. I heard some situations where they be like, if my kid don't feel safe around you, I don't feel safe around you and all that stuff. I'm like, what the heck? So your whole
and then
thing
that kid be bad as hell. No. Then that kid be bad
they don't got a mind of their own. They got their own discernment.
I need a woman to explain it.
Look, let's be clear though.
This is
Let
the
me say
first
this
time
to
I
you though,
wanna hear a
James,
woman
before you
tell me
move on
this.
to the women. Let me just say this. It's not just stepmothers. I mean, sometimes it could be husband and wife where the one of the parents are, they taking favoritism to treating the kid more important than the husband, or vice versa. The husband is treating the kid more important than his wife. It's not just relationships that are divorced from the parent, the parents being there. It happens within marriage.
Exactly.
So,
Exactly. I got to take this Negro on trips. I got to help with his college. I got to get him his first car. I got to be at his graduations. And then when he get an attitude, you want to put me on a second burner, he going to be hungry. I'm out of there.
But James,
I'm out of there.
Let's get Alter in, y'all.
But
We going too far. We going too far. Let's get Alter in, please. I'm about to start some more stuff up, man. You get it? Alter, you better get up in here. It's hungry dogs out here now, man. You gotta
listen.
Look, she lagging. I'm gonna say this real quick. Look,
She like she went on coffee cut.
So, yeah, but I was gonna say this though. I think some of this also depends on us as men, right? Like, we know that if you come into the game and you ain't got your shit together, yeah, you're gonna probably get that treatment off the rip, and it's gonna be deep. They gonna put on thick because you haven't shown your square. You ain't standing on your square solid. Now, somebody like James, somebody like a few of us, where you're gonna walk in like, hey, look, this is my square. This is what the fuck I think women in general respect that. You get what I mean? Like, they're gonna recognize who they can play with and who they can't. Now, there's some degenerates that's gonna be like they are, and we know that, right? I ain't talking about them.
Say degenerate.
I'm talking about women that got a head on their shoulders. Okay, women that's who I'm talking about right now. So, and usually if they have children, they're gonna putting their kids first because that's what they have to do. But then when the king walk into the castle, it's like, okay, now I know how to be a queen, right? Now, and I think women with their head on their shoulders correctly, they don't really have that problem with that conversion. But I think it's those who struggling with something else is where they be out there wilding and they don't understand how to relinquish the reins.
So, cousin, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
If she's on the struggle bus and I pull up with a limo and all the kids get in the car, is that fair?
No, you should have pulled up.
Damn.
Straight up.
I should have what?
You shouldn't have pulled up. That's my.
You saying you should
Listen,
have
why would you be in a limo in the hood?
Now here's a crazy thing though.
I'm just saying.
I think there are amazing women who may not meet a lot of the financial needs that you may have as a man, but there are a lot of good women and this is my opinion. This is my opinion, and I get criticized for this because I'm Nigerian, so you know how Nigerians are about blended families. They can be very, But check this out. So if I meet a woman, I say, nah, and she is fine, great character. She got 2 kids, but she can love me well. But the moment that child do something I don't like, she switches on me. That's the part that's tough. I found that women who have children tend to be very good women. But they just can't balance the act of having a husband and being a mother of 2 kids. That's why we keep talking as men. I'm waiting for a woman to explain to me.
They ain't gonna explain it.
I seen Rachel had raised her hand. My baby did. Let's go ahead. She can try again because Alter take forever to come back. So go ahead and get my baby.
Sure is, man. Alter ain't got no answers. She ain't got no answers. We ain't gonna worry about it.
Well, I mean, it's not about answers. Honestly, I'm intrigued by this conversation because I'm not sure why it's so difficult.
What? Wow, that's crazy.
I personally,
you know what, Rachel? Oh, go ahead, Rachel. Let me hear this. I'm a mute. Go ahead. I'm mute.
I don't want to put my business out there, but I've had that situation before where my child had a stepfather, but it was fairly easy. Like, we didn't have these type of discussions. It literally was okay. So let me say this. I'm interested. I'm okay. I don't want to come off judgmental, but James, I feel like your mindset is already in the negative in terms of entering
Rachel, let me help you out. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So
praise God. Listen, we
okay,
ain't got lie to you.
because I keep hearing.
I'm trying to get to ground zero though.
Yes,
That's
I
why I'm
keep
asking
hearing
questions.
about all these things that you're doing for this kid, and it's like an expectation, like it's as if you're doing this and there's something that's supposed to come from it. But when when you love children, you just love children, like without expectations. Like you would, for me, I would do the same thing for a child that's not in my household. You get what I'm saying? Like
You
they
know
don't
what?
even I
Kev,
don't
get your
even have to
woman,
be in a
Kev. Get your
hold
woman,
on,
Kev.
James. Hold on,
She's
James.
a
James, hold
unicorn.
on. No, 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 no.
She's a
Hold on, James.
unicorn. Every woman you
James,
not
hold
like
on.
her. No,
James,
I'm not
hold
telling
Hey,
you
on.
I
to
ain't gonna
do it.
lie. I tell my baby this all the time. I said
Nah,
she's
nah,
a
she a
unicorn.
unicorn. She trying to play
I
me
say
right
that all
now.
the
I
time.
almost got sucked in too. I'm still negative. Nah,
But
nah. I
well,
almost
that's
got
what
sucked because
I
Rachel
mean.
got game. Rachel, I see how she got you,
No,
Kev.
I
I see how
swear,
she got you,
I ain't gonna
Kev.
lie. I tell
Kev,
her
she a
this all the time.
unicorn, Kev.
It gets me angry because I'm like, you be tying yourself to these women and nobody, ain't that many women
Then
like
I
you. I'm
can't
like,
Come
understand.
on,
I cannot
man.
understand then. Then that means I can't
Rachel
help
out
you.
here. Rachel out here selling wolf tickets,
Wolf
Apollo. She that way. And you know what makes me mad? Let me tell y'all what makes me mad. I don't care. Y'all tell me I'm cutting
Oh, you
y'all off. I
said
don't care.
wolf tickets.
Wolf tickets, because what happens is the good ones be gone. And then they be like, I don't understand why you're mad. You ain't, of course you don't understand. You got Kev on the big screen. You got yours. You feel me? We out here in these struggle streets and you sitting up here talking like you single. Nah. You know what, Rachel? I appreciate your effort. But you made me a -2 right now.
She get
-2.
to skip
Man,
when she want to, Jane. She get to
you see what I'm
talk when she
saying?
want to. She
You
get
see what I'm
promoted on
saying?
fan base.
Come on, man.
But that's the thing, James. James, she doesn't make you
it's because I
negative.
put
You
my
make
woman first. Yeah, no.
no,
What you say, Lovely?
no. Rachel doesn't make you negative. You make you negative. You
I
don't wake
think a
up in
lot
the
of people
morning
mix
thinking
up with
that
the
I'm
whole
gonna be an angry person
with
today. Like,
Right, you know what,
no,
love?
Y'all agree
you.
with James' assessment of the issue that no, it's a
well,
very finicky situation. Like
Yeah,
when
I agree though. I
Yeah,
actually
I
agree
think
with
Ernest trying
James
to
though.
talk. I think Ernest trying to talk, but her volume low.
Damn.
is she? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Y'all heard me?
It
Do y'all
sounded
hear
like
me?
you were trying to
Go
turn your
ahead.
volume up.
Okay, yeah, I did. Um, so I really want to say that a lot of people gotta understand this. Like majority of people, especially in a step parent position, you only the the only real reason why you doing for that child is because you dating the mom or the dad. That's the only real reason why you even put in any effort with the kid. So in reality, everything that James is saying, it can come off like, damn, you ain't doing this shit out the kindness of your heart. You doing this shit just to sit up here and say, damn, I did this for your kid. That's like a woman, you dating a woman and you talking about like, damn, she ain't let me hit nothing. And I done did this, I done took her ass out on dates. Like, you know how that shit sound? It make her not even want to give it up to you because you sound like a person who's only doing things just to get what you want so you can choose how you want to deal with the situation.
I don't believe
So,
that's what he talking about. I don't believe that's
That's
what he's
not what
saying.
I'm talking about.
Yeah, I
no,
was
no,
about to
no,
say
I
because
no,
I
see.
no,
heard
I've
two
been a
people
no,
say
husband
that
for
about.
no.
20 years.
That's why I said it can come off like that. And
Yeah,
Oh, I
I
got
so
never
you.
said, I
I,
never said that's what he's talking about. So,
I got you.
yeah, I
I
was about
get
to
it.
say even that. I don't think everybody heard what he said though. I don't think it even came off that way. He literally talking about women putting their kids first. It ain't got nothing to what he can do for them. He just saying flat out like it's women that just prioritize their kid and they want you to sit here and do all these things like a regular father and stuff, but then they still put you second and all that stuff. That's all he talking about. He not talking about what he can do to earn it and all that stuff. He just saying that that's how a lot
no,
of
that's what I understand, kid. That's what
I
I'm telling
think
you.
it's
so
different for like if a
so
man.
how, okay, hold on, wait, but man, Apollo, because if you said you understand, so let's say that this, you said you understand, and then you said that he sound like that he's coming from doing
No,
something with
I
the
said it
kids.
could come off to a woman like that.
Yeah,
That
that's
That
what
don't
she said.
wait, what?
Well, I mean,
She said it could
He
come
don't
off
have
to a
to. But the
woman.
thing is,
because I keep on talking.
he's not having this conversation
I'm
with
just
that
trying to get
woman
you to
though.
understand that when I said what I said, I was saying it from an aspect of it could come off to a woman as if he's doing it only just for something in return. That's what I was hearing Rachel say. So, but what
Yeah,
I was also trying to get y'all to understand is that with a step parent and a child's bond, like the bond, like that bond could fall out at any moment. You feel me? So, meaning y'all even say that, oh, I want you to love my kid like it's your own. You would never do that because when it comes to your own kid, you always going to be a Superman or Superwoman to that child over the stepchild. It's going to come to a point in life where you definitely going to pick a side. I done seen it and I done been in that position. So, I think a lot of people uh gotta also understand, when it comes to fathers, and you trying to sit up there and you trying to dictate someone else's household, because that's what happens. You trying to dictate that other man's household. I done seen people marry a baby mother, and the man up here telling the next man, "Oh, don't you touch my kid? Don't you sit up here and discipline my kid? Don't you say nothing?" You go through to that mother like as if they're a child. You get what I'm saying? Which I understand. Yes, it's your kid, but at the same time, this person should you. It's like some parents don't realize you will overlook a child disrespecting another adult and just sit up here and say, "Oh, well, it's my motherfucking kid. I don't give a fuck what they do." And it could be disrespectful to your partner. It's like, hey, I don't want to deal with somebody like that.
You know what though? This is my problem.
James, I want to say this though, real quick, because I don't think we're having a conversation right now. Because like I really want it because it's getting to me now. Because I really think we're talking about two different things at one time.
I think so.
I believe you made it clear. You made it clear, and I don't get how they get it out. The thing is, we're not discussing this with women, or he's not discussing it with the women. He just telling you from her perspective. I can see like if he was like, "Hey, I'm doing all these things for you." Ain't no dude just sitting there walking and telling a girl that junk. He's not doing that. He just saying flat out that we speaking on women putting their children first. That's all we saying. It's not saying that I'm gonna do all these things and I gotta win you over and why aren't you? It's not that. These are literally two different things. I'm gotta find another way. But go ahead, James.
I'm saying this: if I love you and you love me, but my major concern is you are going to change on me the moment I have a disagreement with you when it comes to the kid. But you're going to still require of me to provide everything I need for that child.
Yeah.
So not only am I paying, I am driving around. I'm fully engaged. Like Rachel was like, yo, you should just love. I am built that way. I was married 20 years, so I don't know no other way. And I'm adopted, so I understand of how a kid could feel unloved when he's a part of a different family. So I'm going to have a different perspective. But what I have seen through my friends and their relationships is that women have been very dismissive to the needs of the husband, as well as to the leadership of the husband in the home when it comes to the kid. So if me and you have a disagreement, I'll always have the final say as your husband when it pertains to me and you. But then when I see something happening with the child and I rarely say anything, you know what I'm saying? It makes me feel. And I'm not saying that I would do that. Listen, I'm just talking in general from what I've seen, because I think, and I prefaced it by saying 9 times out of 10, women with children tend to be better partners. They tend to be better partners to me. Now, my brothers in them would argue differently, but that's what I'm saying. And so when I ask this question, like prime example, somebody just said, I feel bad for the kids exposed to you. See, that's what I mean.
Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her. Don't let it go.
I wasn't saying it. I'm not in that situation. I'm just explaining what men talk about in general, Daniel. That's all I'm saying.
But James,
I just
let
want
me
to
say
say
this,
something real
right?
quick. Oh,
Because,
man.
what happened?
No, I
Yeah.
just wanted to say something real quick. But go ahead, cousin. You didn't say anything yet. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's. I think that like for you to have that fear, I don't know if. I mean, I hear you, and I think it's valid. But then I'm gonna say, from what I know of you, I don't think it's valid. So what I mean by that is, you don't strike me as the type of person that's gonna have to go through that, because you have discernment, you have communication skills. You seem like, you know what I mean. You're gonna have a rapport with the kid and the parent. You know what I mean. Like you are one of the type of people, and I might be judging wrong, but correct me if I'm wrong, that is going to actually have healthy boundaries and actually have a healthy communication base. You get what I'm saying? So
Yes, sir.
for people like you, we don't go through those type of shit unless you choose obviously wrong, which we don't normally do that. You know what I mean? Like, you're gonna take your time and choose the best one. Now, your partners that's going through that shit, you don't know what type of buster shit they doing behind closed doors, which are allowing them to be disrespected that way. Because I'm gonna be honest, men who take disrespect, get disrespected. Period. There's not a man alive who has stood on his ground, got disrespected, and stayed there and dealt with it. They either bounce or they change. You get what I'm saying? The
Yeah,
dudes
no
that sit
doubt.
there and
I
just take that
disagree.
shit. Okay, but I'm just saying, you have a choice. You can either sit there and take it, right? Or you can correct it, or you can leave. That's the three choices, right?
Yeah, I
And
was about
so
to
if
say.
you sit there, and take it, that's the choice you made.
Yeah,
And then
true.
Okay,
That's
and
true.
let me be
that's all
clear.
I'm
My
saying.
biggest fear,
So what
just
I'm
so
just
we
saying
clear,
is, so
hold
hold
on.
on,
My
all I'm,
biggest fear, let me say this, cousin. My biggest fear is failing the family. I'm talking about me, but in
right.
general, I've seen the
But
conflict. My biggest fear
I
is
think
failing the
I know
family.
that's why I said I
what
hear
I'm
you
saying
making
is,
it say you
Clay,
say in general, they keep making it you personal though. That's what I'm saying.
Right,
right.
You
right,
say
right. I
in
got you. I
general
got
and
you.
they keep saying it's you.
Right, and I'm just saying I don't think that you should take the general consensus and fear that
I
personally
don't
because I
think
don't think that you have those traits that would make you in jeopardy of that. Is what I'm saying.
I don't
With
think it's no different from when I used to do a live on. I think it's more of a protection thing that because it's rare to find women that don't put their kids first. So it's just he just putting it out that 9 times out of 10 you will probably I ain't gonna say it that high. Okay, I say 8 times out of 10 you might run into women that's like that. And
but
we
Kev,
know
he
that
said
He
we
did
got
personalize
he
it.
put
I
the
thought he said
question.
he
Yeah,
was
he put the question
looking.
out here for himself, though.
Yeah.
That's why I said it.
Yeah, I did. I put it out there for
It
myself.
wasn't like
I
he
think
said in general. He was just saying like that was his personal fear,
right.
and
And
I
then
was
what
just trying
happened
to
with a
say
yeah, where
that.
the lines got blurred was when I was talking about my partner situation and how they handle it.
Mm.
I, I'm afraid of going through those things when I know generally I'm going to love the kids the same because that's how I was when I got adopted.
Hmm.
My problem is I have found that when you make a general mistake where you're just trying to figure it out, I've seen women that were good women just walk away of fear of something happening to their kids, right? Or somebody just putting a priority on the kids, and then when the kids grow up and leave, you're so conditioned to taking care of them that your whole life becomes them, and we don't have one. And that can happen with two people who are married. Like that's all I was talking about.
Yeah.
But I see how. But and let me be clear, so nobody mad at me. Like when Danielle said what she said, she'd be the first person I wouldn't even waste my time talking to, because you already judging me without having a real conversation, and you
right.
didn't listen to the
Hmm.
totality of the conversation. Doesn't mean she's a bad person. Let me see that. Hold on, let me say that.
You
And
gotta
you know
listen
me.
without your feelings sometimes.
Yeah.
Can I just say
That's all.
something,
Sure, sure.
James?
Yeah.
No, James. After you elaborated, I fully understand what you're saying. What I wanted to say is that as the leader, knowing that you are going to have to incorporate yourself in, it doesn't even matter if it's a good woman or a bad woman, right? Or if it's you're in the marriage or that all that stuff doesn't matter, right? What matters is how you are going to lead that conversation and going to communicate these changes, because even in the military, when we leave our families, they know that when we come back, we have to slowly reincorporate ourselves into the household, because there has already been structures that have been established and you have to create a new norm.
Exactly.
That's yeah, so you have to go into it already knowing and planning with your mate. You have to plan. It's not that easy. Yeah, it's not an easy thing. You have to plan. That's it.
It's a good conversation. I appreciate the responses. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate the responses.
Oh,
Can
so
I?
you sound like you trying to get in. Is you trying to get in finally?
I'm trying to get in. Can I get in?
I'm trying to see if Archer, because she be taking forever to say something, man. I don't know what
No
you doing.
diddy. No diddy.
Ultra gone. Got to drop her. She ain't saying nothing in 3 years.
That be seeming like she want to say something, but she not saying
Three
nothing.
years, guys.
She ain't saying nothing, man.
Let's try to
She
see why
acting.
she put down ping pong. Maybe her stuff
Can y'all
not.
hear me now?
There you go.
That's
There she
so
go.
weird. I don't
There you
understand.
go. Man,
It's
I
all
was
right,
like,
man. You got a track phone. We know you got a track
you
phone. It's
got
cool.
skipped over about 15 times.
Every time I come back to the screen, Apollo got his hand up, so I'm gonna let him
Yeah.
go.
I'm trying.
Cause James,
Hey, you know
I
what?
be
I'm trying to
ping
be
pong.
patient and understanding, but you can go, Queen. I'm
Hey,
patient.
hey, hey, Kev, he like middle road, huh, Kev, with his finger up?
Boy, that finger gotta go up every time. He like, no, I'm running more. I want more.
You know, I just want to say there's a difference between a woman moving in with a man with children than a man moving in with a woman with children.
Do you,
that dynamic plays
I
differently
think,
too as well.
and you know the funny part though, now that you say that though, I think me listening to that, I believe Sean the only person I heard that actually will put like his kids over a woman. 'Cause otherwise, I don't hear men really saying that they put their
Hell
kids
yeah, I would.
over the woman. That's what I say. I think you like the first guy I probably ever heard though, because I think I would think that a lot of men just don't do that because what's up you? All right.
Can I tell you why?
Yeah, I think you
No,
said it. You said it. You said it.
no,
Though.
no. I was gonna say I've seen several times where, like when people say like when a man is dating a woman and he have stepkids, right? I do believe that the man it would be more hurt than the woman because he has to separate from the woman and he also has to separate from the kids. You know what I'm saying? So it's a double loss for the man. I also seen people in relationships where they put their spouse over their biological child, and then when that relationship doesn't work because it can happen, you done ruined your relationship with your biological child, and your child are gonna look at you like you pick someone over them and you can't get their relationship back. So for me personally, I let it be known from the rip. My child is not going to dictate nothing between you and I. But if it happens to come down to it, that's my blood. Nothing comes before that. I don't give a damn who the hell you are.
I think, and I
You
can
got a
attest to
point.
that
Sean
every
got a
man
point.
would probably feel the same way as Sean, that we all going to make sure that that child is always protected. But I think there's a difference between protection and security versus relationship, right? Because I don't think that no one is discounting the fact that every parent should make sure that their child is secure, be it mother or father. No one can deny that. However, the relationship and what I'm sharing with this individual, when we say about putting the children first, it's all about time management. Let's be honest, because putting children first, saying I'm putting more time in with my child than I am with you. It's not always about decisions that need to be made as much as investments that's being made. And each one deserves the amount of time that they need in order for that relationship to thrive. So if
Well,
we're putting balance on both, I don't think that this should be a problem. But if the man sees that he's really not something besides, her only time with them is when they go to sleep and wake up to go to work the next day, then obviously then he's just there not to really give her comfort or a relationship, but more of somebody who's just adding into the pot and helping to take care of these bills, not necessarily as a part of the dynamic of a relationship. That's just
I add more onto that real quick, right? I would say that I still don't understand this. Like, even if you're in a house with a woman that you have biological kids with, right? And y'all only have kids with each other. I'm gonna say from a man's point, I never understood this. Like when they say the man should eat first. I always thought if you say that you busting your ass for your family and you doing this for them, nigga, they should eat first. So I don't see how that concept, how we be thinking as far as I'm the man, I should eat first, but then you saying you out there busting your ass for your kids. If you doing everything you do for your kids and your family, nigga, you should eat last. They should come first.
The reason why they said that is during the days when we used to work on farms and the husband was out in that field working all day and with the cattle, with the agrarian, the agriculture, doing all the what's the name, and then he finally gets into the house. The reason why they let him eat first is because of the amount of labor that he used to put in.
He could wait 10 more minutes. He could wait 10 more minutes. He could wait 10 more minutes.
The kid's been sitting in the house playing with the horses all day and having fun. I don't think you're gonna be mad that they want to sit a piece of plate in your face just to show you appreciation for working hard all day out in the yard.
I'm gonna feel better that I'm gonna feel better that after all my hard work that day, I get to sit back and see my kids eat before me.
Ain't nothing wrong with
You ain't
that.
changing Sean, man. You better leave Sean alone. You ain't changing his mind.
I'm gonna say, ain't nothing wrong with- I can't be mad at his mindset. I'm just saying, I'm telling you where it came from. But hey, man, if you want to see that if you're working hard, so you can just see that, if that's what make you shine, is to see that your family's eating, and you can sit back and say, man, I just got fulfilled. Hey, man, work that, bro. I'm with that. Some men, they don't really concentrate too much on it from that point. They feel appreciated when they walk in, and the wife's like, baby, sit down. I got your food ready here. And then the kids come in, hey, Dad, how you doing? How was your day? You need anything? It's just two different dynamics that's going on, but both of them are still fulfilling.
Appreciate me at nasty times. Appreciate me at nasty times.
Okay.
You said I'll take buns. I want buns for them.
Hi guys, how are you?
Hey, you say it's reciprocal, right?
It's why I don't come up here. I wasn't feeling good because when I started yelling, I don't want nobody to say nothing.
Go ahead, King.
I'm still going to
Not Sean getting her back.
Go ahead, Alton.
I'm
Sean
gonna
getting
find
her.
a way to put a needle in his middle neck crack. Anyway, sick of him. Dang, what was I saying? Crap.
You
But
got
yes,
Queen
well,
Sean
just to
down?
that one part, real quick though, about the whole dinner thing. I just think that's silly. If it's to a point, I think it's all about how you do things. That's just how I feel. Your kids are not going to starve if that man gets to play first. The man, and if a man has a huge issue where the kids eat first, that's how, I mean, like, it's just dynamics. So yeah, you can say all day, yeah, I work for the kids, so yeah, my kids should eat. Your kids are in the house probably getting snacks while you been out all day and ain't touched the food, ain't probably drunk any water, all that kind of stuff. So it's about respect, it's leadership, it's all those things putting into perspective. Right? It's not like saying your dad is over y'all. If there's no food left, y'all eat. Y'all gonna get the scraps. It ain't like that. There should be enough food for everybody to eat well. And there's nothing wrong with your husband sitting down at the table and he's getting a plate first, and your children sitting down with the family and getting a plate as well. There is nothing wrong with that. Y'all make that a big deal. I think that's actually ridiculous. But to the point of the perspective of the whole like my kids are more important because they're my blood, I think that's also silly. Don't marry nobody if you're gonna have that perspective, that mindset.
Right.
I feel.
When?
That's why we had these lies before when it talks about do stepfathers don't benefit. It's kind of like, in a way, I think it's just certain situations. It's the kind of woman that you're dealing with, whether or not stepfathers benefit. Because I think stepfathers do have benefits. I think when they come into a relationship, especially if they have kids coming into, if they don't have kids, if you come into a relationship where there is a woman that has children and she is fully open to receiving you as that husband, as that person, that man, that position, it's how you cater to the situation. So, I think when you have that, when you fear that, I think it's because you don't know how to prioritize that relationship with your children and that spouse, and that woman, right? If you feel like after all this is said and done, you can walk out. This wife can walk out, but then my kids are gonna be wondering, well, Daddy, I don't love you no more because the way you treated me while you was. That's crazy. That means you didn't know how to prioritize a relationship. That means you didn't know how to manage your children and that spouse. That's why that's a bad rep anyway. Like stepfather had a bad rep anyway because it seems like that because y'all don't know how to prioritize. Sometimes women don't know how to prioritize in loving your children and loving the man. Sometimes y'all so obsessed with the man, you forget about the child. Sometimes you're so obsessed with the kids, you forget about this. So you don't know how to balance, and many of y'all don't. That's why you don't have successful relationships now. So if you know how to prioritize
Mute up.
relationships and
I-
and
So we ain't
marriage,
gonna act like. Hold on, you got to mute up, Alton. 'Cause I'm tired of this food. I'm tired of this food. So we ain't gonna act like
We gotta protect her at all costs, baby. Protect
hold on,
Alton at all costs.
hold on, hold on. So we ain't gonna act like. Hold on, we ain't gonna act like.
Cookie.
Yeah, we ain't gonna act like even with biological mothers, right? Now, damn, this gonna kind of like get on y'all. Y'all do the, even if I am the daddy, the man is the daddy.
Yeah, I was
Y'all
about to
still
say
be
they do
saying
that
that
too.
shit.
Yep.
This is my kid, my baby, my such and such. So let's go. Let's talk about that.
I said that.
That's true. That's true. I was
Okay,
thinking
so
about
look,
that too earlier.
that's why I literally said, relationships as a whole. That's why some people suck at relationships in general, right? Because again, you don't know how to balance how to have love for your children and also respect and reverence for the man. That's what I'm saying already. Sometimes even your own biological children. So of course if you can't balance that, of course you can't balance stepchildren.
Right.
Yeah, if you and I think when it comes to aspects like this, stepchildren should feel comfortable in these dynamics if the mother is wise about who she chooses.
Yeah.
That's good.
Can I ask Alter a question real quick?
Boy, you got all the questions, man.
Come on, man.
Hey, let people eat.
God damn, I'm trying to eat. Let me get this run out. Hold on. So, Alter, let me ask you this. Where do men and women learn these skills from if it's not being taught at home? And do you think that's the reason why most of us are blind right now? Because there aren't any lessons on how to have an actual relationship. And I'm done.
So where can they learn to have proper relationships? I think if it's not taught at home, which a lot of times it may not be, because most people have the aspect of telling their kids, hey, get with people who don't have children, marry somebody who don't have children. So a lot of them don't get to experience that. I think it's just going to come with your natural or come with maturity, come with in a sense. I know it sounds cliche, but how do I want to be treated? And experience. Some people have to experience certain things to know. Because like people can say all day, my parents, your parents can teach you stuff all day. To me, that's part of something. But even people that grow up and they're in their 30s and they say, well, I didn't have this and this. I didn't understand this in my age. But you had parents that taught you and told you it was right. They told you not to have kids without out of wedlock. They told you all that, but then you become in your 30-year-old self telling us, well, I just didn't know what the problem. You did. Your parents told you, but you chose to do your own thing. So
Yes, sir.
experiences in life will teach you how to treat people. If you then have children and you grow up, say you have a child at 20 years old, you 20, now you're 25, you grown up, right? And now you know, okay, I know what it's gonna look like. I need to be mindful of who I let in my life, who I let in my life, right? And not be that one woman who's like, you can't have kids because I got kids. That's some crazy stuff, right? So it's like it's just balancing out knowledge and understanding what I see as fair. So if I'm letting somebody into my life, I need to be understanding that I have to take this person in. I'm not just taking this man in if he's also coming with children. I can't tell this man respect my child, but I don't have to respect his. It's just, that's common sense that people act like they don't have. Everything does not have to be taught to you for you to understand how to do it. Experience teaches you everything. Now, if you want to be that person who just want to be held on to whatever traumas and things that you dealt with and you don't want to see where you can do better at, that's on you. But don't act like you don't know how to do these things. It's whether or not you want to.
Listen, we need to protect our dog cause. You understand? In my country, you will be clean. Royalty. You understand? You get whatever you want all the time. House, car, money, Ferrari, whatever you
Money? When
want.
you say money, you get money.
Money. Yes, Sean, you will be.
He went straight accent on it. He went full-fledged Nigerian on
Yes,
that.
I wanted to. Listen, I almost wanted to cash up. You understand? I don't say I'm on. Oh, go ahead. Somebody else go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Did Jane go yet? I don't think she went yet.
Nah,
Get
she just
Jane up
came
in
up.
there. The straight face Jane today. Okay, all right. See, what's up, Jane? You been all right?
Hey, I'm just chilling. I told you that when I be chilling, I be looking like something wrong with me.
You be chilling, huh? You know about that face that I be talking about. Don't even think
I'm
about
just
saying it.
chilling. I'm just
You
that's
better.
my chill.
You know it has smiles in here. You know. There you go. There you go. You trying a little bit. I got it. I'll run with that.
Hey, Arthur. Hey, Rachel Boo. Hey, lovely. Hey, everybody. Hey, cousin.
Hey, son.
Hey, Jane.
Hey, Sean. Hey,
Hey,
Sean.
what's going on, Jane?
Hey,
Beautiful
Sean.
as always.
Thank you. So I love what Arthur said. I just feel like this is a conversation. Okay, maybe I'm in the cave. I don't know who's not making the food and making all the plates at one time and then passing out the plates and not understanding that the kids won't survive if the parent doesn't survive. So usually the parents get their plate. Mama usually passes out the plates. You got an older child, make them pass out the plates to the younger kids. But everybody should be eating at the same time. I think that's appropriate. We need to get back to that. People eating at the dinner table with their families. No devices, no nothing, just eating all together, so that everybody eats at the same time. But when I did have a spouse, my mama told me if you don't go up in that kitchen, fix that man a plate. So that's what I did. It didn't matter whether it was just us in the house and she was invited over, or whether it was at a family gathering. I always had to get up and fix my man a plate. And if she was around, she fixed the kids a plate, and she allowed both of us to go sit down and eat. So
Right.
that's not saying that everybody won't get their ration. Okay, everybody won't get their plate. It's just saying, okay, at the end of the day, and now that I don't have my husband no more, I'm gonna eat. You know why? Because if I don't eat and I'm malnourished, these kids won't survive. They'll be going somewhere else, and God knows where they will be going to. So as an adult, I was born in this world without children first. My spouse is born in this world without children first. We come first. They come secondary. When it comes down to putting the kids first in certain situations, your romanticized relationship with your spouse is totally different from the relationship that you're going to have with your children and raising your children. They shouldn't be entering into your marriage, and you should be letting them go on in their future when they get grown. They're going to have their spouse one day, or whatever it is they choose to do, but their life haven't got started yet, and you're the foundation for their life. You got to live your life. You got to put you first. You're the most important person to you. Your spouse is the most important person to them. And then together, you're the most important persons to your children. So of course, you're gonna come first. Your spouse should come first. I don't understand why that's,
Amen.
hung up on.
I want to let me pray real quick. Father, I want to thank you for both of these women of God. They are
You
saying
trying to take
exactly
all the
what
women to
you need.
Nigeria, man? Damn. You want all the women to go to Nigeria.
Sean, listen, I need you to mind your business. I need you to mind your business.
Hey, he trying to recruit everybody, Kev.
Listen, you know we have more than one wife where I'm from, man. I don't know why you're doing that. I'm joking, y'all. I'm just playing.
You ain't joking. Yes,
I
that's
can't
the
handle more.
truth.
No, I can't handle more than one. Lord knows I ain't gifted. I'm just saying. These two ladies have spoken facts. I want to thank God for them. It's Jane. You are queen from
Well, you
Nigeria.
know
I
what?
don't know
I
where
got
you're
to ask
from.
you a question on that, James, because to be honest about it, knowing the African culture, there's plenty of African women out there that's definitely into tradition, know how to take care of the men, definitely follow, all the traditions. Why even come and, mess with women in these circumstances when you have a nation of women that's available for your bedroom?
Well, first of all, Nigerian women run us all in our household, so I don't think I want to go through that personally. I just tell the truth.
The women here, you think they're different in America?
Honestly, Nigerians are very colonized to some degree, so I think in some ways we are the same, except when it comes to financial structure. I know
Absolutely.
I know where you're going, Apollo.
You know
Okay,
where I'm going. I'm like, tell me something. I ain't seen nothing
listen.
different.
It's like my grandfather would say, "Don't be a bastard." All right, so don't do that. So
I'm just saying the resources. You got way more resources that you are you able.
What you're saying is I have more options. So here's the thing. As
Absolutely.
somebody at my age, I'm older. I'm 49, right?
Right.
When my wife passed away,
Damn.
they gave me a
Ibu, Yoruba. Wait.
Yeah, my bad.
Hey, yo, forget you, Sean.
Hey, nah, you don't look 49 though. That's why I was shocked. Damn.
Nah. So
Are you Ibu? Are
Don
you
only
Yoruba?
saying that because he 30 now.
Don't
That's why
you
he's
cuss at
saying
me,
that.
man. Don't you
I
cuss
know.
at
I'm
me.
up there.
Which one are you, Benjamin?
Yoruba. Don't cuss at me, man.
Oh, you're
I'm
Yoruba.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you have like right now, they gave me a 6-month grieving period, and the next thing my aunt was like, "Are you ready? I have someone for you." No. And they go through all that, and I can marry someone
Yes.
ranging from 30,
Arrangements. Yes.
yeah. So from 30 to 55, we are very different. We don't go by age a lot,
Yes. But you don't want
right?
that arrangement. You don't want that situation, knowing that she's going to follow it to the T.
First of all, I think because I grew up in New York, it does play a role on how I think. Because I want somebody that has a voice, whereas a lot of Nigerian women, they have a voice when they don't have a voice when they're courting you, but when they get married,
that voice comes out.
Nigerian run. First of all, let's be clear. Culturally, we're totally different.
Right.
Nigerian women run the house. Nigerian men run the business. You know what I'm saying? So
In
at the end of
America,
the
though.
day, huh?
It's the same in America.
Nah,
Hey, let me ask James. I got a question for you, James.
It's not the same, bro.
Okay, not to the same extent, but let the brother ask you a question.
First of all, you ain't never going to tell a Nigerian woman 50-50. It's not even going to come out your mouth.
You think there's a lot of American women that's not hearing that type of thing too, though. They'll tell you quick, ain't no 50-50.
Let me ask you a question.
Not signing no prenuptial.
Have you ever met a Nigerian woman say 50-50?
No, I haven't.
I think. Like, it's just a different culture.
It's 50-50 over here. We look at today's time, us men looking for provider women. But let me go ahead and keep going. Hold on, let me ask you this question. Do you think, hey, hold on. Do you think,
yo, Sean is savage, bro.
Yeah, let me ask this question. Do you think, okay, and let me explain it. I know if you were to get with a spouse, right, and you were to say, hey, you're going to have to come second in this relationship. Let's say we don't have no kids. Let's just say you be like, okay, you're going to have to come second because I come first. And what I mean by that is I do believe that people prioritize their spouses over themselves. And I feel like when you do that, that's when a lot of resentment come into place, right? Like, because if I'm dating a woman who don't truly love herself, there's nothing I can do to make her feel loved. That's work that she have to do on herself first. So I believe that you should put yourself first, and I should put myself first, and then we will both get the best version of each other. But if I'm putting myself second and putting you first, then I'm dependent on you to feed me the things I should be feeding myself. So I still think you would still come up second, whether it's the kids or not. You still gonna come second.
I can agree with that a little bit, I guess.
Damn, you agree, Kev? Oh, I'm gonna get down, man. I'm going. I got my thing for the day. I'm going.
Yeah, I can
What's
agree
up,
with
Miss
that.
Jane? What's up, Miss Jane?
I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm probably not gonna be everybody's favorite person when I say this. I don't hear a lot of family dynamic. I hear a lot of people that say, when I have a family, but I want my spouse to do, and I want everything that we do as parents is an example for the children. I don't hear a great deal of people talking about how they will represent their kids, or how they will represent their marriage represents how their kids will pick their spouses, or what their representation will be for a spouse later on in the future, or how they'll move throughout life. I just hear, I want somebody for me.
No. I said that, Jane. I said we are the perfect example, and I even went down the list of skill sets that they get from when they see a couple together. So I totally agree with you. But I did.
Right. I was speaking overall, like, because I just hear like the great woman would be, the best man would be. And it's like, okay, but are we thinking about longevity? Because what we don't have right now is family dynamics. We don't have cousins like siblings no more. We don't have everybody staying at grandma's house. We don't have some cousins don't even see each other. Some siblings then broke up and don't even speak to one another on the phone. So we're losing the family dynamic. And you know, the sad part is that we're only out here looking for spouses for our own pleasure and what we think they're willing to do for us in a bedroom, but we're not thinking about later on.
Hey, Jane, I would think.
You need unconditional love for that, Jane.
Hold
You
on,
need unconditional love.
Let me say this real quick. I do believe that sometimes with number one, let's bring big mamas back. Let's do that first. I think that's the major problem we got going on with these YNs. You know what I'm saying? We need to bring big mamas back and get rid of these nanas. You know what I'm saying? People don't want to be grandmas and granddaddies no more. They got all these new nicknames and shit. Let's bring back big mamas, okay, and granddaddies. On the other part, I do believe sometimes parents, we could be setting our kids up the wrong way. Let me tell you what I mean by that. Because I've seen people say I don't argue in front of my kids and such and such. So you could give your kids a false reality that when they find a spouse and they have disagreements, you'll be like, well, I didn't see my mom and dad argue with each other, so I don't believe that I should be with somebody like that. So I feel like it's a thin line on showing our kids a productive way to, you can have arguments and disagreements and still come back to a place of love.
I love that, brother, because you hit it right on the nose, because it is a production. And it is a production that needs to tell the truth and not mislead the kids. So we are preparing them for the future. But don't get it twisted. It is a production. Well said.
Yeah, and I want to say this to what just Jane said. I think one of the biggest things is culturally and also biblically for me, I was raised that my wife is my priority and to sacrifice for. So I don't go into a marriage looking to have somebody take care of me. I want to be there. So I want to be with you because you are somebody that I choose and desire to provide and care for. I go into a marriage wanting to be that. That's why my marriage lasted 20 years before my wife passed away from cancer. Kev knows how I feel about that. So for me, I am automatically thinking of you first, because there's another verse in the Bible says that when you get married, kids are supposed to cleave to their spouse and not let their parents be their priority. So as my children start to love each other with their spouse, I expect my sons and daughters to make their marriage a priority over me. And I need to come into their relationship with permission to watch the grandkids and all that. And here's the thing, when my grandkids come to my house, I'm going to break some rules, but primarily I got to follow the rules that they have for those children. But here's my fear, Jane. My fear is going into a relationship, wanting to be totally committed to provide and sacrifice, where it says, love your wife as Christ loved the church, presenting her without spot or wrinkle, washing her with the water of the word. I'm supposed to be willing to love this woman. My problem is we focus so much on the man dying and providing and not realizing that I want to have presence. So I want somebody who wants me. Like I do have to have my honesty of saying, hey, I want to give you all of who I am, but at the same time, I want you to want me. Like, you know what I'm saying? I don't listen. If you don't like big lip Nigerian, I'm not good for you. Leave me alone. You understand? me go about my business, eh? So I know that I'm not that person for you. If you don't like somebody who wants to spend quality time with you or build with you or do that, I already know that that doesn't work. Like I told my son, when you get married, let the first 30 minutes of your time at the house be you sitting with your wife after you clear your head and affirming her. My wife stayed home for the first 12 years. I kicked her out the house because I was like, these kids are driving me crazy. You need to talk to adults. And then when she passed away, the thing that I tell people is, I don't have the experience of growing old with somebody, like, growing old with her. And now at my age, even though Sean said, damn, I have options based on what Apollo told me, but I don't feel like I'm going to win because right now women are very, they don't talk like you. It sounds good online. But then when you meet them in real life, you know,
I think that
I'm,
women.
I'm gonna leave it right there. I don't want no problems. I
Hey,
love
Kev,
everybody.
who is that?
No problems.
Who is that lady pulling that 18 wheeler up there, Kev? It's a Caucasian lady up there pulling the 18 wheeler. Who the hell is that?
What,
Yeah,
what
she
did
pulling
she
the
call? I didn't
18
think
wheeler on
she
her
talked
Tasha
it
profile.
up.
Jordan.
That's strong as hell right there, Kev. That's strong.
Go on here, let
Yeah.
her talk. I ain't even hear her say anything since she been in here.
I try not to interrupt.
Aw. Go ahead, do your thug this one now.
Okay. Well, thanks for stalking my profile and seeing that I can be strong.
Anytime.
Damn, she just
Uh,
put it up there too. Like, okay.
but no, I agree with everything that James was saying, and I just want to say to James, like I completely sympathize with what you're saying. My spouse passed away as well, and I'm a single mother now, and so I know earlier there was some talks about and why I wanted to get up in the first place about how how stepdads are viewed and how coming into a relationship with a single mom. That's one of the reasons why I'm like so scared to start dating again. And people have asked me because they're like, oh, like, why don't you date? It's been so many years. And it's like, well, because I'm afraid that I'm going to invite this man into my life and they're going to always view my children as second. They're always going to view my children as not a piece of them, even though that's not their choice to be in that position. I'm not a baby mama. I'm not any of that. I'm still a wife, technically. I never divorced. My spouse passed away. And so it's one of those things where I genuinely believe that a lot of men today, the argument is, and I might be a bad guy when I say this, but a lot of men today are being predominantly raised by women. And when they're predominantly raised by women, they don't have the example of a man to show them what it's like to be the man of the household and to have male emotions.
We talked about this earlier, didn't we? We talked about this earlier.
We sure did.
We talked about this earlier. Absolutely.
So you do hear that selfishness, that I, me, in a lot of these conversations with men of, like you said, like men are looking for the pleasurable side. They're looking for what can get out of them because unfortunately that's how they were raised by their mothers. And so really they're looking for that replacement that they got in a mother's love instead of having the disciplinary side of a father's love. And so a lot of
that comes with the love of God too, doesn't it?
And so that's the thing that a lot of men today, especially when a woman and women too, I'm not going to just call men on this. When people hear the term "you are second" in every relationship, a lot of people kind of get taken aback of that. Like, what do you mean? When I say that, like I say that to myself every day, you are second. And I say that to myself because God is first. I'm second. And so even when I go into a relationship, you are second. In every possible, my children right now, they are second. Everything, you're never going to replace God. That comes first. And then once my man comes into place, yes, I was raised that men are the head of the household and women are the neck. Without one, you can't have the other. Right. We're equal, but we're different. We have different priorities. We have different things that we can contribute to. But at the same time, the man is still the head. And so what comes from after God, I submit to a man. And once I submit to that man, the thing is, though, is a lot of men don't understand what it means to be a genuine provider today. Providing does not mean financial provision. Providing does not mean that's all I care about. And a lot of women are mistaken on that too. It's not what a man can give you, it's what a man can do for your legacy of a family. If you're going to continue his bloodline, what is he doing to be able to continue that bloodline? What are those children going to be like? What are those grandchildren going to be like? Et cetera, et cetera. And so,
And Sasha, before somebody say something else, hold on, Kev. Can I ask this? Sasha, can you agree to this? It's a difference between a widower and a divorced person. A widower did not choose to leave their spouse, and they didn't leave out of anger or bitterness. They lost someone they love. People who are divorced have a whole nother mind. And this, maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're right.
It's a whole nother mindset. It is such a different mindset. So I walked away because somebody said in the comments, you are a widow, you're not a wife. I still consider myself a husband.
You can still
And I
consider
struggle with that. It took me a year to take my ring off. So, and Kev can tell you, this is the joy I got now. But Kev can tell you when I used to break down and be crying on a lot because I was just so used to having my spouse and being that type of person. So for me, I know I'm gonna love everybody well. It's scary to fall in love now because you don't know if you're gonna get that type of love back. That's all I'm saying.
and socially, you know, and I can't speak for all men, but I feel like socially when a man, you know, and if he is in a position where he's lost his wife or lost his spouse, society accepts that more when they move on compared to when a woman tries to move on after losing. Because as you guys can see, there's no real term for a man who lost their spouse, but there's a term as a widow per se when it comes to a woman. That's the first thing you get called whenever you lose somebody. And whenever you go into the dating scene, you know, like I said earlier, you know, especially having children involved and having younger children on top of that. You know, I have a 9-year-old and a 4-year-old. And so these children are immediately subjected to, you know, people coming in and being like, oh, well, these aren't my kids. And what about the daddy? What about, you know, it's like, well, the daddy.
You get thrown into a box automatically, because I'm thrown into a box too. We're just, it's not seen as the same. It's considered, oh, well, you're a single mom because you're there with your kids, because I'm a widow too. You're a single mom. No, I'm not. I'm not a single mother. So I choose not to date right now because that's too confusing. My bad,
Yeah.
Sasha. I just had to connect with you right quick. It's
Yeah,
too
yeah,
confusing.
yeah. And the term is widower. For all those who be hating on us, man, we are called widowers.
Widowers. Yeah.
Widowers.
Let me get up
And
in real quick. Let me get up in here.
sucks. It sucks.
So I was thinking on the one thing, right? I like that Sasha put that though. I would but say that, yeah, God first, right? I would say that. I think, you know, for the people that believe, because that's probably why they still don't work, the ones that don't. But I think I was thinking deep on that what Jane was saying. So I guess I was thinking about like when you said put yourself first and all that stuff, and then I changed my mind. I changed it now. Because I think when we do get a situation, it's no longer about self anymore. It is about like team sacrifice, what I'm willing to do for this person and all the other stuff though. Because I think you put yourself first before you get in a relationship. You're supposed to do that. That's where all the time you take time to yourself and stuff. That's where the individual mindset come from. And that's why, and I think actually, I believe a lot of women do think that, like women overall, they do put themselves first. That's the reason why they be like, if I'm unhappy, I'm getting up out of here because my mental stuff. But a lot of men, they willing to sacrifice their mental health for the family and all that stuff or whatever. So I think that is actually true from like a woman's perspective. They do put themselves first. I think that becomes an issue though. But I think overall, yeah, she's supposed to come in the situation thinking about what you willing to give or put in for the family or your mission that you're trying to do though. So that's I kind of
That's how I came up with that, Kev. Just so you know that. That's how I came up with that, Kev.
Can I
What you
just
just said.
what I mean? Okay, so you could literally lose your whole identity in a marriage if you're not careful with just merely existing. You have to live. So the team don't brush your teeth. The team don't wash your ass. The team don't meditate for you. When you have your individual prayers, the team don't do that. You may have family prayers, but you got things you have to thank God for, and especially waking up that morning, the team don't do that. You wake up by yourself. At the end of the day, if you don't check on you, you can't attend to nobody else. So how you can go to everybody else with an empty cup trying to fill it up?
Yeah,
Of
that's
course,
why
God
you.
is always going to come first, but we're talking about here on earth as we are present as humans making mistakes. We wake up, and the first person that you attend to is you. You have to make sure that you're good. If you're not good and you go out that door and you're trying to wake your kids up and your mental not right, you fussing at them kids, you putting energy towards them that's negative, you fussing at your spouse when you roll over, all this other stuff. And then if you end up wrapping yourself up and your spouse and you lose your identity, you'll end up losing yourself and then you'll end up blaming your spouse for certain things. So if you don't recognize that you are living and you don't just exist, you can't live. Therefore, you can't live for everybody else. That's why you put yourself first. You always
But
put you first because you're the
yeah,
most important person. God woke you up. If God didn't wake up the rest of the family, that is something of a different nature. And that's something I don't wish for nobody. But God woke you up. You got to thank God. You don't thank God for the team. You thank God because God woke you up that morning. You can't be accountable for nobody else until you wake up because you sit in your own team. So that's
yeah.
what I mean.
I was
I just,
okay. No, hold
yeah,
on, cousin.
yeah,
I'm
you know,
trying
go
to.
ahead. I've been
I was
having
gonna
the
say
room
that
for
you.
3 hours.
That's
Let her
why
cook.
that's why I specified. Yeah, that's why I said it do sound. It sound good though. But I would agree with it though. But I say that's why you figure those things out yourself. You said that you lose yourself, but if you never find yourself in the beginning, that's why you lost yourself because you never you came in there incomplete. These are the people that always talking about you're my other half and all this other stuff. No, you don't lose yourself when you know yourself. A lot of people don't know themselves. The whole point of a relationship is not about you anymore. That's the point. So if you have issues or whatever the situation is, that's supposed to be fixed before you get it. That's why two healed people need to get with each other. So that's what I'm getting to about that. Because like the thing is, that's why I said the whole point is sacrifice. That's how love works. It's not about yourself. It literally ain't about yourself anymore. And if you always focus on yourself and say that I don't feel like it or I don't do this stuff, it's not about what you feel anymore. This is literally what you sign up for when you get in a relationship. So that's the reason why it's like I can get you a little bit, but then I realize the whole goal of marriage or the whole goal of being with someone, it's no longer about yourself. Well, like I said, maybe I could be wrong because I might be thinking from a man's perspective because a man is really willing to sacrifice their happiness and all that stuff for the family and stuff. That's what they do. I mean, that's what
Dev,
they do. Like,
If I
I ain't
could
gonna
chime
lie to
in on
you.
that,
But
I ain't
I'm
gonna
not
lie to you.
saying,
I don't
yeah,
think. I think Jamie's
one
right
second.
though.
Wait 1 second though. I'm not saying that the whole entire day is about you.
I
That
didn't
is
say that
selfish.
either.
No. But you have to save a piece. You're supposed to be growing and learning. You're supposed to be learning new things about you. If you don't stop to learn new things about yourself as you're growing and you're learning and you're hyper focused on your spouse, you're going to end up shadowing your spouse and you're not going to have a personal life. Even in a marriage, you still got the personal things you like. You still got hobbies. You still got goals. You still got dreams. You still got to go to your job. You still got to deal with your mental. You still got you. In situations where one spouse leaves the other, or one spouse, in our situation, Sasha, myself, and James, if I was wrapped up in my spouse that much, I would have been right up in the grave right next to him because then I'm just existing in their shadow. I'm not existing for myself. You don't lay in that bed as one per se. You lay in that bed and you're you and they are them. And the same way you wake up in the morning, you choose happiness, you choose to attend to your family, you choose to be there for your spouse. Those are choices. You don't have to do any of it. You could be selfish in nature, but those are still individualized choices that you have to make on a consistent basis, but you got to be present. If you're not individualized and present for yourself in the very beginning of the day, how can you say, I love you? Did you say you love yourself first? You can't love nobody without loving yourself first.
I don't
I
know
will
about that
counter
one.
on
Before
that.
y'all go, no, I didn't never say I was done. Y'all gonna stop squeezing up
I,
in here. So I'm just say this. I'm gonna end this
Leave them
quick
alone,
though.
Jane. 2 rounds,
I'm
Jane.
just
That's
gonna
it.
say no. There ain't even no wrong. I'm just gonna say I'm gonna agree to disagree. That's all I'm gonna do. And then I'm also gonna say that you did use an extreme to prove your point. You said that I never said to say put your all. I mean put I never said that you just gonna go so far to where you're just fastened. Oh, I'm trying to think. I'm trying to see what you had said. You basically was like you dang near just obsessed with this person. So you still gotta have your own life and your own boundary. That's why I said you gotta be a full person and know yourself before you get in that situation. A lot of times, and it's, from what you're speaking, it sounds like some people that don't really know themselves. That because a person that know themselves, they're not about to just go that far to where they gotta lose themselves. They know their balance. They know where they know how much they gotta put in or not. But my whole point of being in relationships is supposed to, what the heck, it's about to close. The whole point is that it's no longer about you no more. That's why they say we. They say I. They don't be like, well, what? That's why I say you can't base it off your feelings or all that. But I don't know. Like I said, but I do believe I can agree with that. Majority of women do think that way. I say women do for sure. Men is willing to literally sacrifice a lot of things in the midst of it, and they don't also say, like, I was losing my. They don't give up their kids because they don't feel a certain way. It's a,
Can I counter
My
this?
problem,
I
can
would
I
love
say
to
one
counter
thing?
Well, I've
this.
Can I
been
just say
waiting.
one
I've
thing?
been waiting.
Before
I've been
Sasha goes,
good,
can I just
Kev.
say this one thing?
Come on now.
I disagree with Jane on one point. I was one with my wife. I just couldn't see myself not being one without her. I understand what she's saying about with Jane on one point. I was one with my wife. I just couldn't see myself not being one without her. I understand what she's saying about the team, and we're one. Then I'm cool with that. But when I lost my wife, a part of me did die for a
That's what
minute.
I mean. Lose yourself. People don't talk about that. It's divorces that happen because people really stop thinking about, okay, what do I want to do next? They follow in the footsteps of man. And
But
that's
you got to think about it.
That's where
But
I
here's the
will.
problem, Jay. Here's
Can
the
I?
problem with what you're saying to
oh,
me.
live just shut
This
me
is
off, dog.
hold on, Apollo, because this the widowers talking. The widow's talking. We got to answer this one
What
question.
did she say? I just missed everything because the
What
live
I
kicked me out.
struggle with, Jane, what I struggle with what you're saying is I have built my part of my identity and well, not my identity, but my role and responsibilities was with this person. Like I had to change my whole life. I had to do more things than I've ever had to do before when my Jackie left me. That thing changed the way that I lived and moved because I had somebody that covered my blind side. And there's a military term, and somebody probably military, she had my six. So when you say that, there is a part of you that dies. There's a part of you that you got to build all over again because you and this person was one. I can't even, listen, I can't even court right now because if I can't be one with you and grow with you and build, I it's scary out there. Like when they were talking about how the women are afraid when they have children, like Sasha, somebody else, like y'all who have children. I have more fear for y'all than me as a man. My fear is coming into that and disrupting that because you already had an experience. And that's the thing that's very frightening. If you're a healthy man, we don't want to touch. Apollo could agree with me on this. You don't want to touch a woman when you're a healthy man because you don't know if that woman is healthy and she can't see what she see a good man. Because one of the things that's tough is, and I know this is gonna sound mean, ladies, but hear my heart. Y'all have been comfortable with living with uncomfortable. I created comfort with a person who was comfortable. Now I gotta be with somebody who's used to drama, used to arguing, used to fighting. I get called boring because I'm stable. Man, I ain't trying to hear all that. I get called corny because I pay bills on time. I ain't trying to run the streets. Y'all wildin'. But Pookie over there with the dirty white t-shirt sitting in the passenger seat, he getting the buns all the time, Apollo. I'm not trying to figure. And some of them in Atlanta be 45 and 50 with the dirty white tee, stomach hanging out the bottom. What are we doing right now? That's crazy. Then I come with
I
the fly
know, I
fedora,
know, I
the
know, I
money,
know.
the bills is paid, and I'm not an option.
Come on.
Oh, that,
I want to
We
finish my
cooking.
point before I got this
Can I
app
cook?
cut. I
Can I
want to.
cook? Can I
No,
cook?
no, you can't cook. I want
he
to finish
said
my point
no.
because
I ain't cooked for a minute.
TikTok cut me off. I ain't cooked the longest in here because I ain't been talking like that. That's why I be want to talk. Dang.
You ain't
One of
no
y'all could
widower.
That's
cook.
crazy. It's crazy, man. They don't know how privileged they be in here. I don't even be talking that much, and I be letting everybody talk. This when I want to talk. But I want to say this right because I don't know. I just don't want for anybody right now. Whatever. What I want to get to is that because I don't know what got said. My junk got cut off out of nowhere. TikTok hating on me now, I guess, because I'm speaking on. So overall, like I said, I will understand. I would say for the average, right? I would say that, right? What Jane say, I can agree for the average though. But I'm saying it's people that actually know themselves and actually did healing, and they don't have traumas that they dealing with, so they wouldn't lose themselves for picking to be with somebody that they're willing to be a team with. You don't, I mean, because the thing is, it should be a balance, but the whole point, like I said, of being in a relationship, it's not about it's just not about yourself and how you feel no more. It's just not about that. Like I said, I know, and I said this before, that I know a lot of women do. That's why that's why the divorce rate so dang on high, because it's all about, oh, I'm not happy and I'm not feeling good and all this other stuff. They do same old thing. Then they divorce because it's off their feelings. Well, I had to put me first. I ain't gonna even lie. That junk is one of the triggering things I hear on this app. That's the reason why relationships just don't last, because they always talking about put themselves first, and that's why stuff don't last. So for the most part, I think when we had that put yourself first mentality, that will. It's just not, I don't think that's for marriage. You know what I'm saying? Until you able to actually give your love instead of keep on waiting to receive love, I think that's when relationships will probably go a little further. Because if it's just based off of one person's perspective of how I feel, I don't think you should be in a we situation if it's about the I. And that's all I'm getting to about that.
Yes. And that's what I was gonna say too, is like, speaking off of experience with my husband, one of the things that we really strived, like, we didn't do the 50-50 thing. We didn't do any of those conversations. We did 100-100. So we both put in 100% in the relationship. And I noticed that, like, a lot of younger generations, they have this conversation where it's like, the I like to do this. I want to do this. This is what I've been doing since I've been single, da-da-da. My husband and I, we had a system where it's like, we almost had it was almost like a game for us. Who could love each other the most that day? Who could do the most for each other that day? I would wake up and in a way it's like, I'm doing so much for him, but he's also countering to do stuff for me, to where I am getting me time. I am getting taken care of. I am still going to get my nails done and my feet done and my hair done and my tans done and the gym sessions done and whatever, because he's taking care of me just like I'm being able to take care of him. He's getting his shoes and he's getting his basketball games and whatever else that he wants to go do. And that's the part of the relationship, is when you have the right spouse, when you have the right person that genuinely, unconditionally loves you and wants to be like, I don't know how to explain it when you're in love, but like how I genuinely felt like I was a part of that man. Like, I felt like I was his rib, and everything about him. I mean, I couldn't get enough of him, and I felt like he was the same with me. And so when you have that connection with somebody, it's not that you lose yourself. It's that they allow you to be yourself, just like you're allowing them to be themselves.
Right. That's why I tell people to date people for who they are, not what they do for you. I say that all the time. But go ahead, cousin. James, you about to go? Go ahead.
And then, I'm sorry, because I know you've been waiting for like 12 years. So what I say that everybody wants to conflate and put it in their own personal ideas and what they're saying. The reason for the love languages is because people stop listening to their spouses. They stop communicating in different ways with their spouses. When you get into a relationship, knowing yourself before you got into a relationship, you're redefining who you are when you get in one. You're going to be redefining that. If you get to a marriage, now you're redefining how you're doing laundry. You're redefining how you're paying bills. You're redefining how you're making meals. You're redefining when you go to bed. You're redefining. You're always going to be evolving. You cannot remain the same. Not one person that has had a very successful marriage said that their spouse is the same way they was when they picked them up as where they at right now. That's not possible, because in marriage, you grow. As a person, you grow, and you're constantly learning your spouse. You're learning yourself. You also have to teach your spouse different things about yourself without being passive aggressive. You know what happens? People become passive aggressive because they act like they're afraid of telling their spouse exactly who they are without being disrespectful. So when I say lose yourself, there are literally people out here that say, I can't go nowhere without my spouse. I don't know what to do without my spouse. If they don't want to leave out the house, it's people that are like that. Not
So
saying
Jane, I can't lose
having
myself
a healthy
sometimes.
marriage and saying that you do similar things, is a wrong thing. But
Hold on, Jane. I need to be able to lose myself sometimes, though. You know what I'm saying?
what I'm saying is that if I don't want a spouse that if I like watching my football game and I like watching the Ravens in the room, I don't want my spouse to feel like they need to invade that. I still got my private time. They got their private time. They got their friends. I got my friends. I want to have my relationships outside of the relationship that's not romanticized. My best friend, somebody that I can call in and confide in, somebody I can talk about womanly things with. I don't want to talk about no womanly things with my husband because he ain't gonna know what he gonna be like. Baby, out one ear and in one ear and out the other. You have to have a personal life. And sometimes
Listen. I am your friend, your lover, your
just
cousin.
be one of
Come on,
your
bro.
family members. Sometimes you don't want to share your first cousin. That's your first cousin. So that's your
Oh my
relationship
lord.
with your
Oh my
first
lord.
cousin. That ain't
What
gotta
is
be
this?
your relationship with your spouse and your I'm just saying, if
What you
people,
got
I'm not
going on,
talking
Jane?
about people's personal, I'm not talking about people's personal marriages. I'm talking about overall, because even though we talk about the extremes and everything else, we are literally talking about why people go to therapists to figure out love languages. That happens. That's the reason. It's a disconnect.
Jane, what you just said was personal, though. That's something you would do.
It's not personal. It's
We
what
all
I
saying something personal from our own
be.
perspective. At the end of the day,
For
we all
sure,
It's
do
what,
yeah.
that.
and
That's the
I didn't
way
say
it has
my
to go.
spouse because my spouse had bad jokes. And I laughed at him because I got bad jokes too. I'm not talking about my spouse. I'm talking about the reason why a lot of these divorces happen is because people lose themselves. You can literally lose yourself. It wrapped up in saying everybody else is before me.
So you hold up. You said they lose themselves. So you not. So you saying that the marriages is not because of irreconcilable difference because they're not happy because they didn't get it their way.
What is not happy?
Because
It's
it sounds like the
a
whole
lot of
opposite of losing.
things.
So
It's a lot of things. I'm saying people lose their identity a lot of the times. I'm not saying that is the main reason as to why, because that's just a filing status. There's a lot of reasons that go
Okay.
under the filing
Okay, but
status.
look, do you know what the greatest commandment that Christ said in Matthew
you about
6?
to change it again? Let cousin in, man.
Look, I just want to
You be
ask you.
having new questions on here. We trying to stick on one thing.
I'm on the same
Talk about the
topic.
commandments, not all. What the heck they come from?
No. Listen, the greatest commandment, of course, is you
The
shall
greatest
love.
commandment is pass it to thy partner. Go ahead and go to
No, it
cousins,
ain't,
man.
man. Listen, you got to
Go ahead,
listen to it.
cousins. Or you lose your turn again and be 14 years.
I know, right?
I got
I don't even know where I'm at now.
Share to thy partner. That's what.
Uh,
Let y'all cook, man. Y'all go ahead.
I think my first thing was I just wanted to, like, I don't know. This is like 2 hours ago, but we the single mom, the single parent narrative that these men are now not masculine or not in their responsibility because there's no men in the house. And I think at some point we have to start realizing the reality is that's not the reason. The reason is they just ain't shit and they just not responsible, period. Like I am one of these people who don't give passes. I'm not going to justify bullshit. I'm not going to give a pass just because it's a man or just because it's a woman. And the reality is, in the United States, at this moment, the last time I checked, it was 25%, I think, which is the highest in the world. But 25% of families are raised single. Okay? That means that 75% of us are not in single parent homes. The majority of people are not in single parent homes. This is a fallacy that we keep pushing. Okay? There's a small percentage of people, and that's is women and men. So that means if all 25% was all boys that was growing up in single parent families, and it was all boys, it would only be 25%. So if we're gonna say the majority of men are not doing their shit, that would be false, right? Because it's a small portion. But I think, like I always say, is a small portion gets all the squeaks. You know what I mean? It gets all of the attention. We blow all of these things out of proportion because the negative always gets the light. And my whole platform is about crushing narratives. It is about putting out the actual facts instead of going with narratives. And I just heard that So I just want to clarify, like, if we are running into people who are degenerative, that is, I'm gonna say a third, and that's even me adding inflation. Okay, that means that 2/3 of people, even if I said that, are doing the right thing or just trying to make it happen. And we keep talking and focusing on that negative small portion, and it's even smaller when we start talking about our group of people, right? So, point is, I just want to put that out there so we can really start to get the message out here that that's not the majority of people, and we need to stop saying that shit. So that's that. And then the other part is this idea that feelings are bad. Like we got to understand that emotions and feelings, for one, everybody has them. Men too. We all have the same. We display them differently. We display them differently because of the social convention that we've been brought up in. So it tells us to kind of hide our emotions. It tells women that it's okay to expose them. So that's the reason why it seems like women are more emotional. But the reality is we all the same. We all process things a little bit different, but we all have the same emotions. And it is what it is. But we just react differently and we present differently because of society. So that being said, in a relationship, the majority of a relationship is based on feelings. And we like to run away from that. Like, oh no, we putting feelings. Yeah, feelings are what a relationship is. Romance is feelings. But there is a portion of feelings where we have to have a responsibility, right? The tangible things in life that we need to be responsible for. Don't get me wrong. But when we try to make it seem like,
Wait, cousin, I'm lost.
I'm trying to get through my last. I had like 5 points. I'm trying to get through whatever.
I'm trying to see I'm lost. I'm trying to have a conversation though, but I'm trying to see what you talk so I don't get too far.
Okay.
You said you talking about feelings, so where that come from? I'm trying to see who talk about that.
That was about 40 minutes ago when it came out. Like, if you're in a relationship and you start losing people, and somebody said, I think it was about feelings, and that's why it's bad to have, and you can't put feelings first. You have to actually.
Oh, you talking about? I think you talking about what I was talking about, right? You were saying that people prioritize their feelings over the actual purpose of a relationship.
Right.
Yeah. So
But,
you don't.
The actual relationship is about feelings.
Wow,
There's
that's the
nothing
sad part about that. Okay, I disagree with that too. So that's two people I disagree with there. Okay, we're wrong with that.
But we can disagree. I don't think it should be that way. Like, I agree with you on that. But the reality is, it is. Romance, right? Romance and being together. What's the difference between you having a best friend and a girlfriend or a wife? Feelings. That's the difference. You could have a platonic relationship, have all of the other elements of a relationship, but the difference between you having that person as your mate is you have feelings. What I'm saying is, we can't discredit that, right? It is very important. That's just like saying sex in a relationship is not important. Like, come on. We know that the majority of people, these things are important. But the problem is we don't have balance with it. So I do agree with you with that. Like, if you put that as far as everything has to be feelings with no tangible balance, then yeah, it becomes a problem. But I was just saying, I don't think that it is the right message to say that we don't have feelings. That's the problem with men nowadays, is everybody been telling us not to have feelings. And meanwhile, we do have feelings and we don't have practice in dealing with them. And that's why we have so many degenerate motherfuckers and gang goofy ass dudes running around here, because we've been giving them the wrong message. So I'm just saying, I think we need to correct that message, because it'll help everybody. If we got healthy men out here, then we're gonna have healthy relationships. As bad as it seems, a lot of these women will follow what the fuck we lead. So if we leading bullshit, they following it, and they you know what I mean. And so that's what I've been seeing. So I'm just saying, I just heard those things, and I know it sounds foreign because it's been so long ago. But damn, I just got it in. So I hope that there wasn't too much of a ramble.
So this is what I'm gonna do, y'all. Y'all can y'all can run the Stug Thizzle. I'm gonna be on y'all neck later.
Kev
I'm gonna
said,
be on y'all neck later. I don't want to hear Jay
Queenie. You about to go talk to my sister-in-law, period.
I will have my time with y'all too tomorrow. I don't care. And I still love y'all. It don't matter. We could disagree all day. I love y'all.
I know. I still love you too, brother.
Jane, I told you,
You get 2 good rounds with Kev. If he didn't back down, leave that man alone.
I know.
she, I think she
It's
knew me.
all right.
Well, did she
I'm
know
gonna
me
get him
longer
at
than
the
that?
family
She knew me
reunion.
longer than you. Shut up. Yeah, you knew,
I'm
Sean.
gonna get him at the family reunion. It's okay. Just wait.
All right, y'all can run this thug thizzle, man. Be good, children. Say I'm talking about, but be good, y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all unconditionally. I
Love
got
you
thug.
unconditionally. Love my sister-in-law unconditionally too. She slid up out
Hey,
of here
hey,
real
Jay,
quick.
hey, hit me up if you want a hat, player.
Hey
Hey, y'all have a
man,
good
I'll
one.
take one of
I'll
those,
holler at you.
boy.
See?
What I left in that top corner like that? They better not leaving it. I just got a mod party in here. All my mods in the box. Okay.
I want KBC to come up because he sound like he got some stuff going on.
That man down there typing for his life down there, man. I'm about to dip my damn self.
There's some women that love their phones unconditionally. They love their phones, love social media. Child, the women that you meet, just say that.
I sent him an invite.
The women that you
Yeah.
personally meet, you got to switch that up.
It sound like a little. That's a little pain talking. I think. You know what I mean? Just a little bit of residual hurts, probably.
I've been hearing stories from different women saying how men approach them negatively and stuff like that. I'm going to be honest, I ain't never been approached negatively. Like, I ain't never, even if it's like a pookie, they always call me ma'am.
Hey, you know how I eliminated my chances of getting turned down? I think men should try this, right? If you see a group of and also stay on mute. When you see a group of women all together, right? What you do is you don't go for one, right? You go over there and have a conversation as a group, and you look at the one that's looking at you. And once you know the one that's looking at you, then that's the one you talk to. It increases your chances of not getting rejected. Because now she's eyeballing you and she letting it be known she's looking at you. Don't go over there. Don't go over there just trying to holler at one. You know what I'm saying? You keep your options open.
And I'm gonna say this, man, because this is coming from the stylist perspective. We gotta stop as dudes saying, "Well, I'm gonna be how I am, and if she don't like me, she don't like me." That's why your ass is getting passed on. I'm just gonna keep it a buck. If you know that the majority of people like a certain style or like a certain aesthetic, and you are in that market trying to compete in that particular market, you need to up your aesthetic. That's the first thing. Like, it's all game, and that's a part of it. People are walking around here, man, dudes right here looking shaggy and looking dusty and doing all this, and then come to me and be like, "Hey, bro, I need a suit." No, you need a bath, nigga. Like, what are we talking about? Like, we have to start understanding that appearance and your first impression, that shit is important. And you don't have to like change your whole way of being, but understand what you're competing for. If I'm trying to be in a law firm and I'm trying to get a job, I know I need to wear a certain style suit that fits into that aesthetic, right? I can't wear the suit that I wear to church, or you know what I mean? I gotta have a business suit, right? If I go to a black tie event, I gotta wear a black tie. Like, that's certain things, but we always want to buck the system and then get mad when the system buck back. We gotta stop doing that. There is a certain thing called self-care, and that shit will give you confidence, and confidence is what's attractive. Men don't want to get turned down, but it's because you have that fake vibrato, and that shit never worked. And I'm telling you, I just hope that some brothers is listening. Hey, you about to shut it down now?